क्षेत्र का नाम कर्तव्य पथ करने का जो मायने है वो हर भारतीय के लिए है कि ये जो देश है, जो हमारी सबकी मातृभूमि है, उसके प्रति, एक दूसरे के प्रति हम कर्तव्य बोध में बंधे रहें।
We are all set to witness the formal inauguration by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Revamped, renamed, and in its full majestic view and grandeur. This is the new Kartavya Path for you. I'm coming to you live from Kartavya Path in the national capital, where in few hours from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be unveiling the new greener, broader space, the entire stretch from the Raisina Hills, that is the President's House, till this end, which is the India Gate. This entire stretch has been revamped. There are more amenities that have been created. You can see these granites, the red granites that make it look broader and more beautiful. And just look at this. This is the new India, and as the government has been saying, the Raj is gone. The history is not of colonial past of India. This is about reclaiming India. This is about new India, and in new India, the primary idea is Kartavya. Joining me here is someone who has been talking about this, that this area should be done away with in terms of its name. Professor Kapil Kumar, really appreciate your time. What does it mean to you today when we look at this? There's something very positive about it today.
You see, whenever I used to move on this, I used to get a negative vibe. Raj is gone, as you said it. Why then Raj here? And I had been sort of requesting that its name should be changed to Azad Hind Path or Swatantra Bharat Path. I'm very happy it's changed to Kartavya Path now. And
Kartavya is about duty.
You see, Kartavya is duty, and it has a two significant aspect. One, Kartavya duty is not just of the people towards the country, but also of the government towards the country.
Yes, those sitting there.
Sitting there.
In the right
So it's an equal responsibility.
In the North Block and the South Block.
Some people were interpreting it that way, that, oh, what is this? Only government wants Kartavya of people to government. No. The bureaucrats, the bureaucracy has to be Indianized with a nationalistic perspective. Not the ICS brown sahibs we need in this country, you know.
No brown sahibs.
No brown sahibs we need in this country now.
Yes.
Second thing of Kartavya is I'm happy. You see, who other than Netaji taught the Indians what their Kartavya is?
Yes.
Entire population in Southeast Asian countries.
Yes.
Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Burma, Cambodia, Vietnam, everywhere. Even those people who had never been to India, who had heard only stories about India from their grandfathers, at one call of Netaji, your duty is to get your country liberated, they gave everything.
Yes, and one of the big highlights of today, I'm going to come back to you, Professor, in just a bit, is going to be the unveiling of the 28-foot-long structure, the tall statue of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose, and it also weighs 65 metric tons. Remember, a hologram statue was unveiled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on 23rd. That is Parakram Divas. Our reporters are tracking this story very closely. It is a special day for the entire country. Let me bring in Arun Dhata, who is at some point in this entire stretch of Kartavya Path. Also joining us is Siddhant, and I can see Yash as well. Reporters tracking the story very closely. Arun, first tell me where exactly you are and what are you seeing?
Well, Maria, I'm not far away from existing North Block and South Block. I am in the lawns of the Central Vista Avenue, which is going to be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi today and will be thrown open to the public from tomorrow onwards. So the wait of 20 months is over, because this place, this entire stretch was closed for 20 months because of course the work was going on. Let me quickly show our viewers a glimpse of this Central Vista Avenue, how it looks like. Look at the lawns of this avenue and the new grass which has been used, and also these new red granite pathways which has been made here for the people to walk, and also the Kartavya Path which you see, the newly renamed Kartavya Path, and also these lighting pillars. 700 lighting pillars have been installed in each and every corner of this Central Vista Avenue. 24/7 security deployment will be here. CCTV cameras are covering every nook and corner of this area, and also where I am standing beneath this is going to be the action, because that's the underground pathway, and you'll have the stalls of 17, 18 states in that pathway, where you'll be able to have the cuisine of different states, their traditions and various other things. So all these things will be available, and also the basic amenities for those people who will be coming here with their family members to actually see this massive redevelopment of this Central Vista Avenue. And this is the first leg of the entire Central Vista redevelopment structure, which is called Central Vista Avenue, and you will have this Kartavya Path, which is the message from the government side that the government is on a duty path, government is on a Kartavya Path, because this is going to be the power center. All the ministries, Prime Minister's office will be here, and this path will show the way towards that side. So this is the power center, and you have this Kartavya Path heading towards that. The message is very clear from the government side that their motive is to work for the people, because this government is by the people, for the people.
That is the new Kartavya that the government is talking about. And remember, in his Independence Day address, the Prime Minister had talked about Panch Pran, which will lead to the golden era of India, or Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav as India celebrates. And what better year to unveil this greener area that you can look at. There are canals that right there on that side, and basic amenities in terms of ensuring that there are more washrooms for women, for men, and also for specially able. So that sensitivity has been brought in this entire architecture to ensure that all those who have memories of India Gate, many of us who would have come here for our little picnics and having the ice cream, there'll be ice cream vendors as well, but a designated spot for ice cream vendors. Let me bring in Siddhant now, because from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. that's where the entire ceremony will be happening on this Kartavya Path. We will be seeing proper barricading. The movements will be restricted because of VVIP movement and of course the arrival of the Prime Minister. Siddhant, give us a sense of the traffic arrangements that have been put in place.
Well, yes, that's right. So diversions have already been announced, because we've been told that in total 1,500 people have been invited for this ceremony that is going to start at around 7 in the evening. Right now I'm next to the India Gate, and this is the Kartavya Path where we are reporting from, and sitting arrangement of today's event is being made right now. The administration is here, the seats are right here, the screens, bigger screens have been placed. Bigger screens have been placed here for the people, those who are going to attend this grand event. Now it is going to start at 7 in the evening. A very strong messaging from Prime Minister Modi and the government, because I remember the time this project was announced, the opposition parties slammed the government by saying that Prime Minister Modi wants to leave his own legacy in Delhi, and this is perhaps the reason that this project has been announced. But this is a counter that today government is giving to the opposition parties by sending out the message that Prime Minister is not leaving his own legacy, but finishing the old colonial legacy which was existing in the Latian circle, by renaming Rajpath to Kartavya Path. And in fact the design of this entire stretch has been made in such a manner that the people of this country have been kept in the center. And this is perhaps the reason that now we have broader footpaths, we have more canals refurbished canals, we have more bridges, and in fact there's going to be proper kiosk system for basic amenities. Vending kiosks will be there, more public toilets, more parking spaces. So all those things are going to be here in the Kartavya Path, and also again a strong messaging has been done. I remember Prime Minister's speech from the ramparts of Red Fort on 15th of August, where he said that जरा सा भी अगर गुलामी की जो याद है अगर वो भी बची तो उसको भी हटा देना चाहिए. And exactly that is going to be followed today when Prime Minister is going to inaugurate Kartavya Path, because till now this initially the name of this Kartavya Path was Kingsway. Then later it was changed to Rajpath. Now it is Kartavya Path. Again a messaging that government is here for the people, for the nation, and this is a message which government.
Let me take that forward. You know,
so this is
when
the
you
first
say
phase of Central
Rajpath,
Vistas.
from right to rule, that is Rajpath, to Kartavya Path, which is duty to serve. The idea is serve. Remember when Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in 2014, he had talked about himself being Pradhan Sevak, the chief person who is there to serve the country. This is about duty to serve. That's why it is Kartavya Path. Just look at this entire structure. That's North Block, South Block for you. That behind that is the highest constitutional office of the country. That is the home and the office of the first citizen of India, that is the President of India. At 7 p.m. is when the Prime Minister arrives here and the entire event begins. Akash is also continuing to be with us. Akash, you know, all of us would have some memory or the other of India Gate. We would have come here to have ice cream or even have some kind of picnic in the lawns. What are the do's and don'ts now?
Amar Jyoti, you honor the...
Right, Maria, as far as this place is concerned, as you rightly mentioned, this used to be a favorite place for tourists, in fact, and you know, given that this place and this, in fact, the whole area was closed for 20 months, so now everyone is excited for this particular event, because we know not only this renaming the Kartavya Path also, but also this whole area will be thrown open for general people. And you know, talking about the arrangements, I'm showing you the visuals as of now of the stage, lights and camera, and now everyone is waiting for the action, where by 7 p.m. we are expecting that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be coming and will be first of all, you know, unveiling the particular statue of Subhas Chandra Bose, and then we'll be having a series of events where he'll be taking stock of all the development works that have been carried out in this particular area, and also the arrangements after that. As of now, I'm showing you the visuals on. Also, Maria, let me tell you that this road, this C-Hexagon, is one of the most busy road of the national capital. And as Siddhant was pointing out, you know, talking about the traffic arrangements, so we know that after 6 p.m. the whole traffic would be diverted, no matter from which side you are coming. But in case you are coming towards India Gate, then you'll be facing some sort of issues. However, traffic police on the other hand is saying that they have adequate arrangements. On the other side, I'm showing you the Kartavya Path. As you rightly mentioned, this is a very important road of the national capital, because it is somewhere joining the Rashtrapati Bhavan and the iconic India Gate. But it used to be named, it used to be identified as Rajpath, and now has been renamed as Kartavya Path. Yesterday, we saw that how a special meeting was called, and Meenakshi Lekhi headed that meeting. In that particular meeting, this was formally approved that now this road will be identified as Kartavya Path. So this day is going to be very, very important, Maria. And as of now, I'm showing you the pictures from ground zero, where you are seeing the arrangements, all the arrangements as of now, and the preparations that are in full swing, because from 6 p.m. onwards, we are going to see a series of events where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be formally inaugurating the particular stretch, and from tomorrow onwards, we are going to see that this will be thrown open for general public as well.
All right, Akash, Arun and Siddhant, I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. Stay with us. Joining me on the special broadcast is, of course, Professor Kapil Kumar, historian, right here with me. We also have Tuhin Sinha of the BJP, Aruna Acharya of the Congress, Hindol Sen Gupta, historian. We also have Anuj Dhar, he's the author of Conundrum, Subhash Bose's Life After Death. Let me begin with you, Professor Kapil Kumar. Interesting blend, I would say. There is the Kartavya Path, the Amar Jawan Jyoti,
then Netaji Path,
Subhas
then Indian
Chandra Bose.
Army's
And
museum,
War Memorial.
War Memorial, and then behind that you have the National Sports Stadium of our, you know.
Yes, so the opposition and some analysts are of the view that this is a completely changed India, that the government is doing away with everything that was associated with India in the last 75 years.
You see, let me tell you one thing. No country in the world keeps the symbols and legacy of slavery. These should have been shed long back. And today, if we are shedding those, and we are coming as a vibrant India, a India which no power in the world can ignore today, why is this problem? And these people who are opposing it, I have a question to them, that when Connaught Circus was named Rajiv Chowk, where were they? When Curzon Road was named Kasturba Gandhi Marg, where were they? If Mumbai is changed from Bombay to Mumbai, Thiruvananthapuram is changed from Trivandrum is changed to Thiruvananthapuram, Madras is changed to Madurai, Chennai, then they welcome it. So ये कोई बात है क्या? चित भी मेरी, पट भी मेरी, अंटी मेरे बाबा
चलिए इसका जवाब अनुमा आचार्य से ले लेते हैं, कांग्रेस की। अनुमा आचार्य, चित भी मेरी, पट भी मेरी।
Maria, first of all, you took my name as Aruna Acharya. Sorry, you have to please correct your, your guest coordinator should tell you. Coming to your question, any fascist regime, first they try to change the symbols. They try to change the names. And it happens across the world. We have seen it before. And if they had to change it in any case, so they could have made it Loktantra Path instead of Kartavya Path, because we see that government has no belief in democracy. They change whatever has been done. They have not created anything on their own. Created as in which is useful to the people, something which can be used by the people. The kind of hospitals they have made, none of them is fully performing. None of them is operational fully.
Why did Congress
point
change it to
is,
Loktantra
point
for
here
so many years? Why did he keep the Raj symbol over there? And let me ask them one question only.
Yes, listen to it.
Why it is not
Miss Acharya.
If you have to so much...
Listen.
Miss Acharya, listen to a historian. Miss Acharya, yes, Miss Acharya, listen to a historian. He has a question for you. Yes, please, go ahead.
Which country in the world will make its first Governor General the last representative of the British who ruled India, massacred people here, killed people here, tortured people here, imprisoned people here as the first Governor General of India? Tell me that.
I'm sorry.
Answer to me that.
I'm sorry.
And after that,
even if you are
1st April 1948, Jawaharlal Nehru writes to the King, I, the Prime Minister of Indian Dominion, on behalf of your cabinet of the Indian Dominion, seek your permission to appoint Rajgopalachari as the second Governor General of India. Do you know that the King George V abdicated the throne of India on 22nd June 1948? See the London Gazette. Please look at historical evidences.
One more question is, and which I think Professor raised it, and you perhaps have missed it, that before 2014, a significant period was governed by the Congress
Why
Party.
didn't they change it?
Why didn't you change the name
Rajpath
of Rajpath to Loktantra Path then?
Because we did not change it, because we created 6 lakh primary education,
blank.
Primary
They
hospitals.
couldn't decide that which Indian revolutionary freedom fighter statue should be put at that canopy. Since 1968, when King George was removed from here.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Acharya, please go ahead, quickly make your point, and then I'll bring in others. Okay, we seem to have lost that. Hindol Sen Gupta and Anuj Dhar. Hindol, I'm coming to you first. We are here at the Kartavya Path. You heard from the Congress Party. Lots to talk about in the context of what the government has done. One effort has been consistently of letting go of India's colonial past. That India has moved on, and in this new India there has to be newer ideas, newer version, and that India is symbolic that the power center, that this entire area has undergone this kind of transformation.
Frankly, Maria, let me tell you that I find this, I have always found the debate on the refurbishment of Central Vista, which is now called Kartavya Path, frankly ridiculous and stupid. Anybody who actually saw the plans, which were all available in public domain, knew that nothing major was going to change. everything was going to be improved. And of course, many of the old buildings which have completely outlived their purpose. You know, places like Shastri Bhavan and Udyog Bhavan and many of these very old buildings, they may have been useful when they were built, but for modern governance have completely outlived their purpose, could be replaced by really good quality new modern buildings like the new Vanajya Bhavan, for instance, is really modern and useful. There's another point about history. The point about history is that every country is entitled to re-narrate their own history beyond colonial tropes. Now, if people cannot understand that, or if they have vested interest, which is why they cannot understand that, no one can really change anything. Money wasn't taken from the education budget or the health budget of the country and then used on Kartavya Path. That's a ridiculous argument. It's the same sort of rubbish that the New York Times puts up a cartoon showing India as carrying, leading a farmer, leading a bullock, trying to go to Mars. These are fundamentally racist ideas. These are fundamentally colonial ideas, that anything that India does for aesthetics, any technological development that happens in India, there will be some voices who will pop up and say, oh, but we have so many people in
Vista. Yes, this is the unveiling of the first part of the Central Vista, because it is Central Vista Avenue where we are. The entire Central Vista involves the new parliament, several other structures as well. This entire debate, remember, had reached the Supreme Court as well, where the Congress party fought vehemently against it. The government got relief from the Supreme Court, and that is when this entire legal debate got settled as well. But politically speaking, Congress is continuing to raise it, and Ms. Acharya is now back with us. Ms. Acharya, two people on my show, Hindol and Professor Kapil Kumar here, both of them are asking the same. That one, first, when you suggest that it should be Loktantra Path, why didn't the Congress do so for all those years that you were in power? And also, why should India hold on to its colonial past, and why not we march into a new era?
Maria, if this debate is about validating the thing which government does and which is done by so many channels, then you can go ahead with whatever you have to say. But my point here is our focus when the India got freedom.
I'm not too sure if you can dismiss every independent thinker as a sympathizer of the government. I hope you have also read what Tavleen Singh said. That Tavleen Singh is saying, who has been a critic of the Central Vista, is now lauding it.
I am talking what I am talking. I am not anybody else, but listen to me. My point here is, we have built hospitals. We have built 6 lakh primary health centers. We have built education institutes. We have built a lot of things. Our mind was not going on to changing this and changing that. You know, we were creating new. We were creating ISRO. We were creating DRDO. So these are the things which Congress government has done. And now by changing, by restructuring, you are losing out on spirit of democracy. You are creating new structures. This is what happens when a fascist government
that is being made by the Congress is that you are losing on the spirit of democracy by making these cosmetic changes.
Okay.
Yes.
In 1968,
yes,
George statue was removed from here. From 68, just count how many years?
Yes.
32 and 22 now.
Yes.
54 years.
5 decades.
How many years Congress ruled? They could not decide even that which great Indian revolutionary freedom fighter statue should be put up over there. And let me tell them one thing. If they think I am a government supporter, I have pride in that, because I am not a slave of the fake Gandhi family. I am a nationalist. Madam, I don't praise China in Cambridge like Rahul Gandhi does, that China takes care of his neighbors.
Anuj Dhar is also joining us. Anuj
will be also critical of that.
Okay, respond to that, Ms. Acharya. Please go ahead.
I'm saying this is no claim to fame that I am a nationalist and I am not. I have worked in armed forces for 24 years. You think I'm not a nationalist? What are you talking about? Point here is, you are creating structures. You are renaming them. That's it. The spirit of democracy is going away. The difference gap between the poor and rich is increasing day by day. Who doesn't know that? The economy of this country has gone for the dogs. Everything is happening and you say
respond to
I'm
this.
talking about
Anuj
not
Dhar will respond to this, because that point being made that since 1968, that canopy at India Gate is empty. Couldn't the Congress, which has been in power for several decades, have decided who? Yes, please, Mr. Dhar, go ahead. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Well, this is a historic day for us who have been, trying very hard to see that Netaji is given his due in free India. Now, let me go back to another important, event which happened in 1970. Beginning in 1997, people are making demands that Netaji's portrait should be unveiled in the assembly, which became our parliament. Now, the people who were in power back then and they came to power because of Subhash Bose. Don't forget that the Quit India movement had collapsed and India became to because of Subhash Bose. Now, the people who exploited the INA trials in Delhi, Red Fort trials in Delhi, who came to power in 47 because of Subhash Bose, who were the beneficiary of transfer of power, they refused to have Subhash Bose's portrait in the assembly and the parliament house. It was only in 1978 when for the first time we had a non-Congress government, that is Janata Party government. It's only then Netaji's portrait was unveiled in Parliament House. So the people who are now, talking so much about, what others should not have done, they should look back at their own record. They were not even able to put Subhash Bose's portrait in Parliament House. Now, this again, the name, the King's Way was not changed. Now there's a misleading. There's a claim is being made that after independence. No, we did not change after independence. It was changed only in 55, just before the Russian premier was supposed to come to India. It was named Kingsway. It was named after King George V. The King George V statue was very much there in the heart of Delhi, and the government had absolutely no intention to remove it. In fact, we were having Britishers as our Air Force chief till 55, as Navy chief till 58. And our IB was supplying information about Netaji to the British intelligence. They were reporting to London till 68. All this has come out. Now all this transfer of power nonsense. And then it's only because of Netaji's followers that this statue could be removed in 1968. So now for us, it's a great that after so much of efforts, people have been trying for 40, 50 years, and this has become. So I think people should not make light of such a historic, momentous event in our history. This is the 75th year of India's transfer of power, and also the 125th year of Netaji's birth anniversary. I think this is the best ever tribute anybody has given to Netaji. I think I also criticize Modi ji on many points, but this, I think here he deserves a big salute. What he has done for Netaji's legacy is absolutely unparalleled.
I'm going to come back to you, Anuj, in just a bit, because as we have been seeing the reaction that has come from the Congress party, history should be remembered today. We are seeing history unfold, but politics again is taking center stage. Now TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee and West Bengal Chief Minister has slammed the center, and she is saying that by not calling the state government and ignoring protocol over the Netaji statue inauguration. Let's listen in to what Mamata Banerjee said, and I will bring in the reporters, and also I'll go back to Anuj Dhar.
তারপর আগে স্ট্যাচু হচ্ছে না কি হচ্ছে আমরা তো জানি না আন্ডার সেক্রেটারিকে দিয়ে একটা চিঠি দিয়েছিল নিয়ম হচ্ছে অন্তত একটা মিনিস্টারও লিখতে পারতো সেই চিঠি জব চিফ সেক্রেটারি দিয়েছে যে এটা অসম্মান আপনি যদি সত্যি বাংলাদেশের প্রধানমন্ত্রী ছিল সই কবে আমার তো কাউকে বলেনি আজকে পর্যন্ত তো বাংলাদেশের প্রধানমন্ত্রী থাকার কথা
Okay, Anuj, you heard from Mamata Banerjee. She is talking about protocol. Before I bring in Anuj, let me go to Tuhin Sinha of the BJP. Tuhin Sinha, Mamata Banerjee saying that why have state governments not being invited? Okay, we don't have Tuhin Sinha at the moment. Let me take that question to Anuj Dhar. Anuj, you were saying that we should not make light of the day today because it's history that we are witnessing. And here comes another reaction, another chief minister, another political party.
Well, I'll leave it to the TMC spokesperson to elaborate. I'm not aware of what's happening there. But this is a truly historic occasion for all of us. And in fact, come to think of it, I mean, now you are there, right, ground zero, as it were. Think about it. The King George V statue was right there. Nobody had the intention to remove it. It only became possible in 1965 and 68. So people who are now, are having not very delighted with what's happening. They were the ones who wanted to retain, King George's statue there. And they should be asked straight questions. Why in the world did we have a Britisher as our Air Force chief till 55? Why did we have Navy chiefs until 1958 as the Britishers? I'm not talking about Anglo-Indians. I'm talking about the Britishers. And this is despite whatever we suffered during the Second World War. I believe one of us is a
Okay, Ms.
soldier,
Acharya,
ex-soldier. So we
respond
should
to that
respond to this
specific
thing. Why were we
question.
having? Why were we were
Today is
reporting?
the
The IB
unveiling
was
of that
reporting to the
tall
British
statue of
intelligence.
Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose. The government says that this is the most befitting tribute to the contribution that has been made by Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose in the entire freedom movement. What did the Congress party do? There was a canopy which was empty, and before that there was King George V.
Maria, our freedom of and independence was a cumulative effort of everybody. It was Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, it was Vallabhbhai Patel, it was Mahatma Gandhi, it was Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, it was Bhagat Singh, it was everybody. You can't isolate one leader and say ki we got the independence because of that person. So that is incorrect. Secondly, when the transition phase was there, India has to build up a lot of new things. At that time, if a thing was continued, such as King George statue, nobody bothered. The people have already gone. Our focus was in the development of India. We were doing that, and we are not against the renovations. Keep doing renovations, no problems. Every building, everything wants a renovation. But claiming it to himself or claiming it to this government, that is incorrect. What we do not like is the gap between rich and poor is increasing. The government is spending a lot of money.
I will ask Hindol to respond to this, because I do not have a BJP representative on the show at the moment, but as a historian, Hindol, respond to what is being said by Ms. Acharya of when India got freedom in that period of 20-25 years. It was not nobody really thought about King George V statue. All those were inconsequential. You want to make a comment on that, Professor? One moment, Hindol. Yes, Professor.
She's saying that they didn't remember.
Hindol, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you.
Consider about George V, but Nehruji remembered sending INS Nilgiri, the Indian frigate, with marigold garlands on the grave of Edwina. Nehruji did his fait accompli by announcing on its own in London that we will join the Commonwealth. He remembered writing letters to the king, but he didn't remember. Gandhiji had said at that time, we need a Cambridge educated Harvard boy to deal with the Britishers. And this mentality, do they have answered that after even when George was removed, 68 years, what happened in that?
Okay, Hindol, make your point, and then I'll bring in the reporter to really put Mamata Banerjee's soundbite in context. Where was she speaking and what exactly was the question that was asked? Please go ahead, Hindol Sengupta.
Look, there's a fundamental thing that must be understood. There's a relevance of Netaji's statue coming up at that spot, and that too Netaji's statue not in civilian dress, but in military dress. India is a rising power today. It must remember not just its legacy of non-violence, which is very important, no doubt, but it also must remember that as a rising power, it has a particular military responsibility, a security responsibility. And that security responsibility, that security, confidence comes from figures like Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose, the man who raised an army against the empire. This legacy India must remember today, and having his statue there is of particular international relations, importance, so to speak, because India is a rising power. Somebody was saying, oh, we are so poor. We are the 5th largest economy in the world. We are one of the biggest market capitalizations from our stock markets ever in our history. No doubt there are some problems, but India cannot ignore today, Maria, that it is a rising power, and a rising power must, along with its other cultural and softer legacies, must remember its security legacy. And no better person to remember its security legacy than Subhash Chandra Bose. That importance of in the Central Vista today cannot be forgotten.
Yes, in another 5 hours, all these lights that you can see here on the Kartavya Path will be lit, because it is a celebration of duty today. That's what the Prime Minister wishes to communicate when he will be walking on a significant part of that path, and then will be unveiling the big Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose statue, which is over 17 feet tall. Let me bring Saugata Mukhopadhyay, who continues to be with us on the phone line. Saugata, what exactly was the question that was asked to Mamata Banerjee, and the reaction that came from her was that the state governments should have been invited?
Well, you see, Maria, Mamata Banerjee was headed for her party meeting that is happening at the Netaji, the indoor stadium here in Kolkata. And on her way to the Netaji indoor stadium, Mamata Banerjee stopped at the Red Road statue of Netaji Subhas Bose and garlanded that statue, paid her respects to Netaji Subhas Bose before heading for that meeting, which is within at a very close distance from where she was garlanding that statue. When she was garlanding this statue, she was asked as to whether she would like to comment on the fact that Netaji statue is being inaugurated today, is scheduled to be inaugurated today, later in the day today, by Prime Minister Modi in Delhi, and that as part of the inauguration of the Central Vista, and to that she responded that the state government was not properly invited to this program. And when she was talking about not properly invited, Maria, she was referring to.
What does not properly invited mean?
That's right, and she said...
Because she has not said that the state governments were not invited.
That's right. So what...
Her point is not properly invited.
That's right. Mamata Banerjee said that she was not given invitation as per protocol. An undersecretary level, bureaucrat had written to the Bengal government, asking the state to be present, and the chief secretary has already given a reply to that letter. Mamata Banerjee says that at least a minister could have written that letter to the government. Even that wasn't done, and Mamata Banerjee also questioned the fact as to why the Bangladeshi Prime Minister, who is currently present in the country, is not invited to the program, and why was the Bengal government not invited to the program where the Bangladeshi Prime Minister was holding bilateral talks with the centre. She raised all these issues and claimed and alleged that what had happened, as far as the invitation to this program from the centre is concerned, is actually a quote-unquote insult to the Bengal government. Maria?
Inviting the Chief Minister when it should have been, and Mamata Banerjee sees this as not proper invitation.
Oh.
So it's not a question of not inviting, it's not proper invitation is what the Bengal Chief Minister is saying.
So you mean that Modi ji should have given her a ring? Mamata Behan ji, आइए ना, मैं आपके लिए special plane भेज दूं. Please see the occasion, here in this occasion, personal egos and personal politics. Netaji is not a leader of just Bengal, he is the leader of India. You know, he was the first elected Congress president in the history of Congress from 1885 to 1887, who was forced to resign. We should honor him. No one called me here.
And would you say that this is the most befitting honor?
This is not only the most befitting honor, another thing I'll request the government is that there is an INA memorial which Netaji had built in Singapore, which Mountbatten had got blasted over there. Let us have also an INA memorial here.
Next to the
war
memorial.
People don't know certain facts.
Okay.
Rashtrapati Bose, the great revolutionary, was given the first order of Azad Hind Sarkar of United India on 26 January 1944. Then Netaji created, like we have Paramveer Chakra and Mahavir Chakra today, he created Tagmai Shatrunash, Tagmai Bharat, Tagmai Bahadri kind of medals. Until now my research has shown that 91 were given these medals. Not a single name in history. These Congress people talk, they still write in history books. Victoria Cross was given, Iron Cross was given, you know.
Okay, so efforts have been made to shed colonial past, Hindol. Before I bring in the reporters and I say goodbye to the guests at this hour, let's look at some efforts that have been made. Racecourse Road, which is the Prime Minister's home, 7 RCR, is now Lok Kalyan Marg. Then several such renaming has happened, which is in 2015, Aurangzeb Road was renamed as APJ Abdul Kalam Road. 2017, Dalhousie Road was renamed as Dara Shikoh Road, and several such examples you have. Also, Teen Murti Chowk was changed to Teen Murti Haifa Chowk in 2018. Every time a road or a station or a airport is renamed, there is politics over it. But when you look at renaming, are these just cosmetic changes, or do they have more cultural meaning to it?
Maria, what is really happening in India is that India is finally shedding most of it, the last vestiges of its colonial legacy, and reinventing a narrative for itself. Every country, if you look at the history of rising powers, every rising power has gone through this process. They have shed their old ways of looking at the world, their old world views, and they have crafted a new narrative for themselves. India is in the process of going through this change. Now, of course, India is very large, it's very diverse, so therefore all kinds of noise comes out. But fundamentally, India must recognize, and people listening to you and hearing your program and watching it must remember, they are citizens of a rising power. A rising power must craft its own unique worldview in the world. And it cannot do so by constantly stepping onto its own colonial legacies. Those colonial legacies, those ideas of the past, the ideas of suppression, the ideas when it was, not controlling its own destinies must be shed. One of the most effective ways of doing it is through architecture. And that is what's happening in India. We need to embrace this process, also embrace the debates about this process. No problem. There can be a debate, but there has to be national consensus that a rising power must go through this process.
Maria.
Okay, let me go back to the reporters, and I'm going to go back to the panelists in just a few minutes. Just a few minutes, please stay with us. I can see Arun Dhata, Siddhant, and also Akash, all of them at various points of this 2-kilometer stretch, Kartavya Path. Arun, give us a sense, environmentalists have been up in arms that trees were uprooted in this entire revamping or remodeling of this entire Kartavya Path. What exactly happened to the trees? Old trees replanted and newer trees planted is what I'm told. Give us a sense of the trees that you can see.
Well, the famous jamun trees, Maria, have not been removed. And in fact, what government has been saying that they have planted new trees in this area. But this is the first leg of the entire, Central Vista structure. Perhaps when we'll have the construction of the other offices, at that point in time, you may have some trees being cut. And but government is making sure that they plant, double what they cut. And in fact, when this entire project was conceived and when the work was to start, we had seen criticism coming from the opposition parties. Environmentalists were not in favor of this. In fact, the matter was reached to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court put a halt till the time the matter is not completed in the court, and government won that matter, and the go-ahead came from the Supreme Court. And the argument, of course, from the opposition side was that why government is spending that much money at that point in time when the country is severely suffering with the pandemic. And also, in fact, when it comes to the name changing and other things, opposition parties have been, taking up this matter, saying that this government is not really focused on the real issues, the issues which people talk about, the issues which really concern people, the inflation, the joblessness, the social inequality, and various other issues. This government is focused on name changes. Sometimes they change the name of this road, or they change the name of certain building. So these are the things which came from the opposition side, but nothing stopped the government, and they had this clear thing in their mind that they want country to actually move ahead from the memories of the slavery and the colonization and all these things. And that's something which has started from 2016 when Prime Minister Modi first changed the name of the race course road with Lok Kalyan Marg. That was the beginning of the message which this government has started giving, that this government is all about seva and for the welfare of people. And therefore, we had seen nothing is stopping the government while they are moving ahead to complete this Central Vista project, which is going to be a huge achievement for the government, and this will set a new structure, our home-made structure, our own created structure, because right now you have your power center in the North Block, South Block, your parliament, all that has been created by Edward Lutyens, by the Britishers. But this time around, when we'll have this entire Central Vista structure completed, it will have our ownness into it, and the power center will then belongs to the buildings which has been created by the country, by the leadership, by the government of this country. So the clear messaging coming from the government side that nothing can, really buckle them under the pressure. They have clear sight in their mind that people needs to get rid of the slavery and on the, and also the mindset of the gulami. That is something which is important for the government to, take everything away from the people and set this thing in the mind that this government is all about seva. There is no ruler, there is no rajpath, there is no king's way, there is only Kartavya Path.
Yes. So new pedestrian underpasses, improved parking spaces, new exhibition panels, upgraded night lights, all these lights. And also in terms of sustainability features, if we were to look at it, there is solid waste management, stormwater management, recycling of used water, rainwater harvesting, water conservation, energy efficient lighting system, among several others. Siddhant, where you are, I can see some canals here, Siddhant. How many canals are there and what exactly is the purpose for those canals?
Well, that's right, Maria. A few minutes back, I was I was reporting from the sprawling lawns of Kartavya Path, but now Delhi police has started sanitizing this entire area, and I've been told that in next 1 hour they are going to hand over the entire area to Prime Minister's security, and this is perhaps the reason that they are also requesting me to end the bulletin. But coming back to your question, Maria, there are in total 19 canals and 16 bridges have been built to connect one side to the other. Also, Maria, you were highlighting that how sustainable model has been adapted by the government in building this entire stretch. So this stretch will also serve as a model for the state governments and various other places which are being constructed, that such model can be adapted, which has a solid waste management, which has a water harvesting plant and all other facilities. Also state-wise kiosks have been allocated, so one can go and enjoy a meal, food of various Indian states. Now, Maria, you were also talking about that how 7 LKM, the name has been changed. I would also like to draw attention to the Beating Retreat tune. Now that particular tune has also been changed to Ae Mere Watan Ke Logo. Now recently Indian Navy's flag has also been changed with the cross, previously it was the cross of King George, now it is the seal of Shivaji Maharaj. So this is an idea of Prime Minister to revive the old Indian culture, tradition, and this Kartavya Path, the entire model, the entire structure is inspired by from the idea of the Prime Minister that India is duty focused, India is not right conscious. So we, from a culture perspective, we are duty focused citizens. From Mahatma Gandhi to all the freedom fighters, they have always spoken about duty first and being right conscious second. And this entire setup, this entire construction has taken inspiration from that. Also, this entire project, I'm reporting from middle of the road, which is next to the India Gate. This entire project is also about keeping people in center, because in democracy, it's by the people, for the people. So people in center. So broader walkways, better parking spaces, better underground walkways. There are 19 canals, 16 bridges, more space for people to come here for a picnic, as you were mentioning, Maria.
And make it more disabled friendly as well. Especially abled friendly as well. So great degree of sensitivity that has been employed in this entire architecture. And those trees that you look at it, those are the jamun trees that we keep seeing in this part, which is the Kartavya Path now. Let me get a quick word from Akash as well, and then I'll give the final words to all the panelists. Akash, so in another few hours, the big ceremony would begin. Over 1,500 invitation in all, but Mamata Banerjee says that she hasn't been given an invitation properly. What about other opposition leaders? Will they be present as well?
So Maria, I could not hear you because of this technical glitch, but you are talking about some politics over this issue. But before coming to that, I want to show you this signboard. You see, Maria, you can feel the importance and the importance of this particular project. In fact, the name Kartavya Path. You can see that signboard where Kartavya Path is written in Hindi, English, Punjabi and Urdu as well. Talking about the process, I was mentioning that how a special meeting was called in and how this whole process took place yesterday. But this is not that swift process. In general, you see the naming committee first approving the particular process, then you see the concerned department putting out the notification, and then there comes the signboard. But in this particular thing, in this particular process, we have seen that how swiftly the department has worked. And also this is showing somewhere the importance of this particular process where this whole road will be named, in fact has been named as Kartavya Path and will be identified as Kartavya Path. You see, this will be the power corridor of the nation, and that's the reason why the focus was very much on this name, that this would be Kartavya Path. This is the Kartavya that all the leaders, all the officers would be serving the people of the country, will be serving the nation. And that's the reason why, in fact, we are reporting from this particular place where I'm showing you the arrangements as of now. Even police officials are asking us to leave the particular area because of the arrangements. And we are just 4 to 5 hours away from the actual ceremony when Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be coming and would be unveiling the particular statue and also would be taking the stock of the whole situation. So as of now, this day is going to be a historic day, Maria, and this day is going to be a very important day, because from tomorrow onwards we'll be seeing that common man can come, common people can come in the area and can see the iconic India Gate and also the Kartavya Path that will be formally inaugurated today in the evening.
Yes, Akash, Siddhant and Arun, please have water because it's really hot out here, and hydrate yourself. We have a long day. All of us will be reporting on this story. So thank you so much. Let me give the final words to the panelists who are joining me at this hour. Ms. Acharya, politics aside, today is an important day for the country. Will Congress be celebrating along with many others?
We are celebrating people. We are doing Jan Samvad Yatra. We are doing Bharat Jodo Yatra because the spirit has gone. Only structures are coming up. Your people have said 10 times it is, the symbol of slavery have to go. Which BJP RSS leader has ever come forward with Netaji and done that? They are only politicizing Netaji. We have so many institutes on Netaji's name. We have so many colonies. We have so many chaurahas on Netaji's name from very long time. It's been 68 years. He is all over there. But BJP is only politicizing him without supporting him ever in their life. So my point here is structures are fine, but nothing is there for people. And it should be there for people. That is what is called democracy.
Okay, so yes, democracy is of the people, for the people, by the people. Let's celebrate people, even though the efforts that are being made by the government is something that one cannot stop highlighting today. Hindol, a quick word from you, and then I'll give the final words to Professor Kapil, who's here with me.
I think when generations to come walk by Kartavya Path and look at the statue of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose, they will remember that the freedom that India won was not just because of non-violence or a few, salt marches, but they will remember that blood was shed by hundreds and hundreds of people who battled and fought for years for India's freedom. That's number one. That's important to remember. The second thing is, I hope, and I earnestly hope, that unlike traveling on rajpath like kings, the people who serve the people of this country, the politicians, the ministers, the bureaucrats, they will remember when they go up that stately hill, that they are going up Kartavya Path. They have a beholden responsibility to the people of this rising nation. Absolutely. And that's why that's their role. Their role is not to rule, their role is to serve. My final point, India is a rising nation.
Yes.
This is a new emblem for rising India. This is a part of Narendra Modi's worldview. Decolonizing India is an integral part of Narendra Modi's worldview. And this refurbishment of Central Vista is a cornerstone of that worldview.
All right. Professor Kapil Kumar, you are here at the Central Vista Avenue, the Kartavya Path. When did you last come here? And I'm giving you the final words on this broadcast.
Yesterday evening.
Oh, you were here. Okay.
Anyway, 3 quick reactions.
Yes.
1, it is the greatest day today for those families of Azad and Fauj, many of them will be there in the function today.
Yes, they have been invited.
To see Netaji like this, whose family members sacrificed their lives, were tortured in jails, were shot and executed in jails by the British. Second thing I like to see today, the face of the Mountbattens, the face of Churchill in their graves. Because Mountbatten got demolished, the INA Memorial in Singapore.
Yeah.
And Churchill is the one who had ordered assassination of Netaji in 1941
Okay.
to MI5 agents. And thirdly, I will give two lines from the Azadin song.
Okay.
Subhash ji, wo jaane Hind aa gaye, hai naaz jis pe desh ko, wo shaane Hind aa gaye.
Gazab.
That is what Subhash.
That is the way you end it. Thank you so much for joining us. A big thank you to all the panelists who are joining us at this hour. So here we are at Kartavya Path, where the big ceremony is going to begin in some time. That's all from me. Akanksha joins you from the studio.
Many thanks to you, Maria. You're watching the 2 p.m. newscast with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Let's dive into this segment with some breaking inputs coming in from Jharkhand. There's a shocker coming in from Jharkhand amid a spate of incidents in Dumka, the rapes and murders. And amid these rapes and murders, local MLA and CM Hemant Soren's brother, Basant Soren, whose constituency happens to be Dumka, met the families of the girls. And when asked the reason for his Delhi visit, which is where he was when the rape and murders took place, he told media that he had run out of undergarments and that he was visiting the national capital to buy undergarments. Let's listen in to what that shocking statement made by Basant Soren.
हाँ गए थे एक्चुअली हम पिछले ये भी बताए थे कि एक्चुअली मेरे अंडरगारमेंट्स कम हो गए थे तो अंडरगारमेंट्स खरीदने में दिल्ली चला गया था दिल्ली से लाते हैं हाँ हम दिल्ली से लाते हैं
That is the latest shocker coming from Jharkhand. Remember, the Sorens claim to be the leaders of the tribals, of the community of tribals within Jharkhand. And this is the latest coming in from Basant Soren, whose constituency happens to be in Dumka, and instead of being the leader providing protection to the women and the daughters of Dumka, this is what he had to say. There's of course going to be much clarification needed by the Soren government. Remember, it has been standing on shaky grounds as far as Jharkhand is concerned, and this latest statement coming from Soren, Basant Soren, may just add to their troubles. For more details, let's quickly go across to our correspondent Saurabh Rathore, who's joining me live. Saurabh, the less said the better, because this is indeed shocking to see something coming from a leader who happens to, be looking after a constituency like Dumka, making a shocking remark like this.
And we have been reporting this, that there was a misplaced priority, and now the MLA, JMM MLA, and who happens to be the brother of Hemant Soren himself, is giving a shocking statement when asked that where was he when such incidents were happening in his constituency, and he answers very shockingly that his undergarments were he was short of his undergarments, and so he went to Delhi to purchase them. And especially when Ankita, who was a victim, was burnt by one Shahrukh in his constituency in Dumka, and she was hospitalized in RIMS, Ranchi, and she was fighting for her life. He was busy buying his undergarments in Delhi. Quite shocking. And in fact, the day on which the JMM MLAs, along with RJD and Congress MLAs, were having a picnic in Lepratu Dam in Khuti district, he came from Delhi to attend that picnic. And soon after, 2 days, he went to Raipur in a luxurious resort. So clear case of misplaced priority and a shocking statement coming from brother of, the chief minister of the state, who is MLA of that constituency.
Right, and what's even more shocking is that Jharkhand has been witnessing much political unrest, and this kind of statement coming from Basant Soren is indeed shocking. I'm going to request you, Saurabh, to stay with us as we play out that shocker again.
हाँ गए थे एक्चुअली, हम पिछले ये भी बताए थे कि एक्चुअली मेरे अंडरगारमेंट्स कम हो गए थे, तो अंडरग्राउंड गारमेंट्स खरीदने में दिल्ली चला गया था।
दिल्ली से लाते हैं?
हाँ, हम दिल्ली से लाते हैं।
You know, Saurabh, what is absolutely agitating and blood boiling is the way Basant Soren has actually put it, especially taking into consideration that this is a party which claims to have the support of the tribals in Jharkhand, and the fact that he's making light of a heinous, brutal rape and murder.
See, his statement is absolutely not acceptable, Akansha. And especially, he's the MLA of that constituency, where back-to-back in 2 days, heinous crimes were reported. One was Ankita, who was burned to death by a Muslim guy. And another, after 2 days, an incident came when a Muslim boy who hanged one 14-year-old minor girl, and she was 8 to 10 weeks pregnant. So such an insensitive statement coming from a Neta is quite shocking. And, they have been boasting themselves, the JMM especially, Hemant Soren government have been boasting themselves of taking care of the tribals of the state. In fact, Basant Soren is also a tribal, Hemant Soren is also a tribal. But the kind of statement that they are giving completely shows that they are totally insensitive towards the atrocities of the tribals that is being reported for past...
Saurabh, I'm going to request you to stay with us because I'm also joined in by Brinda Adige, activist on the phone line right now. Brinda, what more can we say when you have leaders like these, when women and young girls are raped and brutally murdered from their constituency, and all they can say is that they were visiting the national capital to buy undergarments?
Absolute atrocity. Obnoxious people. They cannot call themselves elected representatives because they consider citizens as slaves. He could not even make a statement of condolence, a statement of assurance that he had gone out for whatever reason. There was no reason for him to particularly make a mention of purchasing undergarments, as if undergarments are more important than the lives and safety of the young girls. Absolutely shameful fellow. I think the citizens must look at these guys and say, are they worthy of my vote?
And Brinda, you know what's even more shocking is if you look at his expressions, he's looking absolutely remorseless. He's clearly not owning up to any responsibility by him or his family. He's rather smirking and making light of the situation.
Absolutely. I see his face. He's mocking democracy. He's mocking citizens. He's mocking the law of the land. What right does he have to continue to sit in that position? What right does he have to hold power? He has not even been able to tell that his police will investigate, that justice will be served in course of time, that law will be able to absolutely find who those fellows are and build a watertight case. He's so shameless. He and the chief minister, belonging to the same family, absolutely shameless. They are unworthy even of a single rupee as taxes from us. They should not only apologize, they must step down from their positions.
Brinda, at a time when Jharkhand has been in the middle of political unrest, what does this kind of an attitude by the Sorens speak of the Soren government in Jharkhand?
Absolute no respect for the people. They have been given charge. They have been given responsibility to be accountable to the people, to talk about the safety and protection of children and women who are being raped and hanged and killed and murdered. And all he has to say is that he went somewhere and came. I think this family, complete family, is shameless. I hope that the citizens understand now at least what kind of a family this is and not vote these people back into power, because such people care only for themselves and their coffers, and they are not worried about citizens, their safety, and certainly not about the respect that citizens must command from such elected representatives.
Brinda, stay with us. I'm also joined in by Mr. Nishikant Dubey of the BJP. Mr. Dubey, क्या कहना चाहेंगे इतने शॉकिंग रिमार्क का? मुझे लगता है कि कुछ बोलने के लिए बचा ही नहीं है, क्योंकि ये वही लीडर्स हैं जो अपने को वहाँ के दलित और ट्राइबल्स के लीडर्स बताते हैं, और आज जहाँ एक सद्भावना में साथ में खड़े होने का वक्त आता है उस फैमिली के साथ, ये कह रहे हैं और लाइट बना रहे, मतलब इस सिचुएशन का मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं कह के कि हम अंडरगारमेंट्स खरीदने गए थे दिल्ली।
ये राजनीति का विषय नहीं है मैडम। इतना इनसेंसिटिव, इतना इनह्यूमन किसी जनप्रतिनिधि का व्यवहार हो सकता है? अपने आप को तो एमपी एमएलए कहने में उनको शर्म आती है कि नहीं आती है? मेरे जैसे लोगों को निश्चित तौर पर शर्म आती है। गरीब आदमी का मजाक उड़ाना, गरीबी का मजाक उड़ाना, और खासकर महिला सुरक्षा के बारे में केवल ये बसंत सोरेन जी का बयान नहीं है, आप लोगों ने उस वक्त ध्यान नहीं दिया। मुख्यमंत्री जी ने खुद ही इसके पहले एक इनसेंसिटिव बयान दिया कि इस तरह की घटनाएं तो होती रहती हैं। आप समझें, पुर्तगाल एक ऐसा देश है जहां एक महिला की जो है डेथ हो जाती है और स्वास्थ्य मंत्री को इस्तीफा देना पड़ता है। आदमी के जान की कीमत, एक महिला के जान की कीमत, बच्चे की जान की कीमत इतनी होती है, और वो अंडरगारमेंट खरीदने की बात करते हैं। मैं तो हमेशा कहता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं वहीं से राजनीति करता हूँ, मेरा जिला है, दोनों भाई जो है मेरे जिले से, एक दुमका से एमएलए हैं और एक गोड्डा से एमएलए हैं, हेमंत सोरेन जी और बसंत सोरेन जी। इन लोगों ने जो अंडरगारमेंट का जो एक उदाहरण दिया है ना, एक दिन दुमका की जनता और संथालपना की जनता, झारखंड की जनता, जैसे राजपक्षे परिवार को श्रीलंका से बाहर कर दिया ना, इन पूरे परिवार को बिना अंडरगारमेंट के बाहर कर दिया। और ये देश के लिए समझने की बात है कि आदिवासी के नाम पर, दलित के नाम पर, परिवारवाद के नाम पर, जिसके बारे में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी बराबर बोलते रहते हैं कि परिवार के वाद के नाम पर किस तरह के भ्रष्टाचारी, किस तरह के इनह्यूमन, इनसेंसिटिव आप उस व्यक्ति को ले आते हैं जिसको कि अपने राज्य की समझ नहीं है। मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि आप 15 मिनट उनके साथ बैठिए। मैं तो बैठा हुआ हूं, इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूं, मुख्यमंत्री हमारे, स्वाभाविक है कि उनके साथ मीटिंग में बैठने का मौका मिलता है। उनको ना महिला की सुरक्षा का कोई रोड मैप है, ना उनको देश राज्य के डेवलपमेंट का कोई रोड मैप है।
आपने कहा कि इनकी जनता इनको बिना अंडरगारमेंट्स के ही बाहर करके रहेगी, पर कब करके रहेगी? इस तरह के स्टेटमेंट्स शायद अब जो मेजॉरिटी प्रूफ कर दी गई है असेंबली में, उसी का नतीजा है, उस तरह का ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस जो दिख रहा है चेहरे पे।
ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस से क्या होता है? लोकतंत्र में तो जनता ही सर्वोपरि है ना। जनता बहुत तेज है। आपको मैं ये बता सकता हूँ कि जनता वो पूरा गुस्सा जो है अपने अंदर उसने पी के रखा है। जिस दिन उसको मौका मिलेगा, आज मिले मौका, 6 महीने के बाद मौका मिले, साल भर के मौका तो मिलेगा ना। चुनाव तो 5 साल के लिए होता है ना मैडम। 5 साल के बाद जब मौका मिलेगा तो ये झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा जो है आपको कहीं अस्तित्व पे नजर नहीं आएगी। यदि मैं संथालपना को ठीक ठाक समझता हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे भी 14-15 साल हो गए और उस जनता का भरपूर आशीर्वाद और समर्थन प्राप्त है। 3 बार का मैं सांसद हूँ और उन्हीं जिलों से हैं। मैं उन लोगों को जानता हूँ। वो लोग क्रांतिकारी जीव हैं। फूल क्रांति 1857 की क्रांति के पहले ही सिद्धो कान्हो की क्रांति होगी 1855 में। पूरे के पूरे परिवार में, चाहे वो तिलका मांझी हो, जो सिद्धो कान्हो हो, बिरसा मुंडा हो, सबों ने, चांद भैरव, फूलो झानो, जिन्होंने बलिदान दिया, और बलिदान दिया है इसी आतताई और आक्रमणकारी लोगों के खिलाफ, जो कि इनह्यूमन थे, इनसेंसिटिव थे, जो अंग्रेज हमारी बहु बेटियों की इज्जत को सरेआम नीलाम कर रहे थे, उनके खिलाफ उन्होंने आंदोलन किया।
निशिकांत
उनको अंग्रेजों से लड़ने में परेशानी नहीं।
जो सोरेन परिवार अपने आप को चाहे वो दलित समाज हो या फिर आदिवासी हो, उनका रखवाला बनाकर वोट मांगता है, ऐसे परिवार के लिए आप झारखंड की जनता को क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, ये आदिवासी लड़की, जिस परिवार ने, जिस लोगों ने वोट दिया, ये जो दुमका की लड़की है, उसमें अंकिता को छोड़ दीजिए तो दुमका की जो दूसरी लड़की है वो भी आदिवासी है। लोहरदगा में जो घटना हुई वो भी आदिवासी लड़की है। खूंटी में जो घटना हुई वो भी आदिवासी लड़की है। अपने वोट बैंक को यदि कोई सुरक्षित नहीं रख सकता और अपने वोट बैंक के लड़कियों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए कोई इतना इंसेंसिटिव हो सकता है, तो आपको लगता है कि वो भविष्य में जो है उसकी राजनीति चलने वाली है? मैं आपके चैनल पर इतना ही कह सकता हूं कि समय खत्म हो गया। परिवारवाद के नाम पर, जातिवाद के नाम पर जनप्रतिनिधियों को इकट्ठा करना, चुनना बंद करिए। और उनको चुनिए जो आपके प्रति जिम्मेवार हो, जो आपके प्रति सेंसिटिव हो, और जो खासकर महिलाओं की सुरक्षा के लिए, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के लिए, हमारे लोगों को रोजगार देने के लिए, कानून व्यवस्था के लिए जिम्मेवार हो, जिसको लगता है कि उसके पास रोड मैप है, उन्हीं को वोट करिए। यही मैं आपके माध्यम से जनता को बताना चाहता हूँ।
जी निशिकांत जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Brinda, if you're still there, I'd like to take one last question from you. What would you like to say about the Soren family, which has been treating the tribals and the Dalits, as far as Jharkhand is concerned, only as a vote bank, and when it comes to providing protection to the women and the young girls within the state of Jharkhand, they're proving to be an utter failure. And not just that, there are accusations of love jihad, of them playing appeasement politics as well.
And foremost, the Soren family must understand that all the confidence the tribals and the Adivasis placed in them, they have managed to categorically, systematically erode it.
Brinda, I'm really sorry to interject right now. I'm also joined in by Mr. Tanuj Khatri of the JMM. Mr. Khatri, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? कुछ कहने को बचा है क्या, जब आपके यहाँ लीडर्स लाइक बसंत सोरेन ऐसे कमेंट्स कह रहे हैं, एक तरफ जब उन्हें कंडोलेंस ऑफर करना चाहिए वो ऐसी बातें कर रहे हैं कि हम अंडरगारमेंट्स खरीदने नेशनल कैपिटल गए हुए थे?
नहीं, निश्चित रूप से उन्होंने कंडोलेंस किया है और गए भी हैं। और
ये कंडोलेंस है क्या? ये कंडोलेंस कहेंगे आपने
मुझे बोलने के लिए फोन लगाया है, या कि फिर आप ही को बोलना, तो आप बोलिए ना। मैं
पर आप उसको कंडोलेंस कैसे कह रहे हैं?
मैं किसको कंडोलेंस कह रहा हूँ? मैं एक बेटी की, जो बहन की जो मृत्यु हुई है, जो उस घटना को कंडोलेंस करने की बात कर रहा हूँ।
जो बसंत सोरेन जी ने कहा, आप उसको कंडोलेंसेस कह रहे हैं?
आप अपना सवाल पूछिए, फिर मैं जवाब देता हूँ।
सवाल यही है कि जो बसंत सोरेन ने, नहीं, मेरा सवाल,
दोनों काम आप ही कर रही हैं।
तनुज खत्री जी, मेरा सवाल पूछ लीजिए।
मैं इस तरीके से
मेरा सवाल तो सुन लीजिए तनुज खत्री जी।
लेवल पर मैं नहीं आके बात कर सकता हूँ।
मेरा सवाल बहुत ही सभ्य है। मेरा सवाल बहुत ही सभ्य है कि जो बसंत सोरेन जी ने कहा, हाँ, जो बसंत सोरेन जी ने कहा, क्या वो कंडोलेंस कहा जाएगा?
मुझे जवाब देने दें।
हाँ, बोलिए।
अगर कोई मैं बोल रहा हूं कि पत्रकारों और समाज सेवी नेताओं के बीच में कैमरा ऑफ होने के बाद भी एक रिश्ता होता है। सारे रिश्ते कैमरा ऑन होने के समय नहीं होते हैं मैम। और अगर कोई पर्सनल किसी से कुछ बात कर रहा है, अपने मित्रता के नाते अगर बात कर रहा है, अगर उस बाइट को कोई सार्वजनिक करेगा, तो इस पे हम समझते हैं कि बहस नहीं होनी चाहिए।
तनुज खत्री जी, जब कैमरा ऑन था, हाँ, क्योंकि कुछ कहने को बचा ही नहीं। यू जस्ट हर्ड Brinda what Tanuj Khatri just said. It is utterly shocking. He didn't even wait for me to finish the question and he cancelled the call. That goes on to say the kind of shameless attitude that JMM is currently conducting with. Let's listen in to that absolutely blatant, shameless response coming from Basant Soren.
हाँ, गए थे एक्चुअली। हम पिछले ये भी बताए थे कि एक्चुअली मेरे अंडरगारमेंट्स कम हो गए थे, तो अंडरग्राउंड गारमेंट्स खरीदने में दिल्ली चला गया था।
दिल्ली से लाते हैं?
हाँ, हम दिल्ली से लाते थे। हाँ, गए थे एक्चुअली। हम पिछले ये भी बताए थे कि एक्चुअली मेरे अंडरगारमेंट्स कम हो गए थे, तो अंडरग्राउंड गारमेंट्स खरीदने में दिल्ली चला गया था।
दिल्ली से लाते हैं?
हाँ, हम दिल्ली से लाते थे।
Alright, we have some more breaking inputs coming in. This time, as far as Satyendra Jain is concerned, the Enforcement Directorate has opposed the bail plea of Satyendra Jain before the Rouse Avenue Court. The ED says that Satyendra Jain is the mastermind and the probe is currently on, and that Satyendra Jain is the mastermind in their probe. The ED has also said that Jain is influential and can influence the witnesses. This is the latest we are bringing to you. Remember that Satyendra Jain has been in the ED custody for over 99 days. Also, Poonam Jain, his wife, was granted bail by the court earlier. For more details, let's quickly go across to our legal correspondent Ananya Bhatnagar. Ananya, if you could take us through what has been the ED's argument.
Well, the main crux of the ED argument remains that Satyen Jain is an influential person. He was the mastermind of this whole scam that has entailed out the whole Hawala transactions that have happened. And in fact, they also go on to say that Jain is a very influential person. The ED says that they will demonstrate how the offense of cheating has been made out. However, the court says that this is beyond the scope of the present proceedings since it has not been invoked yet. But the ED further goes on to say that Jain's wife used to sign documents on behalf of on Vaibhav Jain's advice, which clearly show that Vaibhav was a trusted colonel for Mr. Satyen Jain. In fact, they also go on to say that Satyen Jain wields considerable influence and it's likely that he will influence the witnesses into this particular case. In fact, they also cite a case wherein Mr. Vaibhav Jain had retracted his statement, and this the ED alleges that this was due to the influence of Satyen Jain. In fact, ASG SP Raju, one of the very, very prominent criminal defense of the central government, clearly appearing for the Enforcement Directorate, opposing the bail of Satyen Jain, informed the court that during questioning, Ankush and Vaibhav Jain were asked about the source of income, which translated into a profit for their respective companies. Neither of them gave any clarity regarding the source of these funds. Satyen Jain was controlling these companies while these two men were merely dummy owners, is what the ED is claiming. It is clear that Satyen Jain was controlling Ankush and Vaibhav and they were acting as his front. Basically, what the ED is citing is that he was acting as from the behind, and Vaibhav and Ankush Jain were basically acting as the shield, while Satyen Jain was the main mastermind behind all of this plot and the Hawala transactions that have happened and had now come under the scanner of the PMLA and the Enforcement Directorate. Akansha.
All right, Ananya, thank you for bringing in all those inputs. And with that, let's quickly shift our attention over to some breaking inputs coming in from the state of Telangana. There's a fresh face-off between the Telangana Chief Minister and the Governor of Telangana. The Telangana Governor, Tamilisai Soundarajan, has hit out at the ruling TRS government, accusing them of disrespecting the governor's office. The governor has accused the chief minister of not letting him hoist the national flag on Republic Day and dropping the governor's address. This is the latest that we are bringing to you as far as the state of Telangana is concerned. I'm also joined in by our correspondent Swastika Das on the phone line. Swastika, this seems to be just one of the latest flashpoints between the Telangana government and the governor. If you could expand on what the governor has to say.
Well, yes, this is multiple times that the governor has now hit out at Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, accusing him of disrespecting the governor's office. To give you some context, the governor today finished 3 years in power here as the head of the state of Telangana, and she was having a media interaction, her first such informal interaction, to put it that way, wherein she said that the challenges that she faced here is that the discrimination from the Telangana government, and she did not mince her words. She said that there have been a couple of incidents in the past, the recent one being that on the Republic Day event, also even on the Independence Day event as well, she was not invited by the state government to hoist the national flag. She was not, her governor's address was in fact dropped in the assembly session. There is an assembly session that is going to resume on the 12th and 13th as well. Even in that, the ceremonial address was not done. She says even a collector does not visit her office, and she also went on to say that despite extending invitations to the state government for various programs and initiatives taken by her office, there has been a cold shoulder that has been given out by Chandrasekhar Rao's government. She also went on to mention the fact that this is not happening in one or two occasions. This has happened multiple times in the past, and it only goes on to show how a constitutional authority like the governor's office is time and again being insulted allegedly by the TRS government.
Right, Swastika, also to particularly pinpoint at one of the events that led to this latest escalation is also the Independence Day program that was organized at the governor's residence, and that the CM actually decided to skip the event that was hosted by the Telangana governor. If you could throw more light on this particular incident that took place.
That's right. The Chief Minister's office, in fact, had informed that the Chief Minister himself would be there at the event, and the Chief Secretary would also be there along with a couple of other ministers. including the Telangana Chief Minister's son, K.T. Rama Rao, who is the TRS working president, as well as the IT minister here. However, as a last-minute suspense, the governor says she was not informed that the chief minister wouldn't be able to attend the event, and even now she maintains that there has been no formal, reason why as to CM could not attend the event, considering on the same day the CM himself had a big event that he conducted at Golconda. In addition to that, the governor also took swipes at the Telangana government over a lot of issues. Remember, there have been a series of food poisoning incidents, mainly at IIIT Basra, where we saw protests carried out by the students over the poor infrastructure. He said that if the state government itself does not look into these matters, as a constitutional authority, it is her duty to go to different places. And she was responding as a direct attack against Telangana Minister K.T. Rama Rao, who said that the governor is acting more like a BJP agent than as the head of the state. In response to that, the governor said, it is my duty to go to the people because the governor is also somebody who the people look up to. She also said that this is not Raj Bhavan, they should be named as Praja Bhavan, meaning a place where even the common man comes and gets to have an audience with the governor. So these kind of allegations have been going back and forth. Of course, with the latest attack, we are waiting for an official reaction from the TRS side. However, as we run up to the election, it is only going to escalate the way the political scenario here is heating up.
It's interesting that you mentioned that the entire situation might just escalate, taking the political scenario and the upcoming elections into consideration. Having said that, what has been the kind of reaction that has come in from the BJP? Has the governor won any kind of support, or has she been lent any support by the BJP?
Well, Telangana BJP President Bandi Sanjay Kumar, remember in the past, had hit out at the Telangana government here for insulting the institution of the governor's office. And remember, a couple of days ago, even over the matter where Bandi Sanjay was allegedly illegally detained in Changaon, a couple of days ago, when it coincided with the entire Raja Singh hate trial speech episode, that is when a representative of the BJP leaders here, led by Union Minister Kishan Reddy, met with the governor, and that is when we are also given to understand that the governor also was apprised of the situation of how the so-called dictatorial government here at the Telangana, heading the Telangana government here, led by the TRS, was trying to muzzle independent voices. So there have been this kind of support coming out. But of course, the governor says that she's not here fighting any issues on her own. Right. She says that I don't care about whatever has been happening, but the office of the governor should not be insulted. And that is something we are also understanding that she took up with Home Minister Amit Shah as well in a past meeting.
Absolutely. And remember, this timing could be very crucial at a time when the BJP is trying to make inroads into Telangana. This incident could well place KCR on the back foot. Many thanks to you, Swastika, for putting that story into perspective for us. And with that, we slip into a quick break as news and updates follow on the other side.
Experienced any issues with his engine prior to the fire and had not suffered any damage to his car in the race. Harvick said it's another safety problem with the next-gen car that NASCAR must fix.
And a woman from Ohio in the US had to make an embarrassing phone call to 911 from her smartwatch after she got stuck upside down while exercising at the gym. We leave you with this.
I couldn't look up the non-emergency number, but I am in Berea. Sorry, I'm on my watch. There's only like one other person at the gym, and I got stuck in this, you know, that backboard thing that like flips back. And oh dear Lord, my ankles are burning.
Are you rescuing me?
Just easiest rescue ever.
There you go.
Pet dogs biting strangers in elevators is becoming a regular occurrence. Here's a video of the latest.
This time, it happened in an apartment complex in Noida. A young man holds the dog by the leash while another stands at a distance near the elevator door. But While exiting the elevator, the dog lunges at the man, who falls down on the floor. It's unclear whether he was bitten. The owner then drags the dog out of the elevator. This latest video comes a day after a viral clip of a pet dog biting a young boy in the elevator of an apartment in Ghaziabad. The boy was seen visibly in pain, but the dog owner just looked on and didn't even bother to check up on the kid. The Ghaziabad police registered a case based on a complaint filed by the boy's parents.
The running battle between the Delhi government and Delhi LG took another turn today. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh literally tore up a defamation notice sent by VK Saxena saying he won't be cowed down by a corrupt coward. Aam Aadmi Party had accused the LG of a 1400 crore scam when he was the KVIC chief, to which sent a notice for derogatory malicious charges. Meanwhile, the Delhi LG has received a complaint against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The complainant alleges that Kejriwal sold 3 plots of land for over 4 crore and showed on papers a grossly undervalued price of 72 lakhs. As per the complainant, in fact, Mr. Kejriwal duped the exchequer of over 25 lakh in stamp duty and over 76 lakhs as capital gains tax. Now let's take a look at the revamped Central Vista Avenue, which will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi tomorrow.
It's a bird's eye view of the brand new Central Vista Avenue. It's visibly wider, cleaner and greener. Delhi's power corridor will now have an all-new look. The redeveloped Central Vista Avenue, which stretches from Vijay Chowk to the India Gate.
I'm standing in Vijay Chowk area, and this particular road onto which I'm walking as of now used to be identified as Rajpath, but now it has been renamed as Kartavya Path. This stretch joins the 2 iconic buildings. One is Rashtrapati Bhavan and the other one is, of course, the India Gate.
Prime Minister Modi's dream project is all set to be open for public use on the 8th of September.
So at 7 p.m. tomorrow is when the Prime Minister will be formally unveiling it. Another Bengal minister is under CBI scanner. The agency raided multiple properties of Law Minister Malloy Ghatak in connection with an alleged coal smuggling scam. The ED has lodged a case under the money laundering law based on a CBI FIR. Ghatak has appeared for questioning before the ED at least once. The Income Tax Department conducted pan-India raids over the funding of registered but unrecognized political parties. Sources tell CNN News18 that raids were also carried out at the Delhi office of think tank Center for Policy Research, which is allegedly linked to funding of political parties.
Officers of income tax have raided an office of a Supreme Court lawyer, that is Abhishek Krishna. This comes in the back.
Welcome back. Let's dive into this news segment with some breaking inputs coming in on the Aam Aadmi Party. We are now learning that the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have now reached the CBI headquarters in Delhi. This is the latest we are now bringing to you. Remember, just a week ago, the Aam Aadmi Party had landed outside the CBI headquarters to do dharna. Back then, it was to probe BJP's Operation Lotus. But a lot, remember, has happened ever since that dharna took place. There have been those crucial CBI raids that took place against Manish Sisodia. Remember, the CBI had raided on Manish Sisodia, and following which the opposition had slammed the Aam Aadmi Party for not doing enough as far as the Aam Aadmi Party workers and the CBI and the ED raids were concerned. And the latest we are now bringing to you are these visuals. As you can see, the Aam Aadmi Party has landed outside the CBI headquarters. For more details, let's quickly go across to our correspondent Rupashri, who will bring us the details. Rupashri, why are the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs currently stationed outside the CBI headquarters today?
Well, very quickly, let me tell you the immediate news point over here. Aam Aadmi Party MLAs Saurabh Bhardwaj and Durgesh Pathak have already gone inside the CBI headquarters, and very likely they are going to submit the complaint that they have written in a letterhead at the reception of the CBI headquarters, take a receiving formally from the reception itself, and then come back over here. Unlike last time when Aam Aadmi Party MLAs had actually had to sit down on the road on a dharna before they could enter the CBI headquarters and submit their complaint about an investigation into the alleged Operation Lotus formally to the CBI. Now today the Aam Aadmi Party is approaching the CBI with a complaint or with a demand for investigation into what it has termed as the alleged corruption in the scheme for nutrition for women in Madhya Pradesh, and clearly they are targeting Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan and through him Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now I have with me Aam Aadmi Party MLA Rituraj. Let's try and find out what is the party wanting from here and over here, and what are the demands. Rituraj जी ये बताइए कि क्या डिमांड करने के लिए आए हैं यहाँ पर आज?
प्रधानमंत्री जी लाल किला से खड़ा होकर कहते हैं कि देशवासियों हमारा साथ दो, मैं भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ना चाहता हूं। आज हम सीबीआई हेडक्वार्टर पर ये बताने के लिए आए हैं कि मध्य प्रदेश जो कि कुपोषित स्टेट्स की लिस्ट में तीसरे नंबर पे आता है, और वहां पर में जो पोषण के नाम पर 2,500 करोड़ का जो स्कीम है उसमें इतना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है, ये कोई आरोप नहीं है, ये ऑडिटर जनरल की रिपोर्ट है। तो इसमें ये कहा गया है,
सीबीआई से क्या चाहते हैं? सीबीआई से क्या
चाहते हैं कि इसकी निष्पक्ष जांच हो, और जब तक जांच नहीं हो जाती है, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी नहीं हो जाता है, वहां के मुख्यमंत्री को इमीडिएटली वहां से हटाया जाए, इसकी निष्पक्ष जांच हो, देशवासियों के सामने, लाल किला से बोलने से नहीं होगा।
बीजेपी का भी तो ये डिमांड है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर अरविंद केजरीवाल मनीष सिसोदिया जी को हटाएं, और कल भी एलजी का ऑफिस से सोर्सेज ने कहा है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर्स के जो डीलिंग्स है, लैंड डीलिंग्स, उसके ऊपर भी सवाल हैं।
ये बात जो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये सड़क पर खड़ा होकर के आरोप नहीं लगा रहे हैं, ऑडिटर जनरल का रिपोर्ट है कि ट्रक के जगह पर स्कूटर का नंबर है, और सबसे बड़ी बात है 36 लाख लोगों का जो लिस्ट बनाया गया है वो फर्जी है। स्कूल के टीचर्स कह रहे हैं।
What about the charges against the Aam Aadmi Party and its MLAs?
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के अगेंस्ट जो चार्जेस लगाया उसके लिए तो क्लीन चिट सीबीआई ने भी दे दिया।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑन है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑन है।
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ कि मुख्यमंत्री के घर में मफलर मिला, डिप्टी सीएम के घर में स्वेटर मिला, आपको क्या मिला? लेकिन सवाल ये है कि ऑडिटर जनरल के रिपोर्ट कहती है कि 2,500 करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया। अरे इसकी जांच तो कराओ। व्यापम में घोटाला हुआ, 50 लोग मर गए, आज तक का पत्रकार मर गया, उसकी जांच अभी तक दबा के रखा हुआ है। ये चारा घोटाला से बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार है, ये व्यापम से बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार है, इसकी जांच कराओ, इसी के लिए विधायक आए हैं।
So there you heard Aam Aadmi Party MLA Rituraj extremely aggressive on his demands for an investigation into what he has termed as a corruption over there, but clearly not answering questions about BJP's demands on the Aam Aadmi Party that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal also sack his own ministers who are tainted.
All right, Rupashi, thank you so much for bringing in all those inputs and for bringing us all those live updates from outside the CBI headquarters. And with that, let's now shift our focus over to the plight of Bengaluru. The floods have been receding, but that clearly doesn't seem to be enough, as the flood havoc still continues in the IT capital of the country. So, the IT capital of India continues to remain inundated. The ongoing crisis in the city has only exposed the nexus between the builders and the political class of Karnataka. Despite the orders issued by the National Green Tribunal and the Supreme Court, the Mantri Special Economic Zone stands on the Bellandur Lake wasteland and is yet to be demolished. The NGT had ordered the recovery of 100 acres of Bellandur wetlands. Apart from this, the penalty that was imposed of 130 crore rupees has still not been collected from Mantri builders till today. Now, today another life was also lost in the floods. A woman died after her house collapsed. Meanwhile, former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has visited the flood-affected area of the city in order to take stock of the situation.
The administration is with the helm of affairs are in the hands of the chief minister and the BJP today, the Karnataka state as well as the government of India. Why they are not following the law of this land is the question mark today. The same matter what you are talking about, Mantri's SEZ project, which was been sanctioned in 2016, but it was questioned in the NGT matters, and NGT had passed an order for clearance and safeguard the wetland of Bellandur Lake. The same thing was contested in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave an order on 2020, and they are in the power today. Let them at least listen to Supreme Court orders. What did the Supreme Court order say? To recover and penalize the people who have encroached upon environmental clearances, because the government is supposed to be following the norms of the Supreme Court order or the Constitution of India.
In our period, I have identified, I have surveyed the encroachment of Rajkalwa. There are about 191,953 encroachments were there. Our government has cleared 1,300 encroachments. What is the remaining encroachments? 653. Why? What this government is doing? They are making these false allegations against the previous government. Definitely, the brand Bengaluru is affected.
All right, let's try and get in a sense of perspective on this news story, and for that I'm joined in by our correspondent Ritu, who's joining us live right now. Ritu, the Bellandur Lake wasteland is yet another shocking and stark example of the Bommai government's corruption.
Yes, exactly. You have pointed out right, but that's not the case over there as well. But the whole point is about what the state government is doing after NGT and Supreme Court giving an order about the demolition as well as about the penalty collection. You see this new action that is being taken from the state government. Is that the state government is trying to save, or why is that the state government is also trying to save this particular developer, because the Mantri Square developer is already under scanner. He is already facing a lot of issues with the ED as well. But that's the thing that we are seeing here. But you see, the time went back. It's been a long time, almost like 2016 that the issue started. But till date, there has been no action that has been taken. But on the other side, the environmentalists are saying that it's the wetland. And the Bellandur Lake and Vattur Lake is two such big lakes in and around the IT city that has to be preserved and restored at any cost, because the value of the wetland, the state government does not know about it, because the minerals that it produces, it's very important to save that environment, and especially that particular area as well, for which the state government is not taking an action. The team, the NGT team as well, who had again tried reminding the state government about the situation and how important is that wetland for the IT city. Even after constant reminders as well, you see there's no step that has been taken from the state government side.
Right. As far as the Green Tribunal is concerned, I'd like you to throw more light, Ritu, on what the Green Tribunal has actually stated and how much action has been taken in terms of what was stated by the tribunal.
Yes, so NGT team, after the team took up this work in specifically, they had tried reminding the state government about the kind of a significant role that area near the Bengaluru lake it plays, and what kind of minerals it also has, and how important it is for the IT city too, and any kind of an illegal structure that will be built near the Bengaluru lake will be very much harmful for the Bengalurians. So that has been a word that was been put out from the NGT team, but no action were been taken. But even after that, the team still stick to their words and had tried reminding the state government. We also spoke to the environmentalist, who was part of that NGT team. He also said that it's been quite a long time, but where the state government is busy in playing the politics and not saving the environment will cost them very heavy. But yes, because the state, Karnataka specifically and Bengaluru in specifically, it's been known for its cool weather and for a lot of reasons where people like coming in and visiting Bengaluru city, but this will all might turn out to be a nightmare one day if the state government does not take strict action and save this wetland.
Absolutely, especially at a time when the entire IT city has been flooded. Many thanks to you for Ritu for bringing in all those details. And with that, let's also play in some reactions that have poured in.
In 2020, the Supreme Court said that certain developers along the wetland in Bengaluru Lake, they should be demolished. 2 years on, do you think there's nexus between the current state government and the real estate developers?
I think whatever is the reality, anyone has violated, the government should be very firm in handling. And also, look at how to solve problems. Unfortunately, the government today in Karnataka, Bangalore has been completely swept aside, not only in terms of the flooding, but in terms of getting attention from the government. There is no planning, no consultation, no vision. It's only they get some funds, they allocate the funds to all BJP MLAs majorly, and most of the funds are being looted. So there's nothing that is being done for Bangalore. It's just a money-making racket, and there's no governance because the portfolio is with the Chief Minister. There is no district in charge minister, and the bureaucrats are running this state, the city. There is no elected body. There no elections have been held in the BBMP. So this is a sad state of affairs, and they are directly responsible for this.
With that, it's time to slip into a quick break as more news and updates will follow on the other side. Stay with us at CNN News 18.
I'm very happy we found the time to go.
But before their arrival, members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal gathered at the temple's VIP entrance and held black flags. They were objecting to a comment that Ranbir Kapoor had made many years ago about eating beef. The police had to use batons to bring the crowd under control. But given the volatile situation, the lead actors decided to fly back to Mumbai without the darshan.
Madhya Pradesh mein, I'll just tell you a thing. I was feeling really bad that honestly Ranbir and Alia did not come with me for darshan to Mahakaleshwar temple. But when we reached there and we heard about this, I felt a little bit that let me go alone.
When things were under control, Brahmastra director Ayan Mukherjee visited the temple alone and performed the puja.
A bridge in Democratic Republic of Congo collapsed as officials gathered to inaugurate it. As soon as the ribbon was cut, the bridge caved in with the officials still on the structure. Security personnel immediately rushed to the spot to rescue the delegates from the falling bridge. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping will be at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Uzbekistan next week. The two leaders had last met in February, weeks before Russia invaded Ukraine. The meeting will be closely watched because Moscow and Beijing have increasingly aligned their foreign policies over the years. Taiwan's military is showing off its mettle with 2 straight days of drills.
Taiwanese fighter jets rode overhead, launching flares in the air. Apache assault helicopters fired 33mm chain guns and rockets. Troops also fired javelin anti-tank weapons, pounding targets. After weeks of saber-rattling by China, Taiwan is flexing its military might with 2 days of drills in Pingtung. Tensions came to a head after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited the island. Taiwan is a self-ruled island, but China sees it as a breakaway province. So after Pelosi's visit, China held unprecedented military drills near Taiwan, launching ballistic missiles and sending ships into the Taiwan Strait.
And here's how Australian tennis star Nick Kyrgios reacted when he lost in 5 sets in the US Open quarterfinals. He took his frustration out on his racket, smashing it on the ground repeatedly before throwing it with force. He then went on to pick up another racket and hurled that to the ground as well. A NASCAR driver's hopes literally went up in flames.
Kevin Harvick's car caught fire on lap 276 in the final stage of the Darlington Raceway. Fire emerged out of both sides from beneath Harvick's Ford car. Harvick continued for a couple of laps, but then the flames got bigger. So he had no choice but to pull the car on the grass and jump out to safety.
The thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before. The left out the pipes is a new.
Harvick says he had not experienced any issues with his engine prior to the fire and had not suffered any damage to his car in the race. Harvick said it's another safety problem with the next-gen car that NASCAR must fix.
And a woman from Ohio in the US had to make an embarrassing phone call to 911 from her smartwatch after she got stuck upside down while exercising at the gym. We leave you with this.
I could look up the non-emergency number, but I am in Korea. Sorry, I'm on my watch. There's only like one other person at the gym, and I got stuck in this, you know, that backboard thing that like flips back. And oh dear Lord, my ankles are burning.
Are you ready?
Just easiest rescue ever.
There you go.
Pet dogs biting strangers in elevators is becoming a regular occurrence. Here's a video of the latest.
This time, it happened in an apartment complex in Noida. A young man holds the dog by the leash while another stands at a distance near the elevator door. But while exiting the elevator, the dog lunges at the man, who falls down on the floor. It's unclear whether he was bitten. The owner then drags the dog out of the elevator. This latest video comes a day after a viral clip of a pet dog biting a young boy in the elevator of an apartment in Ghaziabad. The boy was seen visibly in pain, but the dog owner just looked on and didn't even bother to check up on the kid. The Ghaziabad police registered a case based on a complaint filed by the boy's parents.
The running battle between the Delhi government and Delhi LG took another turn today. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh literally tore up a defamation notice sent by VK Saxena saying he won't be cowed down by a corrupt coward. Aam Aadmi Party had accused the LG of a 1400 crore scam when he was the KVIC chief, to which sent a notice for derogatory malicious charges. Meanwhile, the Delhi LG has received a complaint against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
Welcome back. We are getting in some breaking news from Mumbai as politics over the 1993 Mumbai blasts convict Yaqub Memon's grave continues after the BJP hit out at the Uddhav Thackeray camp for beautifying Memon's grave during MVA's tenure. Sena has now stepped out and said that the controversy is purposely created by the BJP only to show that Shiv Sena is anti-Hindu. This is the latest that we are bringing to you on this entire controversy. Let's also listen in to some political reaction.
Well, this controversy has been purposely created and now it is being whipped up, just to show that Shiv Sena is anti-Hindu, supporting Yaqub. Now, I here ask Mr. Devendra Fadnavis a question. You were a CM then when Yaqub was hanged to death as a punishment. Now, why did the government, Devendra Fadnavis government, hand over the body of Yaqub to his relatives? The government that time should have taken a decision not to hand over the body of Yaqub to the relatives. So there wouldn't have been a question. they are just want to blame the BMC and the Thackeray government for every little thing that has happened in the past or is going to happen.
Let's try and get in a sense of perspective on this news story, and for that I'm joined in by Mumbai Bureau Chief Vinaya Deshpande on the phone line. Vinaya, the Shiv Sena's defence is of course coming across as too little too late, considering why didn't the Uddhav Thackeray government earlier speak up when the grave was being converted into a shrine?
Well, Akanksha, we have seen that since morning, a lot of controversy has happened over this. In fact, when reporters did go to Bada Kabristan, there are official records as well in which the officials of Bada Kabristan, which is privately run and for which permissions are to be taken from the BMC, claimed that there was no effort to change the grave into a tomb as was claimed by the BJP. In fact, the officials of the Bada Kabristan said that since there was some kind of a withering or wear and tear of the tomb, of the grave, I beg your pardon, that is why the distant family members had taken permission to make amends to it. Lights were installed. So this is the statement that is coming in from the Bada Kabristan. Meanwhile, the BJP has raised the issue and has said that this is clearly something that is turning a terrorist into a hero, questioning the patriotism of the Shiv Sena primarily and also of the Congress and the NCP. The Shiv Sena has hit back saying this is nothing but an agenda of the BJP to try and provoke riots on religious basis, and also like Manisha Kayande said, that when Yaqub Memon was hanged because of terrorist activities during the tenure of Devendra Fadnavis as the chief minister, then as per law, the body should not have been handed over to the family in the first place.
All right, Vinaya, stay with us because I'm also joined in by Mr. Ram Kadam of the BJP. Remember, he's been very vociferous on this entire issue. Mr. Kadam, how would you like to react to the kind of defense that has come in from the Shiv Sena? They're saying that the BJP is deliberately trying to create this into a controversy.
This is absolutely ludicrous. It is not acceptable at all. Who was Yaqub Memon? He was a terrorist, and under the instruction of Pakistan, he had been involved in bomb blast, whereas several people have died, and still Shiv Sena is defending. What is the logic? It's a sheer hypocrisy. Yaqub's kabar cannot be converted into shrine, and they have been trying to do that. So instead of coming forward and apologize to the country, they have been defending. When Uddhav was in power, that time it happened. And as you know that, additional Director General cadre one IPS officer every day, morning and evening, is supposed to give all the details to the CM, whatever happened in the state. So why this information? After receiving the information, why Uddhav has not taken call? This is our question. And whereas this is all about one terrorist, uski jaykara nahi ho sakti. Will not accept this. So Uddhav should come forward. He should take the responsibility. He cannot shrug the shoulders. And he should apologize.
How do you react, Ram Kadam, to the argument that is being presented by Shiv Sena when they say that it is not our party that is to be blamed and that it was the family members of Memon who wanted to beautify the grave of Memon?
This is absolutely not acceptable. As I said, when Uddhav Thackeray was the chief minister, under his leadership, he has to take the responsibility. It happened during that time. So even though he wants to be a CM, but he does not want to take responsibility. It cannot work both the ways. He should accept the responsibility.
Do you think that the Shiv Sena is now turning anti-Hindu, or was that always their face and they are now trying to appease the minorities in Maharashtra?
they should feel shameful for this incident. We don't feel they are Sena. They are Penguin Sena. We call them Penguin Sena because the real Shiv Sena is leading Eknath Shinde is leading that real Shiv Sena, who have been continue with the ideology of late Balasaheb Thackeray. This under the Uddhav, this Sena is a Penguin Sena. They have been not following Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva. They have been indulging into many things. During his tenure, we have seen that there are two ministers who are there behind the bars. This is one thing. One of the ex-Mumbai police commissioner, he is also behind the bars. They were indulged into Vasuli scam. We have seen that. So he doesn't want to take any responsibility. Being a CM, then who will take this responsibility? When Shiv Sena's leader was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, during his tenure, everything this happened. And this is not a small thing. It's not a small issue. It's about the party line. It's about our nation.
All right, Mr. Ramkadam, many thanks to you for sharing in your inputs with us here at CNN News 18.
Congress leadership issues is not something that is the figment of my imagination. These are real issues facing the Congress party. Just because somebody talks about it doesn't mean that you'll start hurting their personal and professional credibility.
This is the problem in our system. In our system, you can catch the individual, you can't get the money back. And that's what individuals and entities, political parties, etc. are making use of.
Can you today with a degree of certainty say that Mr. Gandhi is going to contest to be the next president of the Congress party? Because if he is not, then all that he is doing is taking away attention from whoever the next president of the Congress party is going to be.
The easiest solution that the BBMP has taken so far is destroy the slums, but the builders, they have been given a free run. The political class is appearing to be subservient to the money power of the builder mafia.
Thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. We are beginning the top of 3 with some breaking news that's coming in. Now, students in the MAM college in Jammu have been held, in fact, they have held a protest today as they alleged that some students, in fact, raised pro-Pakistan slogans in the college hostel last night. Trying to ascertain more details about it, but meanwhile, let's listen into the reactions that are coming in from the MAM college in Jammu.
प्रिंसिपल के सामने जब स्टूडेंट कंप्लेंट देने आते हैं तो उन स्टूडेंट को, हॉस्टल के स्टूडेंट को मारने का काम आउटसाइडर करते हैं, आउटसाइडर द्वारा मारा जाता है। और जिसका विरोध विद्यार्थी परिषद इसका विरोध करती है। कैंपस के अंदर कभी भी हम इस प्रकार की चीज़ों को जो है वायलेंस को हम कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते। हम जम्मू के एसएसपी से, यहाँ के डिविजनल कमिश्नर और डिप्टी कमिश्नर से ये कहना चाहेंगे कि कैंपस की सिक्योरिटी क्या इस प्रकार से हमारी चलेगी, कोई भी आउटसाइडर आता है। इसलिए हमारी यह मांग है कि उन आउटसाइडर को भी आइडेंटिफाई किया जाए, उन आउटसाइडर के खिलाफ भी सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। और इसी के साथ साथ जो स्टूडेंट उस पूरे जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद के नारे लगाए उनके खिलाफ भी सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई हो, ताकि हमारे कैंपस के माहौल को कोई भी छात्र या कोई भी व्यक्ति, कोई भी इस प्रकार का व्यक्ति खराब ना करे। हमारी यह स्पष्ट मांग है।
कोई कल वहाँ पर इश्यूज रेज हुए थे, एंटी नेशनल कुछ स्लोगन्स रेज किए थे कुछ स्टूडेंट्स ने, तो उसके बारे में कंप्लेंट जो हमारे पास अभी स्टूडेंट्स ने रिटन कंप्लेंट, पहले तो वर्बली थी और अभी आज मेरे पास एक रिटन कंप्लेंट आई है। तो उसी जैसे ही मुझे ये पता चला कि कुछ ऐसी प्रॉब्लम हुई है, तो हमने जो इंटरनल कॉलेज की डिसिप्लिन कमेटी होती है उनकी मीटिंग, वो सभी मेंबर्स यहाँ पर बैठे हैं। उसको जो भी फैक्चुअल पोजीशन, जो भी कमेटी की रिपोर्ट होगी उसके अकॉर्डिंगली हम जो एक्शन जो रिक्वायर्ड होगा वो रिकमेंड करेंगे उस स्टूडेंट के अगेंस्ट जिसने भी ये ऐसी हरकत की है।
My colleague Mufti now joins me on the broadcast. Mufti, first take us through what exactly has happened at the MAM college.
You heard the students saying that there were some slogans yesterday which were raised by some of the students in the main campus of Maulana Azad Memorial College. This is in the heart of Jammu, this college, and clearly what had happened was when in that Afghanistan-Pakistan match, when Pakistan won, Some of the students raised pro-Pakistan slogans. This is what is now being talked about by the students, saying that, well, how can they do this? And in fact, today they took out the protest inside the campus, and then they went out on the streets of Jammu. They walked there, and then they also lodged a written complaint with the officials of the university, and at the same time demanded that the SSP of the city, SSP Jammu, should really investigate this case, and all those culprits who raised pro-Pakistan slogans should be brought to justice.
Mufti, why these reactions coming from Tamil Nadu, and the fact that ABVP is at the center of it all? Is there an allegation also that this could be politically motivated?
With cases like these, sometimes the political agents do come in and they prop up these kind of situations. We've seen it happening in most of the campuses also. A few days back, we heard similar kind of protests taking place in a Punjab college. Now, today, it's happened in Jammu College, where you heard the students saying actually that, these people who raised those slogans, they should be taken to task. And that's why they raised a complaint with the university, with the college administration, as well as they demanded that action should be taken, those people should be identified. And that's why we saw ruckus really breaking out in that campus, which otherwise is a very peaceful place.
All right. Mufti Isla, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. So apparently there were some pro-Pakistan slogans that was raised in the Maulana Azad Medical College in Jammu last night after that cricket match between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And these are the very allegations by the ABVP that have been leveled against certain students who allegedly raised those slogans. We are trying to track all the developments concerning this big story. However, we are shifting focus to the next big one that we are tracking. This one's coming from Jharkhand. There has been a shocker from Jharkhand as amid a spate of incidents in Dumka, now the local MLA there, and also who happens to be Chief Minister Hemant Soren's brother, Basant Soren, met with the families of the girls who have in fact died because after the rape incidents that have been reported out of Jharkhand. Now, when asked for his reaction over the death and also on his Delhi visit, he ended up telling the reporters that, and I quote him here, that he had run out of undergarments. That is the kind of audacity that was on display, sort of over smartness. We do not know what really led to Mr. Basant Soren say all this, but let's listen into what exactly did he react to and how did he respond to when the reporters asked him that question.
हाँ गए थे एक्चुअली हम पिछले ये भी बताए थे कि एक्चुअली मेरे अंडरगारमेंट्स कम हो गए थे तो अंडरगारमेंट्स खरीदने में दिल्ली चला गया था। दिल्ली से लाते हैं? हाँ हम दिल्ली से लाते हैं।
My colleague Saurav now joins me on the broadcast. Saurav, is there any sort of reaction that has now come in after this controversial statement that's been made by Mr. Basant Soren? And clearly now Hemant Soren has a lot of defending to do because this is his brother in question.
Yes, and see, when we heard the bite of Basant Soren, we can't see any kind of remorse on his face for what he has spoken. See how insensitive he is when back-to-back crimes are happening in his district. In fact, the whole of Jharkhand is on the boil right now when the crimes are reported from all corners, of especially the atrocities against tribals is being exposed in the last 15 days. And when Ankita died on 28th of August, and then soon after that, 5 days, a 14-year minor-old girl who was 8 to 10 weeks pregnant, she was hanged from a tree by a Muslim guy, and so such kind of atrocities is being witnessed in his district, and the words coming out is very distasteful, I would say, and it was very unwanted by a legislator, and especially he's he's the brother of the chief minister of the state. In fact, we heard the chief minister himself giving such a distasteful statement. that these kinds of incidents are happening in the state, and he was not at all concerned about the crimes happening. And he was there is a pattern in which we see the clear case of misplaced priority, where the netas are trying to save their kursis instead of looking after the crimes in their constituencies. Now after 12 to 15 days, because the first incident that was reported was on 28th of August, and today is 8th. So after 10-12 days, this neta had got the time to go to his constituency, visit the family, and then giving such a statement was quite a big shocker, and it was a very distasteful statement.
Absolutely.
Now the BJP, in fact, yes, now the BJP leaders have started slamming the statement of Basant Soren, and they are demanding the resignation not only of Basant Soren but also of Hemant Soren on moral grounds.
Oh, absolutely.
And,
in fact, we are putting exactly that out for our viewers, as BJP has now hit out at the Sorens for their insensitive remarks over the Dumka horrors that have been reported out of the state of Jharkhand. So BJP out there accusing both the Soren brothers of their insensitive remarks, because it's not just Basant Soren who said what he said at the moment. Even a few days ago, Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, had ended up saying that these incidents keep happening. There is nothing new about it. Now, BJP has gone on to say that this exposes the true mindset of the JMM Congress government.
This statement of Mr. Soren, the first family of politics in Jharkhand, the statement of the brother of the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, reflects not only the insensitive mindset of the Jharkhand government, but actually the true chehra and character of the JMM. At the time when Ankita needed the Jharkhand government to airlift her and send her to Delhi for treatment, the government, which could send stone pelters to Delhi, could not make any arrangements for Ankita because they were busy shopping for undergarments in Delhi. At the time when the tribal girl in Dumka, who faced injustice, wanted protection and security from the Jharkhand government was busy shopping for undergarments in Delhi.
Taking it back to my colleague Saurav, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Saurav, is this even an argument that Hemant Soren can defend, considering his brother has made such distasteful comments, and there, when he'd gone to meet with the family members of the victim, this is something that is absolutely uncalled for?
Yes, it is, because see, the Hemant Soren had made a very lame statement when asked by the reporters on Ankita Singh and the other crimes that were happening in the state. He said that these kinds of incidents are happening and we can't do anything about it. These are all accidents and nobody can stop it. So the statement coming after Hemant Soren, and then it was obvious by his brother, who is a legislator from Dumka, because it shows the mindset of JMM. Though they claim that this is the party of the tribals and they care about the welfare of the tribals, but on the ground, when it is exposed, it's clearly exposed that this party is not at all worried about the condition of the tribals in the states, and because of that, this is the result that the MLA from Dumka, who was, actually buying undergarments in Delhi when Ankita was on the hospital bed and fighting for her life. And we saw on, 27th, just a day before Ankita died in Rims Ranchi, he came back to Ranchi from Delhi, attended a gala picnic over there in Latratu Dam, and soon after 2 days, all the MLAs, including Basant Soren, flew to a luxurious resort in Raipur. So a clear case of misplaced priority and a very insensitive remark, especially on the tribals who are a victim of atrocities. And in fact, the BJP also they are demanding a fair probe into these matters, because the crimes that are happening has they all have a pattern. First it's love jihad, then conversion, and then the anti-national activities that takes place. So the BJP they are saying that there should be an NIA probe.
In fact, the fact that Basant Soren has responded in the manner that he did, there is nothing can go ahead and defend it. Now, the point is that it was distasteful, it was crass, he was trying to be over smart. There are no two ways about it. Let's open this to our audiences who are now joining us also on the broadcast. Have Sorens let our betis down? That's the big question that we are asking on CNN News 18. Call us, share your views. We have flashed those numbers on your screen. You can call us there and tell us what you feel about what is the situation that is coming out of Jharkhand. Saurav, there was a very important point that you were making about BJP now demanding a fresh probe. However, we are talking about the people who are in power in the state of Jharkhand. There is not one instance that has come out. There are one too many. And instead of actually taking stock of the situation, how can the Sorens be that callous? That is the big question.
Yes.
There seems to be some problem with Saurav's link. We'll try and fix that for you. Meanwhile, this is what has come out of Jharkhand. Now, when asked, Basant Soren, who was there in Jharkhand in Dumka, remember he's the MLA from Dumka, he was there to meet with the victims' family. The victims, the two girls who allegedly were raped, later killed, and also Ankita, who was set fire by the person who was stalking her. Now, these are the incidents that have been reported out of Dumka. When asked about what he was doing in Delhi, because he has just returned from Delhi, instead of giving a normal answer to a very, very normal question, he tries to be over smart and makes a reference on how he was there to buy underwear. This is something that is happening in the face of what is being witnessed out of Dumka. Charu Pragya joins me on the broadcast. Ms. Pragya, thank you so much for being a part of this discussion. What do you make of the callous remarks that have come out of Mr. Basant Soren?
Good afternoon. Mr. Soren's remarks are actually in continuation of the attitude JMM, its Chief Minister Hemant Soren have had towards this entire investigation, or basically in general towards politics, because they feel that they deserve this power. There is so much of arrogance. There is so much of not feeling sorry for anything that they have done. It is unheard of in the history of this country that the Chief Minister assigns an entire mind to himself. And when investigations start, everyone in his family, every single person in his family is so blatant and unapologetic about it. I think we need to keep in mind that the time of politicians like this is absolutely over. Strictest possible action, of course, will be taken against the entire Soren family, because there is nobody who remains innocent in this entire investigation that has gone on. But, you know, these remarks actually remind us how for the longest time our country has had leadership which does not believe in serving people. They are here to self-serve, not to serve the nation. It's sorry, and when I was listening to it, I was actually feeling really, really bad for the people of Jharkhand. They have shown so much of faith in choosing this government, and this is what they're giving them in return. Scams, making sure they're filling their own pockets. And then on top of every other thing in Hindi, it's what you call pehle chori, fir sina zori.
Charu, you know, the fact that there are so many hectic political developments that are emanating out of Jharkhand, the leaders were actually there in a resort in Raipur while their own state was suffering because of these back-to-back instances that were being reported out of it. When the Chief Minister decides to actually return to his state, he ends up saying that, you know, these instances unfortunately keep happening. That was how casual the approach was on camera once again. We're talking about the Chief Minister of the state. Now his brother goes ahead and makes this over-smart comment. Do you think the government in Jharkhand is becoming increasingly indefensible and, you know, not much can be said about defending these callous comments?
You know, I think the least which can be said by these politicians is sorry. They can begin with an apology.
Oh, absolutely.
And they can begin by showing people that they actually want to serve. Here, instead, we have a chief minister who's holidaying, and he's so casual about that holiday as if there is nothing which is going wrong. You know, it's not just these remarks of these politicians which is worrisome. It's also the way the state has been running in the last couple of years that's further worrisome. I already mentioned the mining scam. Apart from that, if you look at the number of Naxal attacks which have increased in the state of Jharkhand, the law and order situation which is every single day deteriorating, I don't think there is any day which goes by when we don't hear terrible news coming from Jharkhand. After that, it was followed with the news of the girl who was burnt alive in her own house while she was sleeping. And even with that, I don't think the government took a stand which is befitting.
Charu, what do you think? What is actually getting them to go towards this kind of brazenness? Why is it coming back to back, such statements coming out of the Sorens in this particular case?
You know, I think I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. They feel that there is nothing which can move them, shake them. They deserve this power, whether they do anything to maintain it or work for it or not. And this is what we mean when we say dynastic politics and dynastic political parties are very, very harmful for our country, because this is not a right which is owed to you. If you have been chosen by people, you owe it to them to put your best foot forward.
Do you think winning that trust vote and coming back from the Raipur resort and then going ahead calling in for a trust vote, ended up winning it? Do you think all of this put together is bringing them this kind of confidence or overconfidence that you're talking about?
See, I think the trust vote is a political issue. There could be many, many reasons for the trust vote going the way that it has gone, and we can have a very lengthy discussion on it. But the trust vote doesn't really mean much if the kind of statements issued by them and the kind of incidents that continue to happen under their noses go on. So it's not just the law and order situation or the Naxal situation or the women's security situation or mining scams. It is also the fact that the state is being led by people who are least interested in leading it, who'd rather take a holiday, who'd rather go underwear shopping and not just do it. They want to talk about it and show it off publicly.
Charu Pragya, I'd like to thank you for joining us on the broadcast. Let me actually now take this across to one of the callers who's joining us on CNN News 18. Vishwaroop joins us from Kolkata. Vishwaroop, please go ahead. What do you make of these statements coming out of a leader from Jharkhand?
Yeah, good afternoon, Griyaji. My name is Vishwadeep, actually. Anyway,
Vishwadeep, please. Good afternoon.
That's fine. You know, let me get into the technicality of the comment first. I mean, if that is so, if we had to run down to Delhi to buy innerwears, has the production of innerwears and undergarments gone down in Jharkhand? I mean, come on, I mean, this is weird. I mean, a politician being so insensitive, it has crossed the level of the Congress. The Congress back in 2019 said something about the 1984 Sikh riots. Bhai, hua to hua hai. To kya ho gaya? Hua to hua hai. I mean, it is something similar to that. I mean, how can a politician, go down, I mean, below the belt level?
Right. Vishwadeep, thank you so much for joining us. In fact, these are the kind of comments that we are now getting from people as we have opened our phone lines for them to respond to what they feel about these brazen statements that have come out of Jharkhand. Remember, we're talking about a state that has witnessed not one but two rape cases and deaths, and also a death of a girl where her alleged stalker had ended up burning her. So all of this coming out of Dumka, and the MLA from Dumka goes ahead and brazen it out when it comes to in front of the cameras, in front of the reporters. My colleague Saurav continues to be with us on the broadcast. Saurav, we just heard one of the callers. You know, he is talking about that brazenness that is very, very evident from the netas who think nothing can actually go ahead and get them out of power, possibly. What else explains this?
See, the trust vote that happened last week, in this week, was totally uncalled for. There was no, there was not any demand from opposition, or you say the court didn't interfere, neither the governor asked for the trust vote. The Hemant Soren government, he himself called all the legislators back from Raipur to Ranchi and had that vote of confidence. But that was a total, I would say it was a total waste of public's exchequer money that day that was spent, because that session was only and only for the trust vote, which was not called for. And if we talk about the PFI angle and other Bangladeshi angle into this these crimes that have been happening in Jharkhand, the Raghubar Das, who is the former CM of Jharkhand, he had specifically alleged that there should be an NIA probe into these incidents, because the modus operandi in all these incidents are almost same. First, a Hindu boy, a Muslim boy, approaches a Hindu girl, and especially a tribal girl, and then he asks her for his advances, and if the advances are not met, he kills her. So, that gives a strategic plan of what they are up to, what is alleged by BJP, saying that there are Bangladeshi organizations behind that these kinds of incidents, and so that the population of a minority which they want to convert the tribal population into a Muslim community over there, and then maybe that would be used for anti-national activities. These are the claims made by...
A lot of things emanating out of the state of Jharkhand and also Bihar, for that matter, with NIA investigations that are currently happening in the adjoining state Bihar also, like my colleague Saurav was mentioning. However, the focus remains the brazenness of the Sorens in this particular case. We continue to ask, have they let our betis down? Because so much has come out of Jharkhand, and yet the leaders and the chief minister continue to shirk all the responsibility when it comes to what they have to do about this. And what they do on camera is something which is absolutely shameful. Remember, we have opened our phone lines. We are in fact requesting you guys to call us and share your views on what you feel about the situation in Jharkhand. Meanwhile, we are slipping into a very short break and coming right back with more news and updates.
Congress leadership issues is not something that is the figment of my imagination. These are real issues facing the Congress party. Just because somebody talks about it doesn't mean that you'll start hurting their personal and professional credibility.
This is the problem in our system. In our system, you can catch the individual, you can't get the money back. And that's what individuals and entities, political parties, etc. are making use of.
Can you today with a degree of certainty say that Mr. Gandhi is going to contest to be the next president of the Congress party? Because if he is not, then all that he is doing is taking away attention from whoever the next president of the Congress party is going to be.
The easier solution that the BBMP has taken so far is destroy the slums, but the builders, they have been given a free run. The political class is appearing to be subservient to the money power of the builder mafia.
Dream project is all set to be open for public use on the 8th of September.
So at 7 p.m. tomorrow is when the Prime Minister will be formally unveiling it. Another Bengal minister is under CBI scanner. The agency raided multiple properties of Law Minister Malloy Ghatak in connection with an alleged coal smuggling scam. The ED has lodged a case under the money laundering law based on a CBI FIR. Ghatak has appeared for questioning before the ED at least once. The Income Tax Department conducted pan-India raids over the funding of registered but unrecognized political parties. Sources tell CNN News18 that raids were also carried out at the Delhi office of think tank Center for Policy Research, which is allegedly linked to funding of political parties.
Officers of income tax have raided an office of a Supreme Court lawyer, that is Abhishek Krishna. This comes in the backdrop of the report of the Election Commission of India, where they actually came out and said that the amount of money that has been siphoned off by these political parties as donations, that is something a big question mark.
And look at what happened when Bihar's Deputy Chief Minister Tejaswi Yadav made a surprise late-night visit to a Patna hospital.
Yadav, who's also Bihar's health minister, visited the Patna Medical College hospital late in the night. He found an unclaimed body lying in the corridor instead of the mortuary and stray animals roaming around inside the hospital. Tejashwi Yadav pointed out many irregularities and then visited the medical superintendent's office. But the official was getting ready to sleep. His bed was ready, complete with a mosquito net. In the wards, patients complained about unclean toilets and unavailability of senior doctors at night.
Senior doctor कोई नहीं था, दवा की व्यवस्था नहीं थी, साफ सफाई नहीं था, पेशेंट जो है वो उनको सुविधा नहीं मिल रही थी.
Yadav assured that he will fix all the issues.
And Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar continued his opposition outreach. Today he met NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. While speculation is rife about his future plans, Nitish maintains that he is in Delhi for the sake of opposition unity and is neither a claimant for the Prime Minister's job in 2024, nor does he desire it. The rains have subsided in Bengaluru, but the streets remain waterlogged. But is a government builder nexus behind this mess that we have witnessed in the city? CNN News 18 learns that the Karnataka government went soft on Bengaluru-based real estate firm Mantri Developers, which built an SEZ on the Bilandar Lake wetland. The SEZ is yet to be demolished despite NGT and Supreme Court orders.
We are outside the Bilandur wetlands, and what you see behind me is a 2,300 crore project that has been stopped by the NGT in 2016 and has asked the government to recover 130 crore rupees from the builders, Mantri Developers.
क्षेत्र का नाम कर्तव्य पथ करने का जो मायने है वो हर भारतीय के लिए है कि ये जो देश है, जो हमारी सबकी मातृभूमि है, उसके प्रति एक दूसरे के प्रति हम कर्तव्य बोध में बंधे रहें।
We are all set to witness the formal inauguration by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Welcome back. As we stand by for that inauguration of Kartavya Path by the Prime Minister of the country, politics over Netaji's statue seems to be ongoing. Now, this is the latest breaking news that we are getting for our viewers on the broadcast after Mamata Banerjee accused the centre of not properly inviting the West Bengal government for Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose's statue's inaugural ceremony. The BJP has now hit back at TMC chief, saying that she did nothing for Netaji's legacy, and when Prime Minister Modi takes a historic decision, she's just making attempts to sully the occasion. So this is the politics that has ensued. Remember, when Mamata Banerjee had spoken on how she was not properly invited to attend the inauguration ceremony of the Kartavya Path, in fact, of also the Netaji statue in Delhi today, she said that she is not going to be attending because, quote-unquote, the invite was not proper. She also goes on to say that the invite was sent via letter through a bureaucrat informing her about the event only in the evening, and she also alleged that she's not some servant that is going to be going because of an invitation by a bureaucrat that has to be sent in the right way. That is the allegation that Mamata Banerjee has made, and now we hear Amit Malviya has actually retorted to all those allegations, saying that she's trying to sully the occasion now that the Prime Minister is doing something when it comes to the historic decision of actually putting up Netaji's statue. That big unveiling is happening this evening. Amit Malviya is making that accusation. He is in fact joining us on the broadcast this evening. In fact, Ms. Malviya, thank you so much for being a part of this discussion. Mamata Banerjee says the invite is not proper. Now, you, of course, have put it out on Twitter saying that she's just trying to sully the occasion. Why do you think she's not coming?
Well, I don't know why Mamata Banerjee is not coming, and whether she comes or she doesn't, it does not take away from the occasion that for the first time after 75 years of independence, Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose's legacy is being honored the way it is being at the behest of Prime Minister Modi. Let's not forget that the place where Netaji's statue will be installed is the place where King George V's statue stood till about 1965. It was since then the demand for Netaji's statue to be installed in the heart of Delhi has been there. No Prime Minister, including several governments that Mamata Banerjee was part of, ever thought it appropriate to do so. Now that the Prime Minister has taken that decision, and it is a solemn occasion to have Mamata Banerjee come out and say that she's feeling bad. I don't know what is she feeling bad about. Just because Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose's legacy is being honored, why did she not do it? She's been the Chief Minister for 10 years. What has she done for preserving the legacy of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose in Bengal, for example? Nothing.
Mr. Malviya, what do you have to say on the fact that she says that she's kind of miffed because the invitation was sent to her through an undersecretary, and she also accuses the culture minister of not having done so?
Look, there are protocols in the government. There are no exceptions to those protocols. If Mamata Banerjee feels miffed at every small thing, then perhaps there's something wrong with her bloated ego more than the processes and the protocols that the government of India has for such occasions.
And the fact that she had her own event when it comes to Netaji's statue unveiling and of course commemorating him in Bengal, that is also happening on the very day when Kartavya Path is all set to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister.
Because she feels compelled to compete with the central government without realizing that in a federal structure it has to be a collaborative approach. And why was she waiting for the Prime Minister to unveil the statue on the day when he is dedicating the Kartavya Path to the country so that she could make a political point? This is how petty Mamata Banerjee actually is.
Mr. Malviya, one last question that I'd like you to answer. There's been so many allegations how Netaji's family is not going to be part of this inauguration as well. Why has that happened? Was the invite not sent? Have you spoken to the guys? Have they, said that they'd not be able to come because of a particular reason?
Netaji is a much, much taller leader than his family. He is the leader of the country, and I think the Prime Minister is doing the right thing by unveiling his statue in the heart of the capital and dedicating it to the country.
I asked you whether the family was invited or not, because that is also the allegation that the opposition is making against the centre.
Everybody was invited, particularly those who have had association with Netaji. It is for them to decide whether they want to be part of the occasion or not. Like Mamata Banerjee, she was invited. She chose not to come. Now nobody can force her to come.
So have they responded to it? Do we know about it? Why they could not make
Everybody who matters and is related to Netaji has been invited.
All right. Mr. Malviya, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Let's take this across to this ground report and also, in fact, my colleague Yash Goel, who spoke exclusively to the main sculptor of the Netaji statue, which is being unveiled by the Prime Minister later this evening. Let's first listen in to that interview and also of him elaborating on the features of the statue.
How you were approached to make this statue, like you received a call from the PM, or what happened, how it happened, how it all happened?
It was all started in the month of January, I think. 8 or 9 artisans from across India called to just to discuss So the discussion was that in the meeting is they want to build a Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose statue in stone. Then as what we call I'm more comfortable in stone as we are doing sculpting from generations. First of all, the biggest difference is we are trying to sculpt in a monolithic granite statue, which is one of the very difficult and hardest stone in the world. And it is more than a life-size statue. It weighs around 280 tons. So handling the stone itself is huge challenging. And
finding out Netaji in the granite rock, it's also very challenging. And the place which is installed is one of the historical places in India. So all that healthy pressure was there, healthy fear was there. So we have so many artists involved in this. So at the same time, we worked around 24 hours continuously. As I said, I can't believe that it was done.
Also joining me on the broadcast is Mr. Biswajit Deb of TMC. Mr. Deb, thank you so much for joining us on CNN News 18. Now, there is an allegation that has come from the BJP and they are accusing Mamata Banerjee of sullying this entire occasion before the big inaugural of not just Kartavya Path but also the unveiling of Netaji's statue this evening.
You see, Mamata Banerjee, they should not teach Mamata Banerjee how to respect Netaji and how to respect the freedom fighters of our country. Where was BJP when our predecessors, they fought the freedom battle, when Netaji Subhas Bose, Chittaranjan Das and the others, they fought this particular battle of independence? Where was BJP? BJP was nowhere around. BJP never cooperated with them. BJP never, joined them for any movement. Neither any of their leaders was sent to jail, or neither any one of them were killed by the British police and the British military. So BJP should not teach us what is patriotism and how to respect Netaji and other freedom fighters. Netaji is a legacy of the country. He is respected by all. We know that Netaji is in the heart of the people.
Right.
Netaji is in the heart of the people, and that is why Mamata Banerjee, before attending the political session of All India Trinamool Congress and Netaji Indoor Stadium in Calcutta today, she went and garlanded the Netaji statue and paid respect to her. The way she was
what
invited,
made her not accept the invite? Yes, Mr. Deb.
The way she was invited, this is not the proper way to invite a chief minister. Even the concerned department and its minister, they could not have they did not have the courtesy to extend the invitation to her. They should know the protocol.
When you say it was not proper,
they should know.
Mr. Deb, when you say the invitation was not given in a proper way, what do you mean by that? Because when I had a representative of the BJP, they are claiming that everything was done as per the procedure. Nothing has been done beyond procedure.
I'm sorry to say that nothing has been done as per procedure. Number one.
Okay.
Nothing has been done as per protocol. They should know the procedure, how to invite a chief minister. And Mamata Banerjee, they should not teach Mamata Banerjee patriotism and how to respect the freedom fighters and leaders of our country.
So you are saying that this was a deliberate disrespect of the West Bengal Chief Minister by inviting...
They deliberately did not want that Mamata Banerjee should participate, and that is why the invitation was done in a humiliating manner. They wanted to humiliate her.
All right,
but
Mr. Deb.
Humiliation will not be tolerated by the people of Bengal.
All right. All right, Mr. Biswajit Deb, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. So this is what is the word that's coming from the TMC. They claim that the way the BJP government decided to invite the West Bengal Chief Minister was humiliating because they have not followed procedure. BJP claims otherwise, and they say that Mamata Banerjee there is trying to sully this entire occasion of the inauguration of Kartavya Path and also Netaji's statue unveiling that will happen this evening. We'll leave it at that, slipping into a very short break here on CNN News 18 and coming right back with more news and updates.
Over the years, Taiwan's military is showing off its mettle with 2 straight days of drills.
Taiwanese fighter jets rode overhead, launching flares in the air. Apache assault helicopters fired 33mm chain guns and rockets. Troops also fired javelin anti-tank weapons, pounding targets. After weeks of saber-rattling by China, Taiwan is flexing its military might with 2 days of drills in Pingtung. Tensions came to a head after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited the island. Taiwan is a self-ruled island, but China sees it as a breakaway province. So after Pelosi's visit, China held unprecedented military drills near Taiwan, launching ballistic missiles and sending ships into the Taiwan Strait.
And here's how Australian tennis star Nick Kyrgios reacted when he lost in 5 sets in the US Open quarterfinals. He took his frustration out on his racket, smashing it on the ground repeatedly before throwing it with force. He then went on to pick up another racket and hurled that to the ground as well. A NASCAR driver's hopes literally went up in flames.
Kevin Harvick's car caught fire on lap 276 in the final stage of the Darlington Raceway. Fire emerged out of both sides from beneath Harvick's Ford car. Harvick continued for a couple of laps, but then the flames got bigger. So he had no choice but to pull the car on the grass and jump out to safety.
The thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before. The left out the pipes is a new.
Harvick says he had not experienced any issues with his engine prior to the fire and had not suffered any damage to his car in the race. Harvick said it's another safety problem with the next-gen car that NASCAR must fix.
And a woman from Ohio in the US had to make an embarrassing phone call to 911 from her smartwatch after she got stuck upside down while exercising at the gym. We leave you with this.
I couldn't look up the non-emergency number, but I am in Berea. Sorry, I'm on my watch. There's only like one other person at the gym, and I got stuck in this, you know, that backboard thing that like flips back. And oh dear Lord, my ankles are burning. Are you rescuing me? Just easiest rescue ever.
There you go. Pet dogs biting strangers in elevators is becoming a regular occurrence. Here's a video of the latest.
This time it happened in an apartment complex in Noida. A young man holds the dog by the leash while another stands at a distance near the elevator door. But while exiting the elevator, the dog lunges at the man, who falls down on the floor. It's unclear whether he was bitten. The owner then drags the dog out of the elevator. This latest video comes a day after a viral clip of a pet dog biting a young boy in the elevator of an apartment in Ghaziabad. The boy was seen visibly in pain, but the dog owner just looked on and didn't even bother to check up on the kid. The Ghaziabad police registered a case based on a complaint filed by the boy's parents.
The running battle between the Delhi government and Delhi LG took another turn today. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh literally tore up a defamation notice sent by VK Saxena saying he won't be cowed down by a corrupt coward. Aam Aadmi Party had accused the LG of a 1,400 crore scam when he was the KVIC chief, to which sent a notice for derogatory malicious charges. Meanwhile, the Delhi LG has received a complaint against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The complainant alleges that Kejriwal sold 3 plots of land for over 4 crore and showed on papers a grossly undervalued.
Welcome back. This is CNN News 18. I'm Griha. And let's get you the grave politics that has now erupted out of the state of Maharashtra as BJP MLA Ram Kadam has now hit out at the ex-state Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray over terrorist Yaqub Memon's grave being decorated during the era of the Mahavikas Aghadi. Now, earlier today, a police team went to Yaqub Memon's graveyard and removed the LED lighting that had been installed there. Remember, Yaqub was a convicted terrorist in the 1993 Mumbai blasts. Now, we are also being told that former Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, has finally broken his silence on this alleged beautification of Yaqub Memon's grave. Let's listen into what he has to say.
नाहीये की निवडणुका आहेत. मी कुठली आज 30 वर्ष महाराष्ट्र मला ओळखतो. मी कुठल्या गोष्टी निवडणुका डोळ्यासमोर ठेवून करत नाही. हा माझा स्वभाव नाही. पिंपरी चिंचवडनी मला अतोनात प्रेम अनेक वर्ष
I don't
दिलेलं
do
आहे.
anything with a
आणि
view
त्याच्यामुळं
of
सगळे
elections.
कार्यकर्ते, मी पहिल्यांदा राजकीय जीवनाची सुरुवातच 91 साली झाली, तेव्हा हाच भाग माझा मतदारसंघात होता. हे सगळे
My
माझे मतदार
political
होते.
career started in
तेव्हापासून या
1991.
सगळ्या जनतेशी माझा संबंध आहे. त्यावेळेसची बरीचशी पिढी
That
आता बाजूला
entire
गेलेली आहे.
area was a part of my
त्यावेळेस अतिशय तरुण
constituency.
कार्यकर्ते होते, ते आता जवळपास 60 मध्ये आलेले. त्यांची मुलं पुढे आलेली आहेत, इतर सगळे तरुण पुढे आलेले. त्याच्यावर मी कधी अशा निवडणुका डोळ्यासमोर ठेवून असले कार्यक्रम करत नसतो. मी माझ्या श्रद्धेपोटी मला त्याच्यातनं समाधान मिळतं. माझे कार्यकर्ते ह्या निमित्तानं मला भेटतात, म्हणून दुपारपर्यंत माझे इतर कार्यक्रम होते. आणि आता तुम्ही बघताय
My political workers call me, and that is why I hold such programs.
मगाशी मला ते कळालं, मला काहींनी विचारलं तुमच्यासारख्या मीडियातल्याच लोकांनी, पण कुठल्याही देशद्रोही व्यक्तीच्या संदर्भामध्ये कुणी असू द्या, त्यांच्या संदर्भामध्ये अशा गोष्टी आपल्या भारतामध्ये कदापि घडता कामा नयेत. त्या मताचा
Such incidents should not happen about anybody who's a traitor, whoever it is.
मला असं वाटतं की इतके दिवस ज्या भाजपच्या बरोबर उद्धव ठाकरे साहेब किंवा त्यांची शिवसेना होती, शिवसेनेमुळेच भाजप ग्रामीण भागात पोहोचली. त्याच्या आधी ग्रामीण भागात कधीच पोहोचली नव्हती. शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, तसंच गोपीनाथजी मुंडे साहेब,
Shivsena and BJP were together. It was because of Shivsena that BJP could penetrate in Muslim majority areas as well.
साहेब असतील, या सगळ्यांनी ती सर्व दूरपर्यंत पोहोचवण्याचं काम केलं. कुणाचंही सरकार असलं तर कुठल्याही सरकारच्या काळामध्ये ह्या गोष्टी व्हाव्यात असं कधीच कुणाला
Whichever
वाटणार
government it
नाही.
is.
आता सध्या
Such things
महागाई
should not happen in
आणि
anybody's
बेरोजगारी
tenure.
ह्याच्यातलं लोकांचं लक्ष विचलित करणं.
My colleague Vinaya, who was translating that reaction by Ajit Pawar for us live, is joining us on the broadcast. Vinaya, first take our viewers through how has he responded to this entire controversy that has erupted out of Maharashtra.
Well, Griha, a lot of political controversy that has erupted since last night. We have seen that after the BJP slammed Uddhav Thackeray over the beautification of the grave of Yaqub Memon, claiming that a terrorist grave was being decorated, and that that was enough to question the nationalism of the Shiv Sena. We have seen that politics over this has been happening from early morning. In fact, the Shiv Sena, while hitting back at the BJP's claim that Yaqub Memon was hanged when Devendra Fadnavis was the chief minister, and if rule book was to be followed, then the body of a terrorist shouldn't have been handed over to the family in the first place. Shiv Sena also claimed that this was BJP's way of instigating riots which were religion based, but at the same time we saw that the BJP relentlessly attacked the Shiv Sena, seeking an apology not just from Uddhav Thackeray but also from Sharad Pawar and Rahul Gandhi, saying that this beautification happened when Uddhav Thackeray was the chief minister, and this happened when the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi was in government. We have seen several political reactions coming in, and the recent one is that of the former deputy chief minister and NCP leader Ajit Pawar, who has said that such a controversy should not have erupted in anybody's tenure, leave aside Fadnavis or Uddhav Thackeray. So in some sense he is trying to neutralize a position, but clearly politics over this issue continues unabated. Back to you, Griha.
So Vinaya, he has not defended or agreed to it, and I'd like to understand this, since the controversy is pretty much palpable, it is pretty much out there. Has this been a decoration which was a state sponsored thing, or was it just done by the family members?
No, Griha, in fact, this is what the management of the Bada Kabristan has also said on record, that this is a privately managed Kabristan, and permissions definitely have to be taken from the local civic body. But at the same time, the Bada Kabristan has said that since there was some dilapidation on the graveyard, and that is why some distant relatives of the family came ahead in order to change the flooring and the other things around the grave and some lights were put forth. Now, after the media reports, the Mumbai police swung into action and they have removed the lights that were put around the grave. But the Kabristan
Vinaya, I'm afraid I'd have to interrupt you here. Let's quickly cut across to Mr. Kirit Sumaya of the BJP, who's currently speaking. Let's take a look at that.
जो कब्रिस्तान के मैनेजर है और संबंधित पुलिस अधिकारी, फोन पे भी हमारी बातें हो रही है, अभी प्रत्यक्ष भी उनसे मुलाकात हुई और उन्होंने ये कबूल किया है, मान्य किया है कि वक्फ बोर्ड जो कब्रिस्तान का केयर टेकर है उनको और सरकार की ओर से जो भी अधिकारी आएगा उनको पूरी जानकारी दी जाएगी. They have assured us that they will cooperate with the Waqf Board and government of Maharashtra officer, whether it is police or anybody. और पुलिस ने भी मुझे बात ये कबूल किया है कि यहाँ पर जो हुआ है उसमें कोई भी इसके आगे बदलाव इलीगल टाइप का होने नहीं देंगे. कब्रिस्तान के अधिकारी जो ट्रस्टी से भी बातचीत करके आए थे और पुलिस दोनों ने मुझे आश्वस्त किया है कि याकूब मेमन का स्मारक यहाँ नहीं बनेगा. किसी भी व्यक्ति, मृत परिवार, वो परिवार उसको अंतिम संस्कार या स्मरण की दृष्टि से जो धार्मिक दृष्टि से आवश्यक है वो करे, उसमें कोई आपत्ति ले नहीं सकता. विषय सिर्फ एक आतंकवादी का स्मारक ये हिंदुस्तान मान्य नहीं कर सकता.
सर, इस तरह की जानकारी आई है कि 2019 में एक शिकायत भी की गई थी कि मजार बनाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, लेकिन पुलिस या फिर प्रशासन का कोई भी विभाग उस पर एक्शन नहीं लेने को तैयार.
मेरा मुद्दा सिर्फ इतना ही है. मैं आज की बात करूंगा कि याकूब मेमन ये खतरनाक टेररिस्ट है, उसका स्मारक हिंदुस्तान में नहीं बन सकता, नहीं बनेगा.
2019 में पत्र लिखा गया था याकूब के परिवार वालों की तरफ से और मांग की गई थी कि ब्यूटिफिकेशन किया जाए. क्या कहेंगे?
बडा कब्रस्तान येथे मी आलो, मला विषय समजून घ्यायचा होता. कब्रस्तानचे अधिकारी आणि पोलीस, माझं फोनवर पण बोलणं झालं होतं संबंधितांचे. आता प्रत्यक्ष आल्यानंतरही त्यांनी सांगितलं मला की परिवाराला धार्मिक दृष्टीने जे काय करायचं असेल ते आम्ही सूट देत असतो. याकूब मेमनचं स्मारक बनू शकत नाही हे त्यांनीही मान्य केलं आहे. राहिली गोष्ट तिथे काय झालंय, केव्हा झालंय, कसं झालंय ते वक्फ बोर्डचा अंतर्गत हा विषय आहे. तर वक्फ बोर्ड आणि महापालिकेचे जे अधिकारी असेल त्यांना चौकशीत सहकार्य करायचं त्यांनी मान्य केलं आहे. मी एकच गोष्ट सांगतो, याकूब मेमन हा एक आतंकवादी देशद्रोही होता. त्यांचं स्मारक होऊ शकत नाही, होऊ देणार नाही.
शिवसेना असेल एकमेकांवर आरोप प्रत्यारोप करत आहे, ते कशा प्रकारे पाहता तुम्ही याच्याकडे? कारण भारतीय जनता पार्टीचा आरोप आहे शिवसेनेच्या राज्यात झालं, शिवसेना म्हणते की भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या राज्यात झालं.
मी आता थोड्या वेळापूर्वी पत्रकार परिषद घेतली होती.
We are cutting across to live visuals of BJP protesting in the national capital as the face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP continues. These are protests that are happening from the national capital. Of course, the liquor policy, the liquor gate saga continues in the national capital as BJP has once again taken to the streets, accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of graft when it comes to the liquor policy under the Manish Sisodia regime. The Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, we'll try and get our colleagues who are covering that protest on ground what is exactly happening there, but we can see BJP workers and leaders on the streets there protesting against the Aam Aadmi Party government. My colleague Anvit is joining me on the broadcast. Anvit, where is the protest happening? I believe this is outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. Just take us through what exactly is happening on ground.
Yes, this is Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg that stretches from ITO towards Aam Aadmi Party office, and these are the people from BJP supporters. Most of them are lawyers and are led by BJP's IT cell. They gathered here a short while ago, and their demand is that Manish Sisodia must resign because of the liquor policy that has been into controversy and that scam they've been alleging that he has been involved in. As you can see, the placards that reads that Manish Sisodia is a thief, and that they have been demanding resignation. Also, they have been raising slogans against Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party government. Now, as you can see, the Delhi police have raised barricades, and the protesters are trying to cross over because they had planned to march up to Aam Aadmi Party office from ITO intersection, and that is why the police have erected barricades on that side at the Aam Aadmi Party office. Also, you can see the barricades have been put up, and because that is the area where the Aam Aadmi Party office is. So this is a double layer security that the police have managed, and that is what the police have been trying to stop them from. And we'd like to talk to some of them.
Kejriwal is the mother of all the sins. We want to get him removed immediately. And Manish Sisodia is the big bugger. He is the master of corruption. He has to go. He has to go. He has to go.
This seems to be the usual state of affairs when it comes to the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, and this is not the first time that the BJP has taken to the streets protesting against Manish Sisodia and the Kejriwal-led government in the state. We'll let Anvit patch that audio link back and see if at all he can actually speak to us. We will get that link connected. However, these are visuals from outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in the national capital. The protests continue. It's led by the BJP. It's against Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal in the Union Territory of Delhi. This is something that is being played out for quite some time now. Not the first time that BJP leaders and workers have taken to the street. This is the second time in 2 days that we are seeing similar protests being played out from the streets of the national capital. This time is coming out from outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. The earlier one was right outside Manish Sisodia's residence. Anvit is back with us on the broadcast. Yes, Anvit.
Yeah, see, we spoke to some of the protesters, and they continue to demand that some strict action needs to be taken by the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, because they have been alleging that exactly that all this corruption that has been taking place. We'll try and speak to some again. क्या डिमांड है, क्या किस लिए प्रोटेस्ट है आज?
ये प्रदर्शन केजरीवाल के उप मुख्यमंत्री घोटालेबाज शराब का घोटाला करने वाले उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ है। हम इस मनीष सिसोदिया के करोड़ों रुपए के घोटाला करने के लिए इसके गिरफ्तारी की मांग करते हैं और केजरीवाल से इसके भ्रष्ट मुख्यमंत्री और ये मनीष सिसोदिया की सरकार को बर्खास्त करने की मांग करते हैं।
Some women protesters are also here.
देश की जनता के सामने आके माफी मांगनी होगी और अपनी गलतियों के लिए पछतावा करना होगा।
हमारा प्रदर्शन केजरीवाल के खिलाफ है और मनोज सिसोदिया के, उनकी वजह से देश, खराब नीति की वजह से देश पूरा बर्बाद हो रहा है और दिन प्रतिदिन एक देशद्रोही है मनोज सिसोदिया और केजरीवाल।
मनीष सिसोदिया अपनी शराब नीति के कारण आप फंस चुके हो। आपने जनता का पैसा का दुरुपयोग किया है। आपकी पार्टी की भलाई इसी में है कि आप खुद अपने आप को पुलिस के हवाले कर दो।
Basically, see, the sentiments are that the Aam Aadmi Party has, misused the funds and misused the position. The minister has misused position, and the demand from the BJP, obviously, is that Manish Sisodia must resign and some action must be taken in this regard, where this entire scam is being alleged against Aam Aadmi Party.
Anvit, it seems very strange that on the one hand, when it comes to very few, kilometers from this very place where the protest is happening, there is going to be an unveiling of the Kartavya Path by the Prime Minister of the country himself. And here the BJP is protesting at the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg right outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in the national capital. Is it not going to further have problems with the traffic situation in the national capital, because as it is there are too many diversions in and around that area?
Yeah, certainly. See, traffic diversion had to be made on this road as well. And this is one of the main roads that connects ITO intersection, which is one of the heaviest traffic area in the capital. Now, this road has also been diverted just half a kilometer from here. The C-Hexagon that is where India Gate is situated. At least half a kilometer radius of the C-Hexagon has also seen traffic restrictions, and post 4 p.m. it was being said that all these roads will be blocked. So Delhiites definitely will see a problem because the entire central Delhi will be locked because of the unveiling of this Kartavya Path, which the PM will be inaugurating short while from now. And now this protest that has also forced police to put some restrictions. Now, as you can see, diversions have been made. People coming in from ITO will have to take a right turn and then move. You can see the commotion right now here, and the barricades are being broken by the protesters as the police are trying to stop them. A rope has been, all the barricades have been tied together, but as you can see, the number of protesters is high. They are managing to break the barricades and they are attempting to cross over to reach the Aam Aadmi Party office, which they had eventually planned to march up to. Now we'll see if the police manages to control them, or the second layer of barricade that has been put will be brought in use. And the use of force, as you can see, by the protesters. Police are, however, also ready. Buses have also been parked there, in which these protesters will be put in, and if they are detained, then they'll be taken away. But right now, as you can see, the commotion on ground and between the police and the protesters, who are mostly a group of lawyers, and they are being led by BJP IT cell. Earlier it was said that Adesh Gupta will also be here, but so far none of the big names are here on ground. But the protest, as you can see, continues as the BJP demands resignation of Manish Sisodia and strict action against Kejriwal.
Okay, Anvit, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Good evening to all our viewers. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. High drama there playing out at the AAP office in the national capital. BJP workers have taken to the streets once again, demanding the resignation of the Deputy Delhi Chief Minister Manish Sisodia because of the irregularities in the alleged liquor scam, because of the excise policy that is now defunct in the national capital. The allegations made by the BJP are that there was quid pro quo enjoyed not just by leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party but their family members and friends as well, and action must be taken. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party has hit out at all these allegations, saying there is no real evidence, this is just vendetta politics. But look at the drama playing out on our screens. My colleague Anvit Shrivastava continues to bring us those details. Anvit, just talk to our viewers about what is happening. I can see a lot of these workers trying to jump barricades. Of course, the police on the ground are trying to contain the situation. Could you just talk to us about what is happening? Are we seeing some detentions already? Anvit, can you hear me? Okay, we'll just try and re-establish that connection with my colleague Anvit. But as I pointed out, look at the visuals that we're putting out on our screens. Protests by the BJP workers continue. This is not the first time that we're seeing it. This is currently coming from in front of the AAP office here in the national capital. The BJP workers trying to push the barricades away. They're jumping barricades as well. Police on the ground trying to contain the situation. The demands that are being made by the BJP is that, one, the Aam Aadmi Party hasn't come out clean in terms of the questions that were raised by the BJP. Now, what were the questions that were raised by the BJP? The BJP is essentially asking that, one, if the Aam Aadmi Party had so much faith in this excise policy, why did they go back to the previous one? Secondly, they're saying, why was it changed from 2 to 12%? Thirdly, they're asking about the names that have come out in public domain as far as friends and family members of people who've been linked to the AAP leadership. So they're demanding that Manish Sisodia must step down as the Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital and Arvind Kejriwal must take stringent action. But the Aam Aadmi Party on their part have been saying that there is no real evidence. They've never done any corruption. This is a clean party. The BJP continues to misuse central agencies and this is vendetta politics and nothing else. But the protest and the flashpoint between both the parties still continues. Today, once again, you're seeing BJP workers who've taken to the streets. This time, this is in front of the AAP office in the national capital. Remember, this is also coming at a day when we're all set to witness the unveiling of the Kartavya Path in a few hours from now. So the central Delhi area is already going to have a bit of traffic diversions and this is only going to add to those concerns. But I believe my colleague Anvit is now back with us, who in fact is tracking all these developments. Anvit, talk to us about the situation that you're seeing. Any detentions that are being made?
See, not right now, Ridhima. A short while ago, we saw some commotion on ground when the protesters were trying to push off the barricades, and the police had also formed a strong line of force, and they were trying to prevent these barricades from being broken. But now, as you can see, the protesters are just raising slogans and placards demanding action against those officers who were involved in this entire alleged scam of the liquor policy, and demanding Manish Sisodia's resignation, who was under the direct line of fire of the CBI because he was the person under whom the excise department was as a deputy CM. So they have been demanding action, and the police presence is also adequate. As you can see, police have also arranged for buses to detain these protesters if need be. But now you can see as the protesters seem to have been going back, and now the protest seems to have gotten over, but definitely the police had made all the necessary arrangements.
Sure.
As you can see, a second layer of barricades had also been put because the protesters were not being allowed to march up to Aam Aadmi Party office, which was their initial plan, because they had to march from ITO to Aam Aadmi Party office. But the main point here is that the traffic diversion that had to be put in place, because of them, just half a kilometer from here, traffic diversions have also been made up till C-Hexagon, the India Gate,
okay,
where Prime Minister is expected to unveil the Kartavya Path. So a lot of traffic restriction also because of this protest. As you can see, the protest commuters are taking a turn, and therefore more and more problem to commuters. But now the protest seems to have gotten over, and police arrangement, however, senior officials are saying, will remain here for some while.
Okay, Anvit, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to some other breaking developments coming in. The war of words is not ending. After BJP's Amit Malviya hit out at the TMC chief Mamta Banerjee, saying she did nothing for Netaji's legacy, the TMC has also now said that Amit Malviya is a liability for the BJP and has questioned what the Prime Minister has done so far for Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose. So as I said, war of words continues. You first had Mamta Banerjee saying that what has the BJP really done for Subhas Chandra Bose. Now, of course, the TMC, the response that we are seeing from TMC, they're saying they're questioning the timing of when all of this is happening. They're asking what are the real steps that have been taken by the BJP as far as the Netaji is concerned. My colleague Arun is now joining us on the broadcast. Arun, so this war of words still continues, but first talk to us about the response that is coming in from the TMC.
Well, see, Ridhima, this is a response from the TMC side to what Amit Malviya has said. Amit Malviya has hit out at Mamta Banerjee when Mamta Banerjee said that she hasn't got an invite from the government side for this program where Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose's statue will be unveiled by the Prime Minister Modi. And therefore, in a tweet where Amit Malviya says that Mamta Banerjee is feeling bad about Subhas Chandra Bose's statue is being installed in the heart of Delhi because she did not do anything for the legacy of Subhas Chandra Bose there in West Bengal. And now there's a response which is coming from the TMC side saying that BJP's in charge, who's the co-in charge of West Bengal, Amit Malviya, is is nothing, is a liability for BJP, and they're saying that did BJP give invites to the family members of Subhas Chandra Bose for this program, or any holiday been declared for the on the birth anniversary of Subhas Chandra Bose? This war of words going on between both BJP and TMC. We know today Prime Minister Modi, as and when he arrives here in the Rajpath near the India Gate, the first thing he's going to do is to inaugurate the statue of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose in that canopy near to India Gate, and then he will go ahead with the program which will take place here, which will of course mark the beginning or the commencement of this area for the public from tomorrow onwards. So it's a very, very significant day, but we are seeing this war of words taking place between TMC and BJP.
You know, Arun, before I talk to you about what we can expect as far as the unveiling of the Kartavya Path in a couple of hours, this war of words actually began when Mamata Banerjee said that the Bengal government was written to by an under-secretary ranked officer of the Cultural Ministry instead of a minister herself. She also went on to say that this is very disrespectful. Even when the Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was in the country, they weren't informed. What was the initial response of the BJP, to which we are seeing a response and a counter by the TMC now?
Well, BJP has been maintaining this fact for a very long time, as you know, vis-a-vis Subhas Chandra Bose is concerned, that when Mamata Banerjee talks about Subhas Chandra Bose, or she is not invited, you know, the proper way was not followed. Even in the past, you know, the BJP has been saying that when Mamata Banerjee talks about Subhas Chandra Bose, what she has done for Subhas Chandra Bose in her state, because Subhas Chandra Bose belongs to West Bengal, what is the right she has to comment on us, what we are doing for Subhas Chandra Bose, what she has done in her state where she and her party is in power, nothing has been done. And today in the same line, you know, Amit Malviya stating this fact, saying that Mamata Banerjee is not able to digest actually what central government is doing and how they are, you know, giving those
so the
legs
BJP
to the
is saying
legacy
the TMC is just
of,
trying to
Netaji
milk
Subhas
the
Chandra Bose.
opportunity and the situation. Arun, I apologize for interrupting. Just stay on with us. From the BJP, we have Dr. Indranil Khan joining us on the broadcast. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. After we saw, you know, war of words that ensued between the BJP and the TMC, the latest charge that's coming in from the TMC is that this is just all optics as far as the BJP is concerned. What about real and concrete steps that have been taken for Netaji and his family? Has a holiday been declared? Has the family been invited for the unveiling? Are all these questions being raised by the TMC?
Firstly, the TMC should answer that regarding as to whether any medical college, whether in any big institution has been named after Subhas Chandra Bose, because Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose stood for the youth of the country, and Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose does not belong just to Bengal. He belongs to the whole of India, and each and every Indian has the right to commemorate Subhas Chandra Bose. And we are yet to see a single new medical. Why doesn't Mamata Banerjee take the lead and set up a new medical college in the name of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose? And why is she so much irritated when the center is renaming the states of Andaman and Nicobar in the name of Swarajya, and also when the center is classifying files? Why is Mamata Banerjee getting so irritated? Because he feels that the accusation that what the Congress did, the BJP is doing just the reverse. The Congress is to totally hide the files of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose. They tried to totally keep Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose under the mat, and that is what the reverse is being done by BJP. And now Mamata Banerjee won't be able to. And Mamata Banerjee, she herself had been from the Congress family, and she herself had been one of the stooges of the Congress of the Indira Gandhi family. And so naturally they're very much irritated about.
No, but Dr. Khan, it's not just about the unveiling of the statue that we're going to see today and questions that are being raised around it. The points that are being raised by the opposition is that there is a certain sense of disrespect that is being shown to the opposition parties and protocols are not being followed.
What protocol? We were speaking of protocol. Mamata Banerjee and her party should also answer what protocol they follow when inviting the leader of the opposition to different government events. They just don't invite them. And so, speaking of protocols, the TMC should be the last party to speak of protocols. What protocol does Mamata Banerjee herself follow when she speaks against the government of India sitting inside the office of the government of West Bengal? What type of protocol is followed there?
Okay, Dr. Khan, I just request you to stay on with us. Let me take in a word from the TMC as well. Om Prakash Mishra of the TMC now joining us. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. The BJP is saying this has nothing to do with the unveiling of the statue, what has been done for Netaji. What has the TMC done when they had the opportunity, and they're just trying to milk the event and the opportunity today? Mr. Mishra, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection with Om Prakash Mishra of the TMC to try and get a reaction. But if Dr. Khan of the BJP is still with us, as I was pointing out earlier, this is not the first time that we're seeing a war of words. This is also now becoming a matter of credit for both the political parties. Dr. Khan, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection with both the spokespersons of the political parties. But as I pointed out, a political war of words has now taken place because of the unveiling of the statue of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose that will take place later in the evening as part of the unveiling of the Kartavya Path, while the TMC is hit out at the BJP saying that what has the BJP done in reality? All of this is just optics. The TMC believes that nothing has been done for Netaji's family, no holiday has been declared. So this is just optics. The BJP is hit back saying even the TMC has had an opportunity, but they haven't done much. And today, because all eyes are on the unveiling of the Kartavya Path, the TMC just wants to milk this as an opportunity. We'll try and get some reactions if we can, but as I pointed out, a political war of words still continues. But let's now talk about the big story that we are tracking. Kartavya Path is all set to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister in a few hours. The revamped Kartavya Path includes around 16.5 kilometers of granite walkways that lie along both sides of Rajpath. The canals that lie on either side of the path have now bridges over them, connecting the walkways that run alongside them. 16 bridges, 8 over each of the two canals, have been laid out. Beyond this, the Prime Minister will also unveil a statue of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose at the India Gate. The statue is being installed at the same place where the Prime Minister had earlier unveiled a hologram statue of Netaji. My colleague Yash Goel spoke exclusively to the main sculptor of the Netaji statue, which is being unveiled by the Prime Minister later this evening. Listen in.
How you were approached to make this statue, like you received a call from the PM, or what happened, how it happened, how it all happened?
It was all started in the month of January, I think. 8 or 9 artisans from across India called to just to discuss so the discussion was that in the meeting is they want to build a Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose statue in stone. Then as what we call I'm more comfortable in stone as we are doing sculpting from generations. First of all, the biggest difference is we are trying to sculpt in a monolithic granite statue, which is one of the very difficult and hardest stone in the world. And it is more than a life-size statue. It weighs around 280 tons. So handling the stone itself is huge challenging. And finding out Netaji in the granite rock, it's also very challenging. And the place which is installed is one of the historical places in India. So all that healthy pressure was there, healthy fear was there. So we have so many artists involved in this. So at the same time, we worked around 24 hours continuously. As I said, I can't believe that it was done.
हम लोग ये डिमांड कर रहे हैं सेंट्रल विस्टा को डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर नाम लगाना है, क्योंकि जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन दिया हुआ है वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के नतीजे नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बन चुका है। इसीलिए हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री से ये कहना चाहता है, देश को तोड़ने के लिए कोशिश मत करो। अगर जीतने के लिए कोशिश किए तो कोई किसी को एतराज़ नहीं है। राजनीति में कोई जीतेगा कोई हारेगा, मगर तोड़ने के लिए जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो ठीक नहीं है। आपके नाम कमाने के लिए आप कोशिश करना है, कोशिश करो, मगर देश को तोड़कर नाम कमाने के लिए कोशिश मत करो।
Let me also now bring in my colleagues. Arun Dhanta joining us live from Kartavya Path. My colleague Siddhant also joining us on the broadcast. Arun, it's a matter of few hours before all of this is unveiled by the Prime Minister, then eventually opened for public as well. But just show us around. What has changed? What can the public expect? Arun, can you hear me?
Well, that question is for me,
Yes,
Ridhima?
yes, Arun. Please go ahead.
Yes. So, Ridhima, I am at this moment in the lawns of Central Vista Avenue, which will be known from today onwards as Kartavya Path. And right behind me is the stretch, 2.5 kilometer stretch of Kartavya Path. And on the both side of this road, you'll see the lawns of Central Vista Avenue, which is completely decked up for today's event. And this is a completely redeveloped structure of this area. Even if I request my camera person to just show these this area here where they have used this red granite in the pathway for people to walk. Earlier there was no stone in this area for people to walk, only available, but now this has been changed. Even on that side, those light poles are new, close to 750 are the number which they have installed here. CCTV cameras have increased, and also the pathway beneath me, the underground pathway, where we are also given to understand that different stalls of different states will be in place, where people who visit here will be able to have the meal of different states. Their culture and tradition will also be will be there in that underground pathway. And even the grass which has been used here, that is also something which is very special to create that greener area in the entire area. And the lakeside, the canals which they have made here, in fact in some time the boating will also start in that area. So there is massive redevelopment, restructuring which happened of this place. And in fact the main motive actually behind this changing the name of this Rajpath to Kartavya Path is something which Prime Minister Modi has spoken about in his speech on 15th August from the Red Fort, where he said that the memories of the slavery is something which we need to get rid of. And these are the small moments where this government is trying to ingrain the Indian culture, the Indianness into the people of this country.
The larger message that is being sent out is we need to shed those symbols and messages of colonialism as we move forward. Arun, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Our colleague Siddhant has also been patiently waiting. Siddhant, few hours to go. Just talk to us about the itinerary of the program, or what we can expect in the hours to come.
Well, yes, first I would like to start with the traffic on roads. So behind me you can see the traffic in the central Delhi area. Reason being because most of the offices in this area are done for the day. People have started leaving for their homes because as per the Delhi police advisory, almost all the roads lead to Lutyens will be closed after 5 p.m. And in fact, most of the area has already been taken over by Prime Minister's security. Now, coming to your question, Ridhima, at around 7 we can expect Prime Minister to arrive on Kartavya Path. Then he is going to unveil Subhas Chandra Bose's statue, after which he is going to take a walk, and then he will also be going to meet Shramjeevis. There will be cultural performances also, and we have been told that more than 1,500 people are going to attend this grand event, the first inaugural event of Central Vistas that is going to take place today in the evening. Also, this event is important because the messaging that Prime Minister wanted.
As I said, you want to shed the symbols of colonialism and move towards the idea of Naya Bharat, because this is of course 75 years of independence as well. Arun and Siddhant, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll continue to come back to you. For now, slipping into a very short break.
Kevin Harvick's car caught fire on lap 276 in the final stage of the Darlington Raceway. Fire emerged out of both sides from beneath Harvick's Ford car. Harvick continued for a couple of laps, but then the flames got bigger. So he had no choice but to pull the car on the grass and jump out to safety.
The thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before, the left out the pipes is a new.
Harvick says he had not experienced any issues with his engine prior to the fire and had not suffered any damage to his car in the race. Harvick said it's another safety problem with the next-gen car that NASCAR must fix.
And a woman from Ohio in the US had to make an embarrassing phone call to 911 from her smartwatch after she got stuck upside down while exercising at the gym. We leave you with this.
I couldn't look up the non-emergency number, but I am in Korea. Sorry, I'm on my watch. There's only like one other person at the gym, and I got stuck in this, you know, that backboard thing that like flips back. And oh dear Lord, my ankles are burning.
Are you ready?
Just easiest rescue ever.
There you go.
Pet dogs biting strangers in elevators is becoming a regular occurrence. Here's a video of the latest.
This time, it happened in an apartment complex in Noida. A young man holds the dog by the leash while another stands at a distance near the elevator door. But while exiting the elevator, the dog lunges at the man, who falls down on the floor. It's unclear whether he was bitten. The owner then drags the dog out of the elevator. This latest video comes a day after a viral clip of a pet dog biting a young boy in the elevator of an apartment in Ghaziabad. The boy was seen visibly in pain, but the dog owner just looked on and didn't even bother to check up on the kid. The Ghaziabad police registered a case based on a complaint filed by the boy's parents.
The running battle between the Delhi government and Delhi LG took another turn today. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh literally tore up a defamation notice sent by VK Saxena saying he won't be cowed down by a corrupt coward. Aam Aadmi Party had accused the LG of a 1400 crore scam when he was the KVIC chief, to which sent a notice for derogatory malicious charges. Meanwhile, the Delhi LG has received a complaint against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The complainant alleges that Kejriwal sold 3 plots of land for over 4 crore and showed on papers a grossly undervalued price of 72 lakhs. As per the complainant, in fact, Mr. Kejriwal duped the exchequer of over 25 lakh in stamp duty and over 76 lakhs as capital gains tax. Now let's take a look at the revamped Central Vista Avenue, which will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi tomorrow.
It's a bird's eye view of the brand new Central Vista Avenue. It's visibly wider, cleaner and greener. Delhi's power corridor will now have an all-new look. The redeveloped Central Vista Avenue, which stretches from Vijay Chowk to the India Gate.
I'm standing in Vijay Chowk area, and this particular road onto which I'm walking as of now used to be identified as Rajpath, but now it has been renamed as Kartavya Path.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some big updates now coming in. Days after Sonali Phogat's death, Goa restaurant Curly's will be demolished. The National Green Tribunal has upheld the Goa Coastal Zone Authority order to demolish Curly's structure. Remember, this is where Sonali Phogat had her drinks spiked. This is where she was kept in the washroom for about 2 to 3 hours. Unfortunately, led to her death as well. So a lot of questions were raised as to how you could get drugs from outside and why did the authorities at Curly's not raise any red flags. My colleague Herman Gomes getting us all those details. Herman, many would say this was an expected lines and possibly coming too late because Curly's has been infamous for stories like these in the past as well.
Well, Ridhima, yes. In fact, this was an order that was previously passed
by the Goa Coastal Management Zonal Authority, which had said that there were several sort of structures that were part of the structures that did not comply with the regular norms, and therefore it needed to be demolished. After that, the owners then moved before the NGT, the National Green Tribunal, which has now upheld the previous order of the Goa Coastal Zone Management Authority, which simply means that now they have the go-ahead of going ahead and demolishing the structure, and this also coming at a time when we've seen that the restaurant has been in the news for all wrong reasons, especially when it comes to the death of the late BJP leader Sonali Phogat. Now, the legal option before the owners is that they can approach the Supreme Court against this particular order, but that could take some time because as of now, this is the breaking piece of information coming in that the NGT has upheld the previous order, which says that the structure has been illegal in many ways and therefore needs to be demolished now.
So, Homan, you said the order said that the structure has been illegal in many ways. Could you give us details in terms of where all it has flouted the guidelines?
There were several constructions that were added to it after the original structure was constructed. There were certain sort of changes that were made to the original permissions that were given. Besides that, what I can tell you is that the house tax receipts also were not in compliance with what was earlier issued to them in terms of license of running it as a shack in North Goa. Now, all of that, but mainly if one looks at it, there are a lot of additional constructions that had been added to the structure. And, just the order copy states, and I quote, that the fact remains, and it says, the fact remains that all constructions are found to be occupied by the appellant. Even construction in survey number 42/10 is not pre-1991. Fresh construction has been raised in replacement of original one for commercial purposes without requisite permission in the no development zone, unquote. So clearly what the order copy states, that there was construction that was beyond the license that was given for it to be running as a shack, and also in the no development zone of the area, because we do know that it is extremely close to the seashore, and therefore in areas where one cannot go ahead with commercial construction, the owners decided to do so, which has now been upheld, in fact the demolition of which has now been upheld by the National Green Tribunal.
Okay, Homan, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to some news coming in from Lucknow, where an idol was vandalized in Lucknow. The man who broke the Hanuman idol after entering temple in the Chowk area, we're understanding the police have taken action. They've arrested the accused. We also have some details about the identity of the accused. I believe he goes by the name of Tawfiq. My colleague and Uttar Pradesh Bureau Chief Pranchu now joining us with more details. Pranchu, before I talk to you about the identity of the accused, could you just recap for our viewers of what really had happened as far as this vandalism is concerned?
Yes, early in the morning today, there is this Hanuman temple in one of the old areas of the old city, where this accused Tawfiq has actually discredited the idol this morning. But, it is not being seen as a case of any larger conspiracy or an premeditated attempt to fan up any sort of communal polarization in the area. In fact, the man who has been arrested, he was in a drunken state. He was arrested immediately, and medical examination on him has been done, after which he was found that he was under the influence of alcohol, and in that condition he has entered the temple, and when he was stopped, he tried to damage one of the statues, the Lord Hanuman statue installed there. The situation on the ground is quite peaceful. There is no escalation of tensions there, because the intent was very soon made clear by the police that it's not a case of any larger conspiracy to throw the old city area in any sort of communal tension, but it was solely an individual act of a person who was actually not very much in his senses and was under the influence of alcohol.
Okay, so you're saying it doesn't look like there was a larger conspiracy that was at play. A couple of more things that I want to understand, Pranchu. How did this man even manage to enter the temple area and then actually vandalize this entire idol? More importantly, you said it doesn't look like conspiracy at play, but do we have any more details of whether this man has any previous record?
Well, it's not any big temple there which has a dedicated entrance or a guarded entrance. So it is like many of the thousands of odd temples which we see in various colonies or in various localities. So it was that sort of temple, okay. And therefore gaining access to it, gaining entry to it is not a difficult task. The topic also is the local youth, and he has often been, he has lived in that area for years now, and it is a local temple situated in the local colony in this old city area, and that's the reason why he got an access there. But he was, as I said, that he was apprehended immediately, and then police intervened and he was taken in custody.
Okay, Pranshu, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We leave the conversation there. We're slipping into a very short break. We're coming back with lots more.
Ballistic missiles and sending ships into the Taiwan Strait.
And here's how Australian tennis star Nick Kyrgios reacted when he lost in 5 sets in the US Open quarterfinals. He took his frustration out on his racket, smashing it on the ground repeatedly before throwing it with force. He then went on to pick up another racket and hurled that to the ground as well. A NASCAR driver's hopes literally went up in flames.
Kevin Harvick's car caught fire on lap 276 in the final stage of the Darlington Raceway. Fire emerged out of both sides from beneath Harvick's Ford car. Harvick continued for a couple of laps, but then the flames got bigger. So he had no choice but to pull the car on the grass and jump out to safety.
The thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before. The left out the pipes is a new.
Harvick says he had not experienced any issues with his engine prior to the fire and had not suffered any damage to his car in the race. Harvick said it's another safety problem with the next-gen car that NASCAR must fix.
And a woman from Ohio in the US had to make an embarrassing phone call to 911 from her smartwatch after she got stuck upside down while exercising at gym. We leave you with this.
I couldn't look up the non-emergency number, but I am in Korea. Sorry, I'm on my watch. There's only like one other person at the gym, and I got stuck in this, that backboard thing that like flips back. And oh dear Lord, my ankles are burning.
Are you rescuing?
Just easiest rescue ever.
There you go.
Pet dogs biting strangers in elevators is becoming a regular occurrence. Here's a video of the latest.
This time, it happened in an apartment complex in Noida. A young man holds the dog by the leash while another stands at a distance near the elevator door. But while exiting the elevator, the dog lunges at the man who falls down on the floor. It's unclear whether he was bitten. The owner then drags the dog out of the elevator. This latest video comes a day after a viral clip of a pet dog biting a young boy in the elevator of an apartment in Ghaziabad. The boy was seen visibly in pain, but the dog owner just looked on and didn't even bother to check up on the kid. The Ghaziabad police registered a case based on a complaint filed by the boy's parents.
The running battle between the Delhi government and Delhi LG took another turn today. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh literally tore up a defamation notice sent by VK Saxena saying he won't be cowed down by a corrupt coward. Aam Aadmi Party had accused the LG of a 1,400 crore scam when he was the KVIC chief, to which sent a notice for derogatory malicious charges. Meanwhile, the Delhi LG has received a complaint against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The complainant alleges that Kejriwal sold 3 plots of land for over 4 crore and showed on papers a grossly undervalued price of 72 lakhs. As per the complainant, in fact, Mr. Kejriwal duped the exchequer of over 25 lakh in stamp duty and over 76 lakhs as capital gains tax. Now let's take a look at the revamped Central.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Politics is erupting in Maharashtra. BJP MLA Ram Kadam hit out at the ex-state chief minister Uddhav Thackeray over terrorist Yaqub Memon's grave being decorated during the era of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi or the MVA. BJP leader Kirat Sumaya also said they won't allow glorification of a terrorist. Earlier today, a police team went to Yaqub's graveyard and removed the LED lighting that had been installed there. Remember, Yaqub was a convicted terrorist in the 1993 Mumbai blasts.
They have assured us that they will cooperate with the Waqf Board and government of Maharashtra officer, whether it is police or anybody. और पुलिस ने भी मुझे बात ये कबूल किया है कि यहाँ पर जो हुआ है उसमें कोई भी इसके आगे बदलाव इल्लीगल टाइप का होने नहीं देंगे। कब्रिस्तान के अधिकारी जो ट्रस्टी से भी बातचीत करके आए थे और पुलिस दोनों ने मुझे आश्वस्त किया है कि याकूब मेमन का स्मारक यहाँ नहीं बनेगा। एक आतंकवादी का स्मारक ये हिंदुस्तान मान्य नहीं करता।
My colleague Vinaya Deshpande now joining us on the broadcast. Vinaya, how is the Mahavikash Aghadi or members from the MVA reacting?
Well, we have seen there's a mixed bunch of reactions really coming in. While both the NCP as well as the Shiv Sena have slammed the BJP for making politics, they claim, out of nothing. In fact, the Shiv Sena has slammed the BJP, saying that this is only one or the other way of instigating riots on religious basis, and that this is nothing but rumor mongering. Meanwhile, the NCP has some interesting reactions. So Ajit Pawar, who was the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has taken a very non-controversial position. In fact, in some sense, pleasing both the sides, saying that such a controversy should not have erupted during anybody's tenure. Because remember, after the BJP slammed the Shiv Sena hit back at the BJP, saying that Yaqub Memon, who was a terrorist, was hung during the period of Devendra Fadnavis, who was the chief minister then, and that if the rule book was to be followed, then the body should not have been handed over to the family in the first place. So skirting that entire controversy, we see a very interesting reaction by Ajit Pawar, who is a senior NCP leader. The Shiv Sena keeps slamming the BJP, while the BJP says that in no way is it going to turn a terrorist into a hero, and it will not allow a tomb to be built at the place of the grave of Yaqub Memon. Meanwhile, both the Bada Kabristan as well as officials have placed on record that there was no effort to turn the tomb, the grave into a tomb, and that the police swung into action, especially for the removal of lights.
Okay, Vinaya, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let's listen in to some political reactions as well.
हमारा दुश्मन मुल्क पाकिस्तान वो मुंबई में बम कांड कराए याकूब मेमन उसका आरोपी है। उसकी कब्र जब मजार बन रही थी तो उद्धव ठाकरे खामोश क्यों थे? उनके खामोशी के पीछे क्या राज था? उद्धव ठाकरे समेत राहुल गांधी और शरद पवार जी को भी इस बात का जवाब देना होगा कि ये कुकर्म के पीछे उनकी मंशा क्या थी।
Well, this controversy has been purposely created and now it is being whipped up, just to show that Shiv Sena is anti-Hindu, supporting Yaqub. Now, I here ask Mr. Devendra Fadnavis a question. You were a CM then when Yaqub was hanged to death as a punishment. Now, why did the government, Devendra Fadnavis government, hand over the body of Yaqub to his relatives? The government that time should have taken a decision not to hand over the body of Yaqub to the relatives. So there wouldn't have been a question. They are just want to blame the BMC and the Thackeray government for every little thing that has happened in the past or is going to happen.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. Today, of course, is the day when we're counting down to the new Kartavya Path being unveiled by the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And along with that, one of the major highlights that is going to be of the program today is the unveiling of the brand new Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose statue at India Gate. Joining me is the daughter of Netaji, Anita Bose, joining us live from Germany. Thanks a lot for your time, ma'am. A lot of us here are wondering why Netaji's family, including someone like you, is not part of this program. Is it because the invite reached you too late? Is that the primary reason, or is there more?
No, the reason is that the invitation reached me too late. I could only be sure that the event would take place on last Saturday, and I would have liked to come and combine this with other matters concerning my father, that is particularly to talk to the Prime Minister about the conditions and procedures about returning Netaji's remains from Japan. But of course, at such short notice, that wasn't possible to get an appointment with the Prime Minister. And from all I could learn about the function that will take place today is likely a very short one. And so I decided that at such short notice and without being able to meet the Prime Minister also, it would be not very economical and environmentally also not very sound to go to India for the occasion. I hope to watch it on live stream today. And I hope when I get an appointment by the Prime Minister at some future date, I will be able to visit the statue then and
yeah. Well, we would have
admire
liked to
it.
see you here in person on a day like today. I'm sure you, as you said, you would have liked to be here today. What would you say about the significance of the statue being unveiled? This is being seen as a watershed moment when the statue was announced and today when the statue is going to be unveiled, because we've not had any marker in Indian history honoring Netaji's contribution in Indian freedom struggle, anything of this extent or stature. Would you agree? And how do you feel about the moment and the occasion itself?
And the statue is in a most prominent location and it has great historic significance. On the other hand, it certainly is not the first statue of Netaji that is being unveiled, but I think that location makes it very special. And so in that sense, I would very much have liked to be there. But I must say I honor and respect and like the statues of Netaji, which are being put up by quite simple people, so to say, the man on the street, very often not in that artistic splendor. It's very touching that even in small towns, people put up Netaji statues and memorials of some time, but this one is, of course, very special. And it also has a symbolic significance because, after all, Netaji was one of the major opponents of King George V, who occupied that place in the not till recently, but some long time ago.
Yeah. Usually in India, we see, and you've commented on it for quite some time, there's a lot of politics on who has recognized Netaji more, who has done more for his legacy. I just want to ask you a straight question. Who do you think has done more for Netaji's legacy?
I think the most touching thing is that many very simple people who have never seen Netaji still remember what he did for India and still respect him, and I would say even love him. This is exceedingly touching. If you refer to the governmental side, of course, one would say that the present government has done most projects on honoring Netaji. Others have done that too, some more, some less. But I think there are a number of things that were very important for Netaji, and I hope that bringing back his remains will be the most important one of them.
Yes, and that's been a movement that the likes of you and even Chandra Bose have been leading. That is something that you're really looking forward to, isn't it? And a befitting end or closure perhaps to his legacy and to everything that surrounded his death would be to bring his remains to India. Do you hope that can be achieved in time to come soon?
I certainly hope so, because you see, I'm almost 80, and I think you can count the number of years left to me on the fingers of one hand. And so I certainly would like to have that closure.
Yes, please continue. You said that that would bring you closure?
No, I would like to have that closure on the issue.
Yes.
You see, my mother never had that closure, and she passed away more than 25 years ago, but I certainly hope that this does not remain unfinished for much longer.
Ma'am, can I ask you a larger, broader question? The legacy of Netaji, his contribution to the Indian freedom struggle, why do you think it was sidelined, if not completely ignored for all of these years? What do you think were the factors behind that? And how happy does it make you feel that now a lot is happening which recognizes his true contribution? Of course, there was the non-violent movement, but there was also the movement that was led, and it was the bloody movement led by Netaji himself. So why do you think his contribution was sidelined for so long?
Well, let me say one thing. The most important contribution to Netaji actually is to live up to his ideals and up to his ideas. That is to continue the spirit of what he sort of imbibed, for example, in the Indian National Army and in his other political work. That is communal harmony and respect for women and the downtrodden, and a positive feeling. And I think it is very important that many people sort of imbibe these values and live up to them. Ultimately, this is what counts in the long run. Monuments and other symbolic issues, however, are an important contribution sort of to remind people of him also. So I certainly think that in recent times more various activities have been done in that direction. And I certainly hope that also more will be done in terms of living up to his ideals.
So one thing that you're really looking forward to, of course, is bringing his remains to India. What else would you like to see when you say that hopefully more will happen in future? What more would you like to see happen to take his legacy forward? And today, when this statue is unveiled, for the next 2 to 3 days, there's even going to be a drone lighting, ceremony which will be open to the public. What is the message you're hoping the public would take from this, especially the youngsters?
The message I would give especially to the young people is that we all may be very insignificant people as individuals, and we don't, by no means are in a league with the great leaders of the independence movement, be it Netaji or be it Gandhiji or many of the other great men and women who sacrificed so much for India. But I think in sacrificing a little bit, respecting your fellow human beings and contributing little bits to the well-being of the country and of the countrymen and countrywomen is an important issue, because if you imagine so many people contributing in small ways, a lot happens in the long run. And I think that should be the important message we take from the independence movement, in fact.
All right. Anita Fab, thanks a lot for speaking to us. Unfortunately, you cannot be there in person. We wish the circumstances could have been better, and hope to see you in India and see your one wish also fulfilled, that of Netaji's remains coming back to India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and Jai Hind to all of you.
Jai Hind. On that note, time for a very short break, but stay with CNN News 18 because we'll continue to get you live rolling coverage as we count down to the Prime Minister unveiling the Kartavya Path.
We are outside the Bengaluru wetlands, and what you see behind me is a 2,300 crore project that has been stopped by the NGT in 2016 and has asked the government to recover 130 crore rupees from the builders, monthly developers, and ensure that this building is demolished and the wetlands are recovered and resorted back to its original form.
Brahmastra stars Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor were stopped from entering Ujjain's Mahakal temple.
Ahead of the release of their film, Alia and Ranbir were headed to the Mahakaleshwar temple to visit the famous Jyotirlinga.
Mahakaleshwar temple, which I'm very excited about right on the eve of our release. I'm very happy we found the time to go.
But before their arrival, members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal gathered at the temple's VIP entrance and held black flags. They were objecting to a comment that Ranbir Kapoor had made many years ago about eating beef. The police had to use batons to bring the crowd under control. But given the volatile situation, the lead actors decided to fly back to Mumbai without the darshan.
Madhya Pradesh mein, I'll just tell you thing, I was feeling really bad that honestly Ranbir and Alia did not come with me for darshan to Mahakaleshwar temple. But when we reached there and we heard about this, I felt a little bit that let me go alone.
When things were under control, Brahmastra director Ayan Mukherjee visited the temple alone and performed the puja.
A bridge in Democratic Republic of Congo collapsed as officials gathered to inaugurate it. As soon as the ribbon was cut, the bridge caved in with the officials still on the structure. Security personnel immediately rushed to the spot to rescue the delegates from the falling bridge. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping will be at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Uzbekistan next week. The two leaders had last met in February, weeks before Russia invaded Ukraine. The meeting will be closely watched because Moscow and Beijing have increasingly aligned their foreign policies over the years. Taiwan's military is showing off its mettle with 2 straight days of drills.
Taiwanese fighter jets rode overhead, launching flares in the air. Apache assault helicopters fired 33mm chain guns and rockets. Troops also fired javelin anti-tank weapons, pounding targets. After weeks of saber-rattling by China, Taiwan is flexing its military might with 2 days of drills in Pingtung. Tensions came to a head after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited the island. Taiwan is a self-ruled island, but China sees it as a breakaway province. So after Pelosi's visit, China held unprecedented military drills near Taiwan, launching ballistic missiles and sending ships into the Taiwan Strait.
And here's how Australian tennis star Nick Kyrgios reacted when he lost in 5 sets in the US Open quarterfinals. He took his frustration out on his racket, smashing it on the ground repeatedly before throwing it with force. He then went on to pick up another racket and hurled that to the ground as well. A NASCAR driver's hopes literally went up in flames.
Kevin Harvick's car caught fire on lap 276 in the final stage of the Darlington Raceway. Fire emerged out of both sides from beneath Harvick's Ford car. Harvick continued for a couple of laps, but then the flames got bigger. So he had no choice but to pull the car on the grass and jump out to safety.
The thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before. The left out the pipes is a new.
Harvick says he had not experienced any issues with his engine prior to the fire and had not suffered any damage to his car in the race. Harvick said it's another safety problem with the next-gen car that NASCAR must fix.
And a woman from Ohio in the US had to make an embarrassing phone call to 911.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, while addressing a rally at the launch of the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Tamil Nadu's Kanyakumari, slammed the RSS and the BJP. He went on to say that the tricolour belongs to every religion, state and language, but that is under attack today by the BJP and the RSS. He also said that the two are dividing India on the lines of religion as well as language. Rahul Gandhi sought the support of the public to help keep the country united. He further also added that every single institution of the country is under attack. Remember, yesterday a war of words had erupted between the BJP and the Congress after the BJP attacked the Grand Old Party, saying that the Yatra is nothing more but Parivar Jodo, not Bharat Jodo.
What is happening in the country that so many people, millions and millions of people, feel that there is a need to take an action that brings India together. The BJP thinks that they can divide this country. They can divide this country along religious lines. They can divide this country along its languages. This country cannot be divided. India faces its worst ever economic crisis.
Well, we'll keep tracking all these developments and much more. With that, it's a wrap from my side. We're slipping into a very short break. Thanks a lot for watching.
When he was the KVIC chief, to which sent a notice for derogatory malicious charges. Meanwhile, the Delhi LG has received a complaint against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The complainant alleges that Kejriwal sold 3 plots of land for over 4 crore and showed on papers a grossly undervalued price of 72 lakhs. As per the complainant, in fact, Mr. Kejriwal duped the exchequer of over 25 lakh in stamp duty and over 76 lakhs as capital gains tax. Now let's take a look at the revamped Central Vista Avenue, which will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi tomorrow.
It's a bird's eye view of the brand new Central Vista Avenue. It's visibly wider, cleaner and greener. Delhi's power corridor will now have an all-new look. The redeveloped Central Vista Avenue, which stretches from Vijay Chowk to the India Gate.
I'm standing in Vijay Chowk area, and this particular road onto which I'm walking as of now used to be identified as Rajpath, but now it has been renamed as Kartavya Path. This stretch joins the 2 iconic buildings. One is Rashtrapati Bhavan and the other one is, of course, the India Gate.
Prime Minister Modi's dream project is all set to be open for public use on the 8th of September.
So at 7 p.m. tomorrow is when the Prime Minister will be formally unveiling it. Another Bengal minister is under CBI scanner. The agency raided multiple properties of Law Minister Malloy Ghatak in connection with an alleged coal smuggling scam. The ED has lodged a case under the money laundering law based on a CBI FIR. Ghatak has appeared for questioning before the ED at least once. The Income Tax Department conducted pan-India raids over the funding of registered but unrecognized political parties. Sources tell CNN News18 that raids were also carried out at the Delhi office of think tank Center for Policy Research, which is allegedly linked to funding of political parties.
Officers of income tax have raided an office of a Supreme Court lawyer, that is Abhishek Krishna. This comes in the backdrop of the report of the Election Commission of India, where they actually came out and said that the amount of money that has been siphoned off by
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Nation at 5. First up, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank you. We would like to thank you for the confidence that you've reposed here on the CNN News18 channel and the family that is working tirelessly to keep you first ahead on the news and to always be on your side. For nearly 20 weeks now, we've been able to establish our dominance. 36%, way ahead of the competition, be it Times Now or Republic. No slicing and dicing of the numbers. It's a 24-hour count that we are showing to you in the audience group that matters. That is anybody and everybody who can watch this channel, which brings you the story like it is, gets you the debate like they are, and of course takes the right stand for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now to the point that is going to be the focus this evening on The Nation at 5. The man who first dreamt of Azad Hind. He is the one who visioned an independent, strong, vibrant India, along with many others, but perhaps his legacy forgotten. This man is Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose. And Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose, beautiful statue that was commissioned by the Prime Minister. A hologram was installed and kept in place till the time the actual statue comes at that very spot that also marks the beginning of the Kartavya Path. These are exclusive visuals, even as that statue is being installed. We are showing it to you from a distance with reverence to the fact that it should be officially be inaugurated by the Prime Minister by about 7:05 p.m. this evening. when he would show the statue to the nation and to the world. But from there also begins what will now be called the Kartavya Path, no longer the King's Way or Rajpath, but Kartavya Path. Kartavya Path, or duty towards the country, that is what Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose also espoused. And this beautiful stretch, which has got about 16.5 kilometers of walkway and lake or a neher adorning both sides, gives you the access to the National War Memorial and also walk right up to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and will also become part of the Central Vista. Phase 1, that will also be unveiled today, of the Central Vista project, a dream project that is being made at a cost of more than 13,400 crores. It's the commitment that the Prime Minister made as he outlined the Panch Pran. The third one of shedding away the colonial shackles, breaking free of all kinds of colonial shackles 75 years later, not just via name but also via thought. We will talk about that at length first up, but all about the Kartavya Path and why 111 years later this is a big shift.
क्षेत्र का नाम कर्तव्य पथ करने का जो मायने है वो हर भारतीय के लिए है कि ये जो देश है, जो हमारी सबकी मातृभूमि है, उसके प्रति, एक दूसरे के प्रति हम कर्तव्य बोध में बंधे रहें।
We are all set to witness the formal inauguration by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Yes, it's the biggest coverage on your channel, CNN News 18. Kartavya Path is all set to be inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in just about 2 hours from now. Considered to be the most popular public space in the capital, the redeveloped stretch has red granite walkways spreading over 1 lakh square meters with greenery all around, more than 133 light poles, over 4,000 trees, 114 modern signages and stepped gardens. The Prime Minister will also unveil a statue of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose at the India Gate. The statue is being installed at the same place where Prime Minister Modi had earlier unveiled a hologram of the freedom fighter. This is the first project that has been completed under the Modi government's ambitious Central Vista redevelopment plan. This is also part of the centre's plan to remove all colonial tags from across the country. Soon after independence, King's Way was renamed Rajpath, and Queen's Way, running perpendicular to it, was rechristened as Janpath. According to the government, Kartavya Path symbolizes a shift from erstwhile Rajpath being an icon of power to Kartavya Path being an example of public ownership and empowerment. A slew of performances marking the inauguration are planned for the evening, and we'll cut across to them as and when they begin. The Prime Minister will also inaugurate an exhibition and interact with the Shramjeevis, the people who have worked tirelessly to make this project a reality, and will also then address the gathering. The message of Kartavya towards the nation was also part of his Panch Pran. And of course, breaking free from the shackles of Gulami, once and for all, also part of the Panch Pran. And we know that he will elaborate on this later this evening when he addresses the nation. Now, let's try and understand, how does it look different? What was it before and how is it now? The Kartavya Path for a new India. How is it different? This was before. This is how it looked before. Beautiful. But does this look better now? A transformation, scenic, equally green. A lot of the trees have actually been replaced and put back at some other place, but trees, the green coverage, the acreage has not gone down. This was before This is how it looks now. The walkways very clearly defined. They are paved. Red granite has been put in place, and of course, making it look far more grander and, in a way, far more India. Before, this is how the lawns looked. This is how it looks now. No walkways were defined earlier. Now the paths, the roads, the links are very, very clearly defined. And of course, the green coverage. Twice in a day, this entire place will be cleaned up, spruced up by Safai Karamcharis. And of course, it is our duty to help them by helping keep this beautiful vista clean. This is how it used to look before. Not very well kept, quite unkempt. But now the parkways, there are at least 16 bridges, we're given to understand. Plus 11 or 16 bridges, if my memory serves me correctly, that will connect the either side of this entire beautiful vista. 16.5 kilometers of walkways have also been built. So amazing pictures that just show the transformation, the effort that has been put together. We should have Sunil Deore, who also was the sculptor of the national emblem. But right now we are joined by Arun Yogiraj, the main sculptor of the Netaji statue. Arun, namaste. Thank you very much. I believe you're currently joining us on the Kartavya Path. How is it looking?
Sir, I'm just very lucky to be here, and also I'm very lucky to get this opportunity.
Yes, I believe, and you've given a small replica of the Netaji statue to the Prime Minister. Are you excited to see the actual statue in its full form, pure form, right there installed at its rightful place?
Yes, sir. It has a very beautiful journey. It has started from the Telangana, from the mines, and from there to Delhi. From Delhi to me, as a solid, huge rock. Now it is placed in front of, India. Everything looks like a dream. Even I don't remember anything now. I'm enjoying the moment right now.
Arun, tell me, how long did it take to carve the statue? How heavy was the stone? And then there, Sunil Deroji is also there. Sunilji, I'll take one more question with Arun, then I'll come to you. And Chandrachur Ghosh is also joining us live at this point. But we'll go to Chandrachur in just a bit. But Arun, tell us, how long did it take to carve the statue?
Actually, I received a work order in the month of June 10th, I think. June 3rd or June 10th, and we were supposed to complete it by August 15th. So hardly 2.5 months. And also, the granite is one of the hardest stone in the world. And it is very, very difficult to do it realistic sculpture. And we have got one chance to do whatever we want to express. So this is very challenging. The time is challenging. The size itself is 280 ton.
Wow.
Handling the stone itself is very challenging. We need to rotate it to do the side posture and the back side posture. We need to keep rotating it, lifting it, seeing the vertical posture and the gesture of the statue. So this is like, we did a lot of hard work. We converted 2 months into 6 months, working 3 shifts a day.
3 shifts, wow.
So it's but we enjoyed every day. So because every day it is getting a new shape, and we started seeing Subhash Ji in the rock, and we removed around 70%. It is now 60 ton. Initially 280, now it is 60 ton. The journey is remarkable, and now we are not feeling any tired because it was placed at one of the best location in the world.
From 280 tons of rock to 60 tons of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose. But the moment you say we started seeing Subhash Ji, that was special. I really got goosebumps. Arun, just stay on with us. Just stay on with us. I've got Sunil Ji also joining us. Sunil Ji, you worked on the national emblem. How is the feeling that at one end it is Netaji's statue and the Kartavya Path begins, and it will come towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and you will have the sun rising with the national emblem? It's just an amazing feeling.
Yes, sir. Can I speak in Hindi?
हाँ, बोलिए, हिंदी में बोलिए.
हाँ, नहीं, मुझे बहुत गौरवान्वित महसूस हो रहा है. ये जो देख के मुझे, मतलब जब मैं बना रहा था तो मुझे इतना इसका जो आज मुझे सेटिस्फेक्शन है, ये जो आज इसका अनावरण हो रहा है, ये सब विस्टा का, और ये ब्रॉन्ज का स्कल्पचर बनाकर मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. ये देश के लिए समर्पण हो रहा है, और बहुत लोग आर्टिस्ट की भी दिख रहे हैं, ये सुभाष बाबू की भी जो स्कल्पचर बनाया इन्होंने बहुत ही सुंदर है।
पर एक बात बताइए, प्रधानमंत्री जी कितना इन्वॉल्व थे जब नेशनल एम्बलम का स्टैचू आप बना रहे थे? बहुत लोग कह रहे थे कि स्टैचू ऐसा दिखता है वैसा दिखता है, बहुत कंट्रोवर्सी हुई, पर पीएम ने आपको क्या कहा?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, मुझे प्रोजेक्ट टाटा प्रोजेक्ट लिमिटेड ने दिया था। इसमें जो टाटा के चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव है उन्होंने मुझे हेल्प किया, संदीप नोला के थे, देशपांडे सर थे, तो इनकी तरफ से, और आर्किटेक्ट साहब जो है पटेल साहब जो अहमदाबाद से, उनकी जो डिजाइनर टीम है उनका बहुत हेल्प हुआ। और हर एंगल पे मैंने स्टडी किया इसको, हर जितना मैक्सिमम देने के लिए 200% हमने कोशिश की उसमें देने की, और ज्यादा से ज्यादा इसका जो रिप्लिका है उसका स्टडी किया। उसमें भी जहाँ ये सांची में उसका मिला था उसका देख के, लेकिन एक्चुअल चैलेंजिंग ये था कि ये 10 टाइम्स उससे बड़ा था। वो 3 फीट का है, ये ऑलमोस्ट 30 फीट का है
जी,
विथ वेस्ट। तो पूरी हमने कोशिश की है एज एन एस्थेटिक स्कल्पचर, तो मुझे अच्छा लगता ही है, और ये मैं बना रहा तो, और मैंने कोशिश की है उसमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा देने की, और बहुत लोगों का अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स भी आ रहा है।
पर पीएम से आप मिले थे? पीएम ने क्या कहा था? वो मैं वो
हाँ, उन्होंने बहुत, मतलब पूरी टीम की, इवन जो श्रमजीवी थे, लेबर लोगों के साथ उन्होंने ज्यादा, ये बाकी आर्किटेक्चर टीम इनका तो उन्होंने अभिनंदन किया ही, लेकिन जितने श्रमिक हैं उनसे भी वो पर्सनली मिले, उनसे पूरा पूछताछ की, क्योंकि उनका तो पूरा, मतलब आर्टिस्ट और उसका कंसेप्ट कास्टिंग, यहाँ तक तो मैंने और मिस्टर लक्ष्मण व्यास जो कास्टर थे हमारे, हमने तो हमारा काम किया, लेकिन उसको वहाँ रूफ पर चढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ 1.5 टन की कैपेसिटी की क्रेन थी। तो लेबर लोगों ने, ये पूरी जो 50 लोगों की टीम थी, उन्होंने जो उनका पसीना बहा है, और वो इतना, वो 50 डिग्री टेम्परेचर में उन्होंने, तो उसके लिए मैं उनका बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ
जी।
और ये सब प्रोजेक्ट सबका टीम वर्क था, इसलिए मैं सिर्फ 9 महीने में ये कर पाया हूँ।
आपको ब्रॉन्ज का इतना बड़ा विशाल का स्टैचू बनाने के लिए आपको 9 महीने का समय मिला। अरुण को नेताजी का स्टैचू बनाने के लिए, ग्रेनाइट से काटने के लिए, 280 टन के ग्रेनाइट से काटने के लिए अरुण को सिर्फ 2 महीने का टाइम मिला, जिसको उन्होंने कहा कि हमने 3 शिफ्ट करके 6 महीने में काम किए। करीब 26,000 मैन आवर्स का काम उन्होंने 2-2.5 महीने में किया है। मैं जरा अरुण के पास जाता हूं, मैं अरुण से भी यही पूछना चाहता हूं। अरुण, टेल अस, वाज देयर एनी सरप्राइज चेक बाय द पीएम? वाज ही फॉलोइंग द काइंड ऑफ वर्क दैट यू वर डूइंग? कभी ऐसा हुआ कि काम कैसा चल रहा है, क्या कर रहे हो, ऐसा कुछ एक चेक आपके साथ हुआ?
No, I think that I'm not sure about, but the report was going. Even Culture Ministry Secretariat was updating about the process and the stages. Actually, Prime Minister saw the video, the process, how hard work we worked around 26,000 hours, artisans, and after seeing that video, he provided interaction with the artisans. So I got a second chance to meet him again. So I think I'm a lucky started with it.
No, but tell me something. Did he appreciate your effort? What did he say? And when the feedback that you were getting, were you encouraged? Did he speak to you people? And I believe you interacted with him too.
Yes, I'm very much excited. Because he saw the video initially and he insisted that he want to interact with us. So I would like to thank our Govind Mohan ji, the Secretary of Culture Minister, who took our video and giving a proper recognition for our hard work.
True. So getting to be recognized for your work is so important. But let me ask you, between June and August, Arun, or say June and now, was there any moment when you thought, boss, yaar, ye theek nahi ho raha hai? Am I really doing it well? Because you got only one shot at it, no?
Initially, after seeing the stone, I thought my heart, come to my mouth. Itna bada yaar. It was looking like 2 big bedrooms. so start initially, and then I trusted my skill, and I trusted myself, and that skill I acquired through my father and through the generations, and also I have experience of doing this type of sculptures early, and so just even the culture ministry supported me. You just start. Let us hope for the best. Some positive vibes in the initially. So it was it was stone overtaking us initially. After a few days, 15 days, we started to develop a relation between the stone. We find the right tool. It is 100% handmade, so that we got a chance to express our emotion, love of our Netaji through our sculpture. So I tried my best. I don't know the rest of the thing.
मैं जरा सुनील जी से जानना, सुनील जी आपको कभी ऐसा हुआ जब आप उसको तराश रहे थे, ब्रॉन्ज, अरुण स्टोन पे काम कर रहा था, आप मेटल पे काम कर रहे थे, और ब्रॉन्ज काफी हैवी, काफी विशाल का स्टैचू है, तो कभी आपको लगा ये ठीक निकल रहा है कि नहीं, और आपके पास एक टाइम का भी इशू था?
हाँ, नहीं एक्चुअली ब्रॉन्ज कास्ट में ये बहुत चैलेंजिंग ही था मेरे लिए, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा कास्टिंग जो होता है, कास्टिंग फाउंड्री में हमें पार्ट में उसको हर पार्ट को कास्ट करके फिर उसका ब्रिजिंग करके फिर उसको मैचिंग करना है, फिर फिनिशिंग करना है, और मेटल में हर पार्ट को ज्वाइन करके उसको मिलाना है। तो इसके लिए बहुत मतलब परिश्रम तो था ही, लेकिन हर पार्ट कोशिश करते थे कि बराबर मिल रहा है या नहीं, और उसको फिर दूर से देख के वो, क्योंकि इसको सब विजन होने वाला है वो 500 मीटर से, तो वो वहां जाके फिर उसको हम देखते थे कि वो कैसे लग रहा है चारों एंगल से, चारों वो कोशिश करते थे कि वो पूरा जो ड्राइंग है उसका एस्थेटिकली वैसा ही वो रहे।
जी, लेकिन एक बात बताइए, कभी आपको ऐसा लगा कि ये ठीक नहीं हो रहा है, या फिर क्या कोई रेगुलर आपको फीडबैक देता था? जब आपने फाइनली स्ट्रक्चर को देखा तो आपका क्या इमोशन था उस दिन?
जब इसको कंप्लीट होने के बाद सब टीम आई और विजिट किया, और उन्होंने जो रिएक्शन दिया वो देख के मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। उनके चेहरे पे सेटिस्फैक्शन थी, जिसमें पीएमओ ऑफिस से आर्किटेक्चर की कमेटी थी
जी,
और उन्होंने जो ब्रॉन्ज में हमने इसमें इवन जो कॉम्बिनेशन है वो 90% कॉपर और 10% टीन है, वो बहुत की कास्टिंग के लिए बहुत मुश्किल होता है। हमने पूरा उसका वो कैलकुलेशन करके
जी
उसने जो किया है, तो वो बहुत ही चैलेंजिंग रहा। ये सब सफर एक जर्नी था, और एज एन आर्टिस्ट मेरे लिए एक बहुत अच्छा अनुभव था।
जी, एब्सोल्युटली। और हमने जब उसको देखा तो मुझे तो बहुत अच्छा लगा। मुझे तो ऐसा लगा कि भाई इसको जल्दी पब्लिक के लिए एक्सेस कराइए ताकि मैं भी जाके उसको जरा देख सकूं। एंड एक हमारे यहाँ एक शॉट है ड्रोन का सनराइज पे, कि सबसे पहले जब सूरज दिखता है और उसके नेशनल एम्बलम उन शेरों के पीछे सूर्य दिखता है, तो ऐसा लगता है कि भारत का तेज है जो आगे एक फीलिंग, एक लहर दौड़ जाती है। मैं जरा अरुण से जानना चाहता हूँ, अरुण, व्हाट वाज द रिएक्शन when you and also the team, the Prime Minister, who's looking, overseeing this construction of the statue and installation, when they saw the final structure for the first time?
Prime Minister has not seen the final structure. Prime Minister is seeing right now.
Wow. So you're saying the Prime Minister has not yet seen, so nobody has seen the full structure. Are you looking forward to his reaction? Are you eager to see how he reacts?
Definitely, I think in the interaction, I think I'll get to know about his, how much he liked, or any feedback from him. I'm eagerly, waiting to hear his feedback on this structure.
Well, my final question to you, Arun, tell me, how would you like this structure to be remembered? How would you like this, the forthcoming generations to remember Netaji's statue? What is going to be now put up there at India Gate?
Okay, I will try it from the sculpture point of view. I would like to give the best posture and the gesture and the realistic features of the cloth and everything. At the same time, he is one of the hardest person, and we are finding the hardest stone in the world to make one of the hardest tough person of our nation. So I would like every youngsters and everyone to take his, inspiration from him and say, impossible is nothing. That's what I want to say.
Well done, and that's what his attitude was, isn't it? Impossible is nothing. You can go and achieve if you put your heart to it. And his heart was there towards the freedom of Bharat, and Azad Hind was his dream. But Sunil ji, as I say thank you to everybody, to both of you, both you and Arun, I want to ask you, आप क्या चाहेंगे कि आने वाली पीढ़ी जो है आपके क्रिएशन को कैसे देखेगी? कैसे उन 4 लाइन्स, उस नेशनल एम्बलम को पार्लियामेंट के ऊपर उसे कैसे देखे, कैसे उसे रिमेंबर करे?
मेरे लिए
जी सुनील जी।
हाँ, मैं तो ये जो डिजाइन है एक्चुअली जो अशोका पीरियड में ये जो कल्चर क्रिएशन हुआ है, इसका ही मैं बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ, क्योंकि चारों दिशा में 4 शेर जो मैसेज दे रहा है चारों दिशा में, और ये भारतवर्ष का एक बहुत बड़ा अभिमानास्पद ये क्रिएटिविटी शिल्प है जो अशोक कालन में सोचा गया था। और मैं नहीं सोचता कि ये दुनिया में ऐसा एम्बलम है, और मैं इसके प्रति इतना सम्मान करता हूँ कि ये जो एम्बलम और ये सिंबल जो उस पीरियड में अशोक ने सोचा था, और उसका आज ये सबसे बड़ा अशोक स्तंभ बना है पूरे हिंदुस्तान में, और वो चारों दिशा में हमारा मैसेज कर रहा है जो पीस है, जो भी है भारतवर्ष ने जो दिया है दुनिया को, उसको चारों दिशा में वो एक मैसेज दे रहा है। ये मुझे अद्भुत लगता है, और उसको मैं कर पाया, ये मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छा फील कर पाया एज एन आर्टिस्ट। ये हर आर्टिस्ट का एक सपना होता है, और इसके बाद मैं जो करूँगा उसके लिए ये मेरे लिए बहुत प्रेरणादायी होगा।
बिल्कुल, मैं भी यही उम्मीद करता हूँ। सुनील जी, अरुण जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप दोनों को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद। फैंटास्टिक जॉब डन, एंड अरुण, आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू सीइंग द फुल स्टैच्यू इन स्प्लेंडर विद द लाइट्स and of course the fanfare as the Prime Minister unveils it and commits it to the nation. Thank you very much. Congratulations both of you. बहुत धन्यवाद. Namaste. Before we take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, just want to get you some more numbers of the Central Vista Phase 1 and of course what's going to be available for the country to come and see and witness, even as the other projects or the other parts of the Central Vista project are still being done. Kartavya Path, let's try and look at the details. 16.5 kilometers of pedestrian walkways, 300 CCTV cameras, 137 lighting poles on Kartavya Path, 1,000 plus total lighting poles overall in this entire Central Vista project, and along the Kartavya Path, 24-meter canal width, and it's 3.2 kilometers in length, 3,230-meter canal, and of course the length 16 new bridges. So I got that number right. There were 16 bridges which are going to be right across the Vista, so you can cross, keep crossing, keep crisscrossing and seeing all the structures on both sides. So that's the full length of the whole Kartavya Path, and you see structures on both sides, and there will be 16 bridges for you to keep going up and down through the Kartavya Path. And of course there are total of 4,008 total number of trees. 191 new trees have been planted so far. We're going to take a very, very short break. We go back on ground to our reporters who are there all around the Kartavya Path to tell you what's happening right now in the build-up to 7 p.m. Stay with us.
The two leaders had last met in February, weeks before Russia invaded Ukraine. The meeting will be closely watched because Moscow and Beijing have increasingly aligned their foreign policies over the years. Taiwan's military is showing off its mettle with 2 straight days of drills.
Taiwanese fighter jets rode overhead, launching flares in the air. Apache assault helicopters fired 33mm chain guns and rockets. Troops also fired javelin anti-tank weapons, pounding targets. After weeks of saber rattling by China, Taiwan is flexing its military might with 2 days of drills in Pingtung. Tensions came to a head after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited the island. Taiwan is a self-ruled island, but China sees it as a breakaway province. So after Pelosi's visit, China held unprecedented military drills near Taiwan, launching ballistic missiles and sending ships into the Taiwan Strait.
And here's how Australian tennis star Nick Kyrgios reacted when he lost in 5 sets in the US Open quarterfinals. He took his frustration out on his racket, smashing it on the ground repeatedly before throwing it with force. He then went on to pick up another racket and hurled that to the ground as well. A NASCAR driver's hopes literally went up in flames.
Kevin Harvick's car caught fire on lap 276 in the final stage of the Darlington Raceway. Fire emerged out of both sides from beneath Harvick's Ford car. Harvick continued for a couple of laps, but then the flames got bigger. So he had no choice but to pull the car on the grass and jump out to safety.
The thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before. The left out the pipes is a new.
Harvick says he had not experienced any issues with his engine prior to the fire and had not suffered any damage to his car in the race. Harvick said it's another safety problem with the next-gen car that NASCAR must fix.
And a woman from Ohio in the US had to make an embarrassing phone call to 911 from her smartwatch after she got stuck upside down while exercising at gym. We leave you with this.
I couldn't look up the non-emergency number, but I am in Korea. Sorry, I'm on my watch. There's only like one other person at the gym, and I got stuck in this, you know, that backboard thing that like flips back. And oh dear Lord, my ankles are burning.
Are you ready?
Just easiest rescue ever.
There you go.
Pet dogs biting strangers in elevators is becoming a regular occurrence. Here's a video of the latest.
This time, it happened in an apartment complex in Noida. A young man holds the dog by the leash while another stands at a distance near the elevator door. But while exiting the elevator, the dog lunges at the man who falls down on the floor. It's unclear whether he was bitten. The owner then drags the dog out of the elevator. This latest video comes a day after a viral clip of a pet dog biting a young boy in the elevator of an apartment in Ghaziabad. The boy was seen visibly in pain, but the dog owner just looked on and didn't even bother to check up on the kid. The Ghaziabad police registered a case based on a complaint filed by the boy's parents.
The running battle between the Delhi government and Delhi LG took another turn today. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh literally tore up a defamation notice sent by VK Saxena saying he won't be cowed down by a corrupt coward. Aam Aadmi Party had accused the LG of a 1400 crore scam when he was the KVIC chief, to which sent a notice for derogatory malicious charges. Meanwhile, the Delhi LG has received a complaint against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The complainant alleges that Kejriwal sold 3 plots of land for over 4 crore and showed on papers a grossly undervalued price of 72 lakhs. As per the complainant, in fact, Mr. Kejriwal duped the exchequer of over 25 lakh in stamp duty and over 76 lakhs as capital gains tax. Now let's take a look at the revamped Central Vista Avenue, which will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi tomorrow.
It's a bird's eye view of the brand new Central Vista Avenue. It's visibly wider, cleaner and greener. Delhi's power corridor will now have an all-new look. The redeveloped
Back on The Nation at 5 on this very special edition as we stay on the course towards the Kartavya Path being inaugurated and committed to public by the Prime Minister in a short while from now. But before that, it's going to be the unveiling of the Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose statue right behind India Gate, at India Gate. From there is where the Kartavya Path will start. Joining us now is Chandrachud Ghosh, author of Bose, The Untold Story of an Inconvenient Nationalist. He's also co-author of Conundrum, Subhash Bose's Life After Death, and that he's co-written with Anuj Dhar. They're all part of this team mission. Netaji Uday Mahurkarji is with us. He's also CIC and also author of the book Veer Savarkar. Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP with us. And we have Ravi Bhatt, historian, also joining us this evening. Namaste, gentlemen. And I'm hoping we'll have Srijit Panikkar, who's there in the thick of all the action on Kartavya Path in some time. Srijit is also a good friend. But today we're talking Netaji. Are you looking forward to that Molpan Chandrachud Ghosh? Is this perhaps befitting tribute to the man who perhaps took the most hardened stand of all, where he said we need to fight for an Azad Hind. And he said, let's go about building an army. No matter what it takes, I will go ahead and do it.
Very much, Anand. I think this event today, this step, this initiative by the government is, in my opinion, a game changer. And it is not only a befitting tribute, recognition of the personality and his contribution, but also it's an initiative, a start to change the narrative that India won her freedom through non-violence movement. And which for 7.5 decades brushed under the carpet the role of the INA and the sailors of the Royal Indian Navy who mutinied, who put their lives at risk, put everything at risk and fought for which hastened the exit of the British Raj. Obviously, the British would have gone sometime or the other, but it could have taken 5 more years, it could have taken 10 more years. But it was primarily because of the INA trials, the Royal Indian Navy and the Royal Indian Air Force, that tempo that was built up when the British Raj really finally realized that they had lost the loyalty of the Indian soldiers. They could now no more put their faith, their trust on the Indian soldier. So they had to pack their bags and go then. So that's the reason why by early 1947, Clement Attlee had to decide that they had to leave by June 1948.
Okay.
So that setting a time frame so quickly, so fast, was the result of this. So on one hand is the vast contribution of Netaji, his leadership, his personality, his towering personality, all that is on one side. On the other side is the culmination of that, the next phase, where he really gives that final push to the empire.
Yes.
The British Raj crumbles. And today, by unveiling the statue there at the heart of the seat of political power, the heart of the capital of the country, I think Prime Minister Modi wants to make a very, very important statement that we are also changing the narrative.
Well, the statue has been placed there. It is now being correctly erected and it's good so that it's given a certain set of permanency so that we've got that sneak peek of that visual, and seeing that itself is giving me goosebumps. That's what it's doing. Srijit Panikkar, Udayji, just allow me 2 minutes. Let me just go to Srijit. He's on ground. So Srijit, how is the atmosphere there at Kartavya Path? How is it looking?
Yeah, it's very noisy here, so I'm not sure whether I've heard your question right, but we are all thrilled, super excited to be here on this day, this historic day in the making, and I'm glad to be joined by my colleagues in Mission Netaji. Mr. Vishal Sharma is right here, Netaji, Blazer, and so is Sayantan Dasgupta, the one who conceptualized Mission Netaji. We are super excited, and it's good to see that 2 events are being clubbed here. So it's a mass gathering here. Super excited to be here today.
Well, we've got interrupted video, but whenever you're getting the video, it's looking good. You're right. On the other side of India Gate, where they're actually installing the statue. So from a distance, have you got a glimpse? How is it looking? How is Netaji looking there?
I hope you can catch a glimpse of Netaji there, although only very minimalistically.
Yes, I can see it between the India Gate.
Massive structure, I can tell you that. Yeah, that's probably the first visuals before it is being inaugurated. Yeah.
So just ask your colleagues at Mission Netaji. I said Vishalji is also there with you. What is the feeling?
So this is like a dream come true. We never
Well, I have a poor audio stream with them. So Srijit, what we're trying to do is, I know you're live there. We're trying to get you on the phone and get them to get your thoughts from them, because once again, crowd will start coming in, the jammers will get in place, so then communication will get a little disrupted, but then it's a historic moment for a lot of people. Udayji, there are many who are saying, "Kaun si gulami hai, kya shed kiya hai?" It's all just optics. The Trinamool Congress is turning around, has made some comments there. Sardar RP Singh, would you like to take that? It's all mere optics. What have you changed? You're trying to appropriate Netaji. Rajpath se Kartavya Path karne se kaun sa gulami ka mindset chhoot jayega. There are voices in the opposition who are saying that. How do you want to respond?
इन लोगों को colonial राज नहीं रहना है. उनके लिए कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. But they don't know Rajpath was king's way earlier, and there was a statue with Netaji statue to place. There used to be King George V statue there. So 1960 replaced in 1968 they moved it. So for them it was the one dynasty, one family, one British Raj, colonial Raj to the dynasty family, two dynasty. But today it is people's Raj. And then when you say people's Raj, I mean that's why it's Kartavya Path. You are answerable to people, you are answerable to society, you are answerable to countrymen. And that's why Kartavya Path is a very right name, very appropriately picked by the Prime Minister himself. So instead of Rajpath, which refers to the colonial past, the king's way, we are here at the 2022 on the 75th year of independence. On our duties, what are our responsibilities as countrymen, as people who are governing this country, people whom we elect, and the Prime Minister, the President, the Cabinet, was their duty towards the countrymen. That's more important.
Right. Udayji is through with us. Udayji, through COVID, they said, why Central Vista? Money is being wasted there. Then they turned around and said, why the national emblem, the bronze statue, the lines look different. Now they are saying you are appropriation of Netaji is happening, and this renaming is not going to, does not mean colonial mindset. And what kind of gulami? 70 years, 75 years after independence, why is this entire talk about gulami? India has done so much. It's not a symbol of gulami, it's our celebration of our freedom.
You see, today is a great day in the history of independent India. And I am reminded of one conversation between Prime Minister Attlee and the then acting governor of West Bengal, P.V. Chakravarti, which happened in 1956, which is mentioned in the history of Bengal by R.C. Mazumdar. Attlee had come to India. He was no more the Prime Minister. He was living with Governor Ghosh, and they happened to speak to each other on a cup of tea, and Ghosh was very keen to know that what was the pressure which compelled the British to leave this country in 1947. Because he said after 1942, Congress had failed to build any pressure on the Britishers for them to leave this country. Attlee avoided answering this question initially, but then when Ghosh was, Chakravarti, P.V. Chakravarti was unrelenting. That time, then he answered the question. He said that Subhas Chandra Bose and his INA, the pressure created by Indian soldiers who were coming back from the Second World War, and the Navy mutiny of 1946, which started from the Mumbai dock, were the chief reasons for the Britishers to leave this country. Chakravarti asked him one more question. He said, then what was the role of Congress and Gandhiji? Chakravarti says that his lips were twisted and he said minimal. Now this is coming from the person who gave us freedom. So, you know, when you know this history, then and then you can appreciate the importance of what is happening today. Secondly, this, you know, there is a longer and larger vision behind this. When Chief Minister Modi was in Gujarat, in 2003, he went to Zurich and brought back the ashes of Shyamji Krishna Verma, one of the greatest patriots of this country, who was unrecognized. And mind you, Jawaharlal Nehru had gone and met him in Zurich in 1930. I think the very year he died. So why did it take India 73 years to bring his ashes from Zurich? So those who don't understand the meaning, those who don't have a sense of pride only they will raise questions on what is happening today. So Netaji today gets his due, which he did not get for so many years. But then history is not, history is not a friend of anybody. History has to come out before the nation. And that thing has started. And one more thing. Today's step is a step in the direction of Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is very important. You see, it's a sense of pride which Indians need to discover to realize their true potential and make the kind of India Mr. Modi is dreaming in 2047. So those who are trying to mock what is happening today, they are totally out of sync with the mood of the people, with the mood of the nation.
True. Raviji?
One more thing, two more things I would like to add here. Two more things I would like to add here.
Please complete and then Raviji, please.
APJ Abdul Kalam.
Yeah, Udayji, please complete.
Two things. Let me finish.
Ji.
You see, APJ Abdul Kalam had once said that India is a country with culture and history which is thousands of years old. It has got millions of people. Therefore, it should not get overawed by those nations whose history is only a few hundred years old and which comprise only a few crore people.
Right.
Bhagat Singh diary revealed a quote from Savarkar that it is more difficult to shake off the chains of cultural slavery than political slavery. So those who are opposing this don't know the importance of today's event. Anand.
Correct. So the significance you have underlined beautifully. Raviji, how would you want to add to that?
See, I 100% agree what he has said. But he has said that it's the first important thing in the life of an individual or in the life of a nation is necessary that we must come out of the mental slavery. And mental slavery always sets in when, you start, where you feel that anything which you have, that is not important, and anything which your master who was forced on you, he has the best of the things. And as it is said, that demoralized forces never win battle. The same is here. The individuals also, they can never perform, they can never give their best, they can never make it to the top unless they are not in the right mental state, positive mental state. And mind it, the positive mental state is not a pill that you simply swallow. A doctor prescribes and you swallow it. The small things of life, the small, very insignificant, the things which you think they are insignificant, they play a very important role in contributing in setting the right mindset. And like one of the things is right now, as I said, like right now here, the changing the name of Rajpath to Kartavya Path, like installing the statue of, Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose. For someone can simply say, hardly these are insignificant things. But tell those people who are crying at the top of their voice, they are insignificant things. My dear friends, these insignificant things, if there are number of insignificant things so-called, they make a very positive statement. And they make your mindset, they make the mindset of the nation. These small, so-called these, for me it's not a small thing. For me, it's something very decisive. So it is very necessarily, we should not stop only here by changing the name of only Rajpath to Kartavya Path, not only by installing this one statue here. There are 101 things more required, and I request the present government that they keep on doing this kind of things side by side from the other things also. Because this is going to change our thinking. This is going to change our mindset of our nation. And mind it, once the mindset of our nation is changed, there's no one who can stop us from making it to the top.
True. The government has been working tirelessly to bring back stolen idols. There has been, of course, the Statue of Unity to celebrate the legacy of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Now Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose in his military overalls with that salute which is that iconic picture of his when he was taking the parade of the Azad Hind Fauj That salute is what has been represented not in civil clothes but in the armed clothes. That shows the kind of commitment to duty, and that's where the path of Kartavya begins. Chandrachud Ghosh, what more than an apt way to start the path to duty, which leads towards not just the parliament and beyond into the Rashtrapati Bhavan?
Yes, Anand, very much so. And I mean, all those who are criticizing the name change. And I think those are the very people who were very fond of reciting this line, which came from the Western world. When you tell them that it was given by Kennedy, they very happy repeat it, that ask not what the country can do for you, but ask what you can do for the country. So as long as it comes from Kennedy, they are very happy. But when it comes from Prime Minister Modi and is named Kartavya Path, they seem to have a problem, which speaks volumes about the mentality and the attitude. And putting Netaji there, that statue with that salute, it is so inspiring. And it is not only for us, Anand, as you very much realize, it is for the next subsequent generations, kids who will come flock to the India Gate, that area, look at the statue, and they will start asking questions. Who is this man?
Right.
Why have we not been taught about him? What did he do for us? So those asking those questions are very, very important, and they start dismantling a distorted narrative that has gone into this country, run in this country for the 7.5 decades.
Well, so resetting the narrative, shaking off the colonial aspects which continue to hog our culture and our cultural ethos, and of course, like observations that were made, that our history, our civilization is thousands of years old. So a few 100-year-old cultural imposition should not actually be the one that will guide our destiny. It is who we are, our roots, that should guide our destiny. Gentlemen, I'm going to request you to please stay on with us. I'm compelled to take a very, very short break. We also have a very, very important update coming in as far as the tensions along the line of actual control. Big development, but that after the break. Stay with us.
Kevin Harvick's car caught fire on lap 276 in the final stage of the Darlington Raceway. Fire emerged out of both sides from beneath Harvick's Ford car. Harvick continued for a couple of laps, but then the flames got bigger. So he had no choice but to pull the car on the grass and jump out to safety.
The thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before. The left out the pipes is a new.
Harvick says he had not experienced any issues with his engine prior to the fire and had not suffered any